Good morning. This is a topic that I've been wanting to cover. I actually started trying to cover it the other day, and Stanley was a little drunk, so we didn't get a chance to cover it. But Ann Coulter, she has an article out in Tacky Magazine. Excuse me. You guys have probably heard me mention Tacky Magazine over the years, over the time we've been on the stream. It's a fairly conservative article, a publication, I should say. It has a random set of articles from people like Ann Coulter. So here's an article from Ann Coulter, and this is something that I've been thinking about since the election results have come in with what 91% of black women, roughly 80% of black men voted for Trump. Uh, Black girl magic seemingly was beaten by white male incompetence there. And so here's what we have. What's up, Seven? Still, I got your text, man. I got to respond back to you. Sorry for the delayed response, man. So black girl magic, beaten by white male incompetence. Again, you look at those maps from the election, talking about the election results, black males, whites, white women, so on and so forth. Uh, the it's glaring to see how almost every other demographic did very well. Trump did very well with them, except for black women. And I guess you could say white black men as well, but definitely black women, overwhelmingly 90% Trump. And so, in this sense, Ann Coulter is saying black girl magic was beaten by white male incompetence. We'll take a look at this article, and then we're going to focus on some of the things we've seen the last couple of weeks and last couple of days in the response to the Kamala Harris loss. So here's Ann Coulter. In retrospect, maybe running the DEI hire for president was not a good idea. On the other hand, Biden's revenge plan worked perfectly. As reported by the New York Times, after his catastrophic debate, Biden's White House staff kept presenting congressional Democrats with data proving he still had a much better chance of beating Trump than his vice president did. Then, the moment he was defenestrated, guess who Biden endorsed? Kamala Harris, the candidate he had told them could not win. But she was a black lady, yo. Checkmate. Inasmuch as the whole motivating factor of the modern Democratic Party is identity politics, Democrats were forced to drop their plans for a stronger candidate like Governor Shapiro or Andy Beshear. No Democrat would dare suggest that Kamala was not absolutely the most qualified person for the job. Just look at her, a woman and a minority. And this is some of the things I've said that, everyone, and I've played a video from Sky News with a black lady, kind of an insider on the Democrat Party, and she talked about how everyone knew that Kamala was not capable, was not qualified, but yet she was forced upon everyone because of her race. So here we are. Harris's race and gender was how Biden got stuck with her in the first place, and it came back to bite him. An amazing choice for VP, considering that she had accused him of racism during the primary, and also that she hadn't won a single vote. I do remember that. It was in a Democrat primary debate where she accused him of racism, and we'll look at Biden's wife Kamala racism. We're gonna pull that up a little bit later, and let's see what Jill Biden had to say after Kamala accused Biden of being a racist after that debate. Uh, Ann Coulter goes on to say, this is how Democrats ended up running a dingbat who had cheered on the BLM rise, that's true, enthusiastically released violent criminals from prison, indeed, that's true, insisted on taxpayer-funded sex change operations for prisoners and illegal aliens, true, compared ICE agents to the Ku Klux Klan, and completely believed Juicy Smollett's hoax hate crime, supported defunding the police, and said she wanted to decriminalize illegal immigration. This is the candidate that the Democrats ran as a minority black woman, a sister. Indeed, Harris was the lead player in the administration's decision to defy federal law and fling open the border, sending millions of foreign criminals and mental patients to every corner of America. The Democrats' obsession with dragging in the third world is itself part of the party's DEI framework. That is true. Why do we have to admit tens of thousands of black people from Haiti and the Congo? Because they're black. Everyone knows that. Oh, when Biden and Harris came in, DEI was instantly made the priority of every government organ, the military, NASA, FEMA, the judiciary, and on and on. An astonishing 66% of Biden's judicial appointees have been non-white. Even Barack Obama only managed to get up to 37%. Biden's one Supreme Court, you might remember her, Ketanji Jackson, the one that said she didn't know what a woman was. Biden's one Supreme Court appointee, and he telegraphed, he said he was going to definitely appoint a black woman, was of course a black woman, despite the fact that only 2% of the nation's lawyers are sisters. But he had promised during the primaries to exclude the other 98% for a black woman, and that he did, and he made good on his choice by choosing Ketanji. And again, I keep asking, are these the most qualified people? If you're going to have an agenda of picking and choosing and appointing blacks to govern everything, black women in particular, then you should at least find competent ones that can appear competent. And it seems that Ketanji, Kamala, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James, all of these people seemingly are not very competent. And one could argue that they're doing the black women who are competent a disservice. Nevertheless, in congressional testimony, Biden's FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, herself a diversity pick, stated that FEMA's number one goal was to instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. Go figure, right? She boasted that when she was prioritizing the hiring of non-whites, when her agency subsequently failed in its response to Hurricane Helene. Criswell attacked anyone who mentioned her equity agenda as spreading disinformation. We've heard that term before. Earlier this year, the incompetence of the gender feminist head of the Secret Service nearly got Trump killed. Thus, Kamala is the perfect representative of today's Democrat Party. Her entire life has been one of affirmative action promotion after another. These people fail upwards, if you haven't noticed. She even got into law school on the basis of her race, as the law school has bragged. The law school, I think she went to Hastings Law School. And this week, she almost made it to the top on the basis of her race and gender without doing, let alone achieving anything. Harris is not only a beneficiary, but a tragic casualty of affirmative action. She can't really be as stupid as she sounds, can she? Consider this Kamala philosophizing. We were all doing a tour of the library here and talking about, this is a quote from Kamala, and talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when do you think about it? There's a great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there's such a great significance to the passage of time. And that is a quote from Kamala Harris there. Coulter goes on, as you can see, she's a loon, but we were required to act as if she was Zarathustra. Her ever utterance profound. It's the same phenomenon that leads rich or very good-looking people to develop such terrific personalities. Except in this case, the constant flattery is being done to a whole race. I want to pivot right here for a second and talk about the big woman. What was her name? Lizzo. And, how we've been bombarded with large, oversized black women. And we've been told that they're beautiful. And you can't say anything else without your career or your reputation being slandered. And I think Kamala represents kind of the way that these minorities are being foisted upon the nation without nary as much of a criticism of them. And, in her case, she was as much of a victim of it as we were. Why would she? She's never had a moment of doubt. Why would she? No matter what she did, everyone was always telling her, you go, girl. Instead of demurring from Biden's endorsement and suggesting a stronger nominee, Kamala, perhaps a governor or a Democrat from a red state, Kamala accepted her coronation as a matter of right. She's a black woman. She was the first black woman. She then proceeded to run as the angry black woman backed up by other angry black women like Michelle and Oprah, hectoring voters to make her president. That always works on Democrats, so why not the electorate? The problem with liberals using intimidation tactics to bully people into staying quiet about the incompetence of DEI hires is that the only way they ever had to register an objection was in the privacy of a voting booth. And on Tuesday, boy, did they. And that's Ann Coulter's article talking about the black girl magic being beaten by basically white male competence. I would like to add to the title a bit, though, in that I don't think it was just white male competence. I think that the Hispanics also kind of saw the white male competence too. I've had on this stream Hispanics that have worked for me. You may remember the guy, Mario, and he said he worked with me for 16 years. And that is some, the white men who work with Hispanics in just the same capacity. The Hispanics and the white men, they're going to find some kind of alignment there. They have a mutual interest in trying to, build out a house or build this building. And they see the competence in each other. And there is an element of trust there. The economic alignment, I think, is going to be stronger than race. And as I've said all along, the Democrats have built a party strictly around race, and that race being black. And just like a neighborhood, no one really is desirous to live in a black neighborhood. I think that's true. And so what I want to comment on, and then we let me share this tab, talking about the black woman magic, black girl magic. Female manager Marnie Washington down in Florida has finally been fired for telling workers to discriminate against Trump voters. She should be behind bars. And here's Marnie Washington here. You'll see these. You all can see this here. And so there are some news articles discussing this, and you may notice something interesting in discussing this. I'll see if I can play this stream here. I think this is related to this system.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is calling on his state's Emergency Management Division to investigate what he calls the federal government's targeted discrimination toward Floridians who support Donald Trump. This comes after the Federal Emergency Management Agency confirmed that a supervisor told relief workers responding to Florida after Hurricane Milton to, quote, avoid homes with signs in support of the now president-elect. That person also reportedly put out a memo telling workers to stay together, follow the rules, and practice of de-escalation tactics. FEMA employees told news outlets at least 20 different homes with Trump signs or flags were passed after the storm because of the order. A FEMA spokesperson says the supervisor is no longer working in Florida.
Now, this was a sister doing this, and they didn't mention it in the article. Again, I showed you the sister. There's your sister there. And I think that, it's very difficult for the Democrats to run a party where they have to kind of overlook the behavior of the sisters, or as you saw in the news article there, even hide it. They knew this sister was black, the female worker who was telling the workers to bypass the black workers, but they couldn't say it. There's this racial taboo of pointing out black misbehavior, and clearly they knew who the woman was. I found her just as easily as they could have, but they didn't say it. And here's another article, just another videos again. Like, this is what the Democrats were forcing on people and accepting people to go along with this. And these, I would say, this represents the majority. This represents the 90% black female voters. This represents their sentiment, I would argue. A large percent of the people that voted for Kamala, the black women in the Democrat Party, I think they could best be summarized, many of them, by this type of behavior.
If you thought I hated white,
I think they could best be summarized by this type of sentiment here.
If you thought I hated white men before, you don't even know what's coming for them crackers.
A party of hate indeed. And I don't think that they're going to be very successful pushing that onto the populace. This is a group that the Democrats lean very heavily on, but they hate, 80% of the rest of the country. How the hell is that going to be successful? Earlier this week, I talked about Pat Buchanan. Years ago, Pat Buchanan talked about building a working class coalition primarily built upon whites. He felt that you could win a national election strictly if you just focus on white people. This was maybe in the 80s, maybe the 90s. I can't remember exactly. He was in the Reform Party. And I think Donald Trump came along, and maybe, someone says he may have sabotaged Patrick Buchanan's run. But nevertheless, I would argue that Donald Trump has built a working class party, which primarily exists of Hispanics and whites by and large. And that is a base that I think can be expanded upon as long as the Democrats are painted as the black party there. It's going to be very difficult for them to kind of outrun that. Here's another article here. I'm sorry, stop sharing. Let me share my screen. And here it is again. Approximately 92% of black women voted for Harris. Now they're threatening the country with this. Here's just another tweet kind of giving you the sentiment. Don't ever ask black women to do anything again. Don't ever rely on us anymore to fix it. Black women be working overtime again and again, and this is the thanks we get. Yeah, don't expect nothing from us no more. And someone says, just put the fries in the bag, ma'am. Uh, and here again, more of the same sentiment. Again, from a higher elected official here. This is Brandon Scott again telling us that, you know,
that as
within the Democrat Party, he's telling you within the Democrat Party, not in the rest of the country, but primarily within the Democrat Party is what he's saying here.
it is clear that there will be a second Trump presidency. It is really on my heart this morning to say that as a man, but more importantly as a black man, that this country does not deserve black women.
Why is it more importantly that he, whatever he's about to say, that he said more importantly as a black man, what the hell does that have to do with it? Hey, I don't know. But oftentimes these people couch everything they say with added significance because of their race here. And so here he is. I'll let him finish.
Or black people, but specifically black women. This morning I woke up and I just gave my wife a hug because I know how heavy this is weighing on black women. And they have carried this country and saved this country too many times and continue to be the most disrespected human beings on the planet. And it, quite frankly, it disgusts me. I'm thinking about the world that we're going to bring our daughter into in a few months. And I want the vice president to know that her and her team did everything right in the right way. But the unfortunate reality is that this country is still steeped in racism, sexism, and misogyny. I am personally proud of her.
I keep hearing all these black men talk about misogyny and all this. And I just said, man, like, when is the last time, before this, when is the last time you heard a black man use the word misogynist or sexism? The music they listen to embraces all of that. And now they seemingly are like feminists. All these men are now feminists.
And I know that so many others are the same. We appreciate her tenacity, her focus, her decency, and how she handled herself throughout this campaign. And I don't want to hear anybody saying that they should have done something different. She should have been running longer. The fact is that they did everything that a campaign can do and more. But we as a country really have a lot of soul searching to do. And that's really what I want to say about that today. But I want black women to hear from me to know that as a black man, I am going to triple my efforts to lift them up, to make sure that they're supported, to make sure that they're seen, and to make sure that other folks are challenged into understanding that they alone can't be the soul of this democracy and that they alone can't say.
Really what he's talking about is the soul of the Democrat Party. As the party hollows out and is only being left with black men and black women and the Hispanics, and that everyone else migrates to a party that talks about sensible ideas, working, jobs, inflation. Here he is, he's still stuck on race. And I just don't think this message is going, or even was, very effective in speaking to the large growing population of Hispanics, all the white people who have just been tired of being bombarded with this. He's painting an image of black women that most people in their day-to-day just do not see. These black women that built America, these strong sisters that raise their children and work 2 and 3 jobs. That's an image that most people do not see. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. There clearly are black women out here working 2 and 3 jobs, but they're not the representative. And even if they are, then they're so out of position in life, having to work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet with 2 or 3 baby daddies, or just one in some instances, that they're going to be angry. And that anger that they have, the Democrats for many, many years have harnessed that anger into election after election after election. But at this point, I think there just aren't enough sisters to push the Democrats past the goal line. I don't think there are enough of them. And I think that everyone else that has been forced to live around sisters or work with them in some cases, they don't want to vote like them. They don't want to live in their communities. All of these things he's saying about black women runs contrary to how people actually live. Where when they have to pay their money for rent, they don't want to live around with sisters. No Section 8 or any kind. I've had people on the stream here where I offered them half price rent to come live around the brothers and sisters. Other brothers. It was an African man. You remember him? He was on the stream. I said, hey man, I'll give you a discount, half price. To come live in the ghetto. No, can't do it. Let me check and see if he sent me my Cash App. I may have to call him right now because the rent's due. But anyway, so the point being that, you know, I've shown it in real life. I've shown it, you know, here in these articles. Yeah, he did send me the Cash App. I tell him thank you very much. That's true. The African guy. His first name is Ish. Ish. Let me see if I can share that with you. This is the guy again. And you know, I offered to let him go live in the ghetto for half price. And I want you to. Let's see. Let me block this out. I don't want you guys sending me a Cash App request. I don't want you to send him a Cash App request. Let me block this out. Let me see if I block this out. So this is the guy again. I offered him. He was paying me $86 a day. I offered him a room in the ghetto. He chose not to take it because he said he didn't want to live in the ghetto. He's an African guy. You're going to see it just for yourself. Ish. What's his name? And again, Brandon Scott is telling you that these black women built America. They're so great. Everyone wants to be like them. And then you see Ish here. He's just, he doesn't want to live around black women. And so there's some incongruity there that someone is seeing the world the way they want to see it, and the way the world is being lived. No one is choosing to live around black people. So let's take a look at how Ish in the real world, a guy that could have been paying $250. Well, I think I would have offered him $250 or something. Here's the discount, man. You can pay $250. But Ish says, now, you know what? I'd rather pay. And I hope you see that on the screen here. Ish says, you know what? I'd rather pay $475. Let's see if I can move that over a little bit. Because, again, people aren't willing to pay, even at a discount, to live around the sisters that the Democrats have been forced to try to push on all of the rest of us here. So here's a guy for 1 week, 11/10 to 11/16, I can't see it. That's what he'd rather pay as opposed to live around black people, right? Live around the sisters that Brandon Scott is telling you built this country, and he's going to work 3 times as hard for.
Save us from ourselves time and time again. They alone can be the people that show up and show up in such a way that folks who are voting against their own best interest, that they are saved as well. They can't do it anymore. And we have to be there to understand that reality and lift them up. I don't know everything that a second Trump presidency will bring to Baltimore. But if he follows through on some of his dark, violent promises, we know that we are.
There's probably no place darker and more violent in America than Baltimore. No place darker and more violent.
Looking at challenges in the years ahead.
And again, I'm saying, like, you live in Baltimore. Who the hell wants more of Baltimore's politics, crime, and violence here? And here's a tweet from Anthony Cumia, but it is a map, and I'm going to share that with you. This is kind of the distribution of the black population in America. Again, the voters for Kamala Harris. This is kind of where they are here, and you'll see that by and large, Trump won damn near every state that they're in. That's pretty fucking amazing, no? Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, other than Virginia, Trump won every state where the blacks are highest concentrated. Every state. Their vote doesn't matter anymore if you can successfully peel off the Hispanic and the white female and male vote. This map is very representative of that right there. Anyway, I think that pretty much concludes what I wanted to discuss today. I wanted to talk about how I think Trump has created a working class vote, and by and large, he has forced the Democrats to bear hug the black vote to win. They've become very, very dependent on the black vote, at least in the primaries. I think, though, that them moving the South Carolina primary to the first of the primaries will further weaken the black influence on the Democrat Party. But I think it's going to be interesting going forward in that we are seemingly having a third party here being created, a working class party outside or maybe operating inside of the Republican Party that will peel away some of the Democrat voters that are seemingly working class. I want to talk about the LGBT vote at some point. I'm thinking that the LGB aspect of the LGBT spectrum can also be peeled away as well and leave them with the T plus community, the queers, the trans, because I think that there are many L's and G's and B's that don't want to be associated with the T's. And that shall be interesting as more election results come out. I think we're going to see that Trump did very well with the LGs and Bs as well. Okay, I'll look through the chat here. Any questions? Matter of fact, I'll put the link in the chat. We have a little time here. Anyone want to ask any questions? Feel free to do that. Here's a link. I'll look through the chat, and then I'm gonna get out of here at some point. Take another rest or something here. See what the hell's wrong with my shoulder. I'm seeing relatives that are having such a hard time processing it that they want to do a recount, claiming it was a fraudulent election. Hey, they should try to go to the Capitol and maybe stop the certification of the results and see what happens to them. That would be interesting if the Democrats did that, some of the Democrat protesters. Momo, it has been interesting to me, at least, that the Democrats have been eerily quiet. No protests, no violence. There almost has to be something up there. I wouldn't trust the Democrats at all. Let me move this from the stream. Guys, again, feel free to support the channel here. We now accept Streamlabs, and I think it'll even read over the screen. And we also accept Cash Apps. You see the Cash Apps on the banner for all of our wonderful hosts, Portia J, first and foremost, and of course, HB, me, John Galt, and the lovable and hateable Stanley Cross, all at the same time. Lovable and hateable Stanley Cross there. Let's see what else we have here. I'm getting blocked. I'm glad I blocked him. Oh, you're talking about leading the White John Galt. White John Galt, I don't know what's up with you guys. Connecticut Nichols definitely don't understand. Who's from Connecticut? White John Galt? Is you or Lee from Connecticut? I think Lee is from New York. Are you from Connecticut? The White John Galt? I used to work in Connecticut, by the way. And that's what I believe, Mavitt, that all our life we've had the L's, we've had the G's, and we've also had the B's. Most men don't have a problem with B's, L's, or G's. But I think it is the T's and everything that almost no one can really identify with. The people that want to change their gender, the people that want to have fluid genders, the people that want the men to go into women bathrooms. I think those people are not going to be able to, they're going to run other people, the more sane people, out of the Democrat Party, unless the Democrats refuse to accept them. You'll see there's an article, and I'm going to bring it up at some point. We're going to be doing more after action reports, where there are a lot of groups within the Democrat Party that are angry about the constant appealing to the T's. And there was also some disagreement about appealing to the blacks in terms of all the money spent for Beyonce and Usher, as opposed to more grassroots things like what Trump did, the Theo Vaughn and the Aiden Ross and the Joe Rogan type interviews. You know, J. Dub said the T's are aggressive. Yeah, they are very aggressive because they need the government. What's up, Craig? What's up, Craig?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much, not much. Someone said the T's
Man, you
available.
figured out this Streamlabs thing yet? Man, this is getting...
This time I'm doing it from the desktop. From the desktop is a lot easier.
Yeah, huh?
From the website is a lot easier. From the desktop, you got to really, there are a lot more bills. So
Oh man, I don't know.
Hey, Craig, how you put your avatar in there, Craig?
Oh, I gotta do it manually, bro. So there seems to be some people with the avatar issue as a guest.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. When I did it on my desktop as a guest, it's fine. But maybe it's because if you do it on mobile, yeah, maybe that's the problem. Fuck.
Yeah, maybe because I'm on my iTablet, so maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
I think man, I was doing.
We've been here all morning trying to get this together.
Yeah, it's
good. John doing a good job though.
It's really, it's just more testing. Kind of like when you switch it from one system to the other. Particularly when
the other problem too is the sharing. John, remember the sharing? You had the option to put slides, music. We don't have those options even as a host. So I yeah. So that's you figured that out.
Are you
remember
logged
that?
Are you logged in?
Yeah, I'm logged in as a host right now. Yeah. You ever got around to that?
So what's on your desktop?
So when you click share, right, you have all the options, and you showed Stanley and me. That stuff, yeah, we don't have that.
What you mean?
Yeah.
When
we first did it, it was Stanley, me, you, a whole bunch of people. Remember the first time we did it, like 1 week ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we were like, "Hey, how come you got music, slides, this, that?" Yeah, we don't have that.
Right, exactly.
Music did I have?
Like you can play background music and all that. You can do share the background, share this, share that.
What can you do right now? What can you do right now?
Only video and screen.
Yeah.
Kind of like
and we can see the chat. We can see the chat like YouTube, but you can't respond or anything. Nothing.
Oh yeah, that's another issue too, man. Shit, it's not integrated with YouTube well. That's
right, exactly.
That's just how it's gonna be. If we switch, it's gonna be like that. Yeah.
I was thinking about doing like a hybrid situation, man. To be honest with you,
I was thinking that too. What do you think? You think you restream one with the Stream Yards and then have the other with the Stream Labs, so you can get the super chat with it combined somehow? Shit.
I was thinking like, like for instance, you don't bring people up on the panel much, do you, chat? Crack?
No, not for now. No, maybe later. Yeah. Man, your shoulder, bro. You got the icy hot pack.
I told him, look, man. I told him to get some ibuprofen this early, man. You need a couple of crackers and throw some, ibuprofen. I know where it is, right up under his armpit, and that's where it is. And it got arthritis set up in there. So, yeah, I already know where you at, John.
You think that's the best way to do it? Okay.
Yeah, you have to. You got to keep that arm elevated. Yeah, you got to and keep it. You got to keep it elevated. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. See, it's that muscle in there. It collapsed on you with that nerve in there. So you're gonna have to. And he slept the wrong way. Remember, he said the other day he slept the wrong way. Yeah, and now he went to go work out, and now it is. Look at him. Yeah.
Hey,
like pinching.
Yeah.
It's that pinched nerve up under that arm. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was saying, Craig, like with the like with your stream, for instance, you could do yours here easily, right? Because you're not bringing anyone up.
Yeah. Theoretically,
yeah. Just a possibility if you're not sharing screens or anything like that. Because I think if people are saying it in the chat, I think you'll get used to Streamlabs. I think you'll like it. Stanley. There are a lot more features that
it's just a permissions thing. Yeah, it's like what the co-host can do versus the owner. What the worst thing would be like we just have to access it through your actual account. I mean, I guess if we can't figure any of that stuff out, we could bug them, right? We could bug them. You could always email them, be like, "Hey, what's up with this? Can we add this feature if you don't have it?" Yeah.
How do you log in?
right now it's permanently logged in. Once you gave us that link, I think me and Stanley just go to talkstudio.streamlabs.com with our username or whatever we linked it with, and it's there. Yeah, it's all there.
So can you add someone right now?
Like I can add, but I can't start a new stream though. That's the only issue, right? Like StreamYards is so easy where you could just click and make a new stream.
What does it say when you try to start a new stream?
I haven't tried, but I don't think I can under your team.
Do you see the button where it says end the stream? It's right there at the
bottom. No, I don't think so. I think that's the same thing with the permissions. Yeah. We got to figure that out.
Let me look right now.
Yeah, I can add a guest. I can't kill the stream. I can't make a stream. That's what I figured out. Yeah.
Feel like I'm back at work here, Craig. I'm looking in the account settings. I don't see. Where the hell is it? API settings, StreamYard Talk Studio.
Yeah, I can do that.
Tipping settings.
John, you can't put a motherfucker out today. You ain't even in.
Yeah, I got one good on.
Put a motherfucker out today on Sunday.
Yeah, one good on.
Said niggas selling dope on Sunday too. It's raining.
John's got to do stretches, the calisthenics, you know.
I told him, man, you got to get the arm. I know what it is, man. He's sleeping on that arm. That's the side he sleep on, and it's going through. I had it. My wife had one going through the whole thing. We went through. You got to get a massage, John. You got to relax. You've been so much shit. Yeah, you got a lot going on, man. So, your body tensing up and you of age. And that stream that you had on last night and you was talking about the men's health, I had to get off there because there was so much truth, man. So we got to check on our body.
I was on there. Who's on there?
Yeah.
I think it was a Snake. Yeah, Snake. Snake, it was before. And he was talking about us getting into the hospitals and no, it wasn't you, because what's dude's name that ain't been up here in a while?
Ryan.
Right, he was sick.
Yeah, Ryan, yeah. And what I'm saying, this shout out, I told him, I want to send a shout out to him and his family and give him prayers, man, because he really gonna need it, man, just to stay healthy. And I'm telling you, last night was really, really good.
What's wrong?
All the men.
What's wrong?
He got a blood disease, and it's small. He can take care of it. Long as you stay, we got to have a different diet. And that Mediterranean diet, he's saying. Now I have went. Me and my son got into a car accident. We was going to church, and we got in a car accident. So when I went to the doctor, it was an African brother. It was the first time at Mercy Hospital that it was an African. I don't care if whatever the doctor is, you can get me together, just get it together. But it was an African brother. He told me that I need to get on because my blood pressure. And I told him I'm fine. I'm healthy. He's like, I'm 51 years old. I'm healthy. I can run 14 miles, a day. I lift weights. I do a lot. My son is 14. I'm active. We in the gym. And he told me I need to get on a Mediterranean diet. And so when I took from that, it means that we need to get away from the American products and get to something that's totally different for our bodies, because we're clogging in so much things in our body and it's clogging us up. And they talk, this is just black people. No, that's motherfucker, that's everybody.
Hey,
we all eat the same shit.
It's Ryan Vax.
We all eat the same shit.
It's Ryan Vax.
So,
and Latinos for Trump was coming here, like he said, like his relatives eat the same type of food here versus over there. And for some reason, the quality of food here, it's all processed. It's just worse.
It's horrible.
Right. Somehow they get like 50 pounds added on. What the hell is that coming from? Right?
Exactly. Everybody in this motherfucker fat. Most of the men is slim and shit and all that. Where's that come? Why is they fat and the man that they with is slim? So it's something that we have to change. I don't know if anybody know in the back I was talking to John because he was going through pain and all that, and we was back then, and I so happened to have been back there with him, and I just really have concern. Lindy Lou, she even said the same thing to the hospital, but I told him he just have to take care of himself. And that was one of the things on the stream that when we talk about going to the doctor, do we want to go to the doctor? Because I'm thinking now, listen, I have not been to the doctor. I'm 51, I have not been, and I'm scared to go. I'm scared to go because I think he's gonna fuck me up. I really do. And should I have that? Should I have somebody because somebody told me I need to speak to someone. So maybe if a person has been in that situation, because I am totally fine. And they say my blood pressure up. When I went to the dentist, they said my blood pressure was down. So who is doing what? The guy want to give me some pills. I don't take no damn pills.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, bro. Like, the motherfuckers almost killed my mother, man. Like, and I think that honestly, if she didn't have health care, they wouldn't even care about her, which would have saved her life because they wouldn't have given her a surgery. But the fact that she had a health care credit card in her pocket, they wanted to turn it. And if you're looking for something, you'll find it, right? Crack, can you join? I see you dropped off. Are you able to put yourself on screen? There you go.
Yeah. Your screen froze for a while, John. So I had to go back.
Okay.
So I don't know. There's something up with the Streamlabs. Someone said that before. First time we were streaming, someone was said like, "Hey, I can't see you or hear you," and I was like, "Oh man, drop on." Like StreamYards has that issue too, but not as much as.
Man, I'm gonna tell you. Here's the thing. If we ever get it working right, you're gonna like it, Craig. Because earlier today, I was on the stream. You could see me. In the background, you could hear Lindy Lou and Crown and Tom on the stream, on the YouTube stream. You couldn't see them, right? But you can hear them, right? And that will prevent you from having porn bombers, as an example. Have two different interfaces. You can have the interface to the StreamYard, and then you can have an interface for YouTube, and then you could transition. You can say, okay, bring this guy up now. And from the desktop, it's like your back, what they call it, the backstage, right?
Yeah.
And then you could transition them up to YouTube. Yeah, that shit's slick, man. I was on some guy's stream, Wabbit or something, and he does that shit where he'll be, he's using StreamYard OBS or something.
Yeah, because it has a lot of OBS type stuff built in, you can be real slick when you get real good at it.
Yeah.
But this is what I was afraid of. It's not really, it wasn't really made for panels. That's why you see kind of the weaknesses. It's like StreamYard the focus was panels. Streamlabs came from the IRL, Twitch, gaming. You know what I mean? That's different world. So when their developers were making it, that was their focus. See,
now the desktop, the web version is made for panels. Like we're on the web version now. This is very strictly panel based. And I think that's the way we should probably do it. If you're gonna have panels, you can do it here. It's easier. If you're not worried about bringing anyone up, you just want to talk and show your screen. It's pretty easy to do it on the desktop. It'll give us a little bit more flexibility, I think.
Yeah, I gotta try desktop. I
think you'll like the desktop. Yeah. I think I
will. I haven't gotten to the point to where because I got a studio and I am supposed to have been up there a long time ago, and I have a lot going on, so I probably.
Oh, you got your own you got your own thing like podcasting, like set up, ready to go in your room, something like that.
It's been like that, man. It's been like that. Jay Riller and them been asking me to do my own thing, and so I just haven't, crack. I cut hair, and then I got my own, I got my own business, and also my wife, she got the catering thing going on. Then I got my 14-year-old son, he's getting tall, dude, and like I told John,
time commitment. It's a big time commitment too.
Yeah, man, it really, really is, and I'm trying to get him on the track. because we're in the situation now where he's on basketball, he's cutting hair too. He's 14, so he's really getting good. So he was like, "Dad, let me post a video and let's get the studio." And you know, and it's just not my time, you know. And I wish it was somebody else here, you know, that can you know, hey, you know, put him in those time frames. But with me doing my thing, you know, his mom doing her thing,
Hey,
and it's almost like
you got a shop. You got a shop.
Yeah, we got the shop. Yeah, we got a shop. Yeah, we got a shop inside the club. Remember, I went live one day. We was there. I was remember I told you Adrian Bronner's drunk ass was there.
Man, that's where you need to put cameras right there. Like, you know,
but you know, I'm going in there today because you know it's Sunday. Normally I'll be in there when it's Bengals Sunday because there'll be so many people in there, and I'll be having like 12 cuts, you know, and that's damn near like and we started at $60 a pop and all the way to like $125, you know, haircuts, you know. That's what you want to get all the blends and the good shaves and stuff like that. But we really don't have the whole entire setup because I killed the barbershop to go over to there. So it's really a lot of shit going on, you know. They want to have strippers running around shaking their ass and all that while you cutting hair, you know, and it's too much going on. And I promise you, listen, that's why I said I wanted to do the Halloween thing, man, because I could have did the Halloween thing and I would have gave y'all a show I promise you would have never even thought about, man. It was Magic City all the way. And we got the place that we have, listen, the place that we have, it was the damn, what's the name of the place where everybody used to eat? A Golden Corral, and that's the place. And that turned into a restaurant club. So you know, my cousin's in there, his family, man, is just crazy as hell. So now I'm grilling sometimes, and I'm cutting hair. You know, so I got my son in there, so he got him a couple of customers. So you know, today he probably make. I'm gonna say for my 14-year-old son today, he got. I'm gonna say I seen on the screen he has 4 haircuts. So today haircuts he will make just for him. He's going to make $720.
Oh, that's good money, man.
Yeah, man.
So,
haircutting is great.
Yeah, I'm kind of, you know, this shit is crazy, man, because he started at 10. That's when he was doing the Tai Chi and Kung Fu stuff. I never try to post that because he was a kid or whatever, but I wanted to, you know, do those things. John had really gave me the encouragement that, you know, I can profile him, you know, for him growing up, for being in a situation of a black man and a black woman in the home, and we raising a cat. And you know, a lot of people ask us about who we vote for, Kamala, and all these people. And I think we steadfast on about being family. And I say sometimes we don't even have to vote. We just let the idiots do it for us, and we keep on living the right way. Because no president, no vice president, nothing has ever hurt nothing I have going on. And if people really think the shit hurts them, they's the goddamn fool. And that's the real truth. And they're lying. And I can show it and show proof. I'm not a person that has a whole lot of money, but we comfortable as hell. You know, and I really think if we start thinking about what our families got going on, stop worrying about everybody else bullshit and gossip, I promise to God we'll be all right.
Yeah, that's what matters.
You're right.
Yeah, because every time Crack come up here and laugh, that motherfucker, I know he doing good as hell because he got the best laugh on YouTube.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Everything starts with yourself, man. Your individual, then your family. Right. Like starts from the ground up. Right. People want the top down. People want something else, like, oh, Jesus is coming to save me, or like, dude, you have to save yourself first. They ain't gonna save you when you don't even care about yourself.
Right. God help those who help themselves. And they always ask the president what they gonna give to the black community. but a nigga gonna give another nigga nothing in the black community. So what the hell's going on? What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
So we got to do it like the John Golf way. Make that nigga pay.
Hey,
The nigga need to sleep tonight. Let that nigga get that dope over here on the John Golf show. That nigga needs some play to sleep. We gonna charge that nigga extra. To make that nigga understand where he need to be at. Shape it up, shape it out, niggas.
Hey, did y'all hear some music in the background just a few seconds ago?
Was there? I didn't hear. No.
No.
Must be hearing. Maybe it's, I don't know. Man, I got so many screens. Maybe some shit played in the background. I don't know. Someone had a question for you, Crown Reese.
What did they say? What did they say? Wait, your son is charging $275 per cut. No, that's how much he's gonna make in the hours that he's gonna cut the hair. So different cuts are different prices.
Yeah, that's good business.
I can show it to you. Know.
Well, you got the menu.
Oh yeah, we got the menu, man, for real. So yeah, I wish it was $275 per cut. It'd be really good. But most of my cuts, he based it off. Most of my cuts are at $80 to $120. So my son is at $40 to $75 per cut. So
that's a lot.
And it goes up from there. And it only depends on the highlights of most of the things that you get done. So, growing up in the barbershop, remember you used to get a regular haircut and then you can get a shape up. All that one with the haircut. Now it's the haircut and the shape up. Now they want to add designs and they want to put a part in there. Maybe you can get a part. All of that it goes in. Just like a female dude. They want 1,500 braids. That's $1,500. If you want this a part right here, everything is a charge. If you want the glue put on there and all of that. So everything is different. Most of my son's cuts that he's doing, they're coming from most of my customers. And most of them people are people from the church. And he really does a good job. And I am really, really proud of a 14-year-old kid that's doing really good. My nephew, his cousin, he's 14. That's my brother's son. They grew up together. He's probably the third-ranked high school basketball player on YouTube. I ain't even pulled it in this guy to be very, very successful in our community and not be a whiner. And, I got him in a secluded area to not listen to the bullshit because it takes you away from what you really are.
Yeah, I can see that.
People don't know that. Yeah, people don't know that, man. It's crazy. It's like dope. When you go to AA meetings, you got to get off the dope and get some help and go to meet new people and let's get the YouTube channel talking about that shit. What's going on? Who can wake up and show their covers on their bed right now, live TV? They can't do that. Who can wake up right now and show the back of the toilet, see if ain't no hair, no shit, no piss back there? Can't nobody do that. So we got to talk about people that got a whole lot of money that keep making money off of niggas that ain't got no money. It's like the lottery. It's always the people who poor going there scratching off the tickets and shit, scratching them off thousands of tickets. Lottery did lottery. You ain't gonna win shit. Mm-hmm. You ain't gonna win shit. You ain't. You ain't. I promise you, God, you ain't gonna win shit. My mama used to have dream books. All this, I say, man, you got my daddy out the house and you here playing lottery? This bullshit. And that let me know the whole dysfunction from there. That's because somebody asked me, when did you know the dysfunction was young? My mom playing them damn lottery tickets.
What's a dream?
A dream book, John, is where I say it's demonic because it's all the numbers connect. Everything's supposed to be like in line with the numbers and all the Masonic this and the
That's what it
and
is.
back and forth and all and then I used to see her play tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe is diagonally crossed up and down. She used to take it, make it like a 7, make it like a 6. I'm like, no, you don't pick numbers like that. It was just, I mean, me and my brothers grew up and used to be laughing and used to have so many lottery tickets around, going horse base, horse bet, the horse betting, and all that. Cause I'm down here in Ohio, we used to be in Kentucky, all the horse betting, that's really big down here. And just, it don't, man. And just go back to what they say, God help those who help themselves. So if you on the line trying to get by, trying to slide, with the dope, I did all of that shit. You can't, this shit don't happen. You got to be in line with the common sense. You ain't in line with common sense, you're stupid.
And we got CKJ.
I don't even mean to call people that. I don't mean to call people that because there ain't no such thing as stupid. It's what you do anyway.
And we got CKJ3 up here. What's up, man?
What's going on, John?
No, I bet you headed to work somewhere, huh?
No, I'm at the gym, man.
Okay. I know you usually out and about somewhere. Yeah, I knew
get help.
Yeah, shit. That's what got me down that right now.
Yeah. You got to take your time, John, and you got to make it. Yeah. Sometimes it's when no ailments come, we don't even know it'd be our diet.
Yeah, I used to work out with like a 35-pound kettlebell, but I don't know what the hell I did with it around here. So I've been working out with like a 50-pound dumbbell. Shit, that's 15 pounds.
Look at it. You think your nuts are big. See how you think your nuts so big? And it's like, fuck it, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and do that. But we got to minimize a lot of stuff that we do when we do it every day.
Yeah, I think I probably use improper form considering, it's a little bit heavier weight than I normally work out with. And I think it got me hurt right now.
But remember, you said the other day before you worked out on live, you said that you slept the wrong way. You think you might got a pinched nerve. Remember you said that?
Yeah, but I think this is a little bit more than that. It may be aggravated.
Yeah, I think you aggravated. It came all back to one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something that happened the day before happened the day after.
That's it. Yeah, you're probably right, man. I probably didn't think much between 15 pound and 30 pound. That 15-pound difference made a difference, bro.
Yeah, your body can't do nothing. Mine ain't doing it the same age as we at. What is gonna do different?
For real, bro.
Same shit. I already know. You know it.
Crack, do you lift weights?
Yeah, some dumbbells here and there, but not much.
Yeah.
I'm getting older,
I got the whole workout machine in my. I got a workout machine. I got a bench. I got the machine that is called this motherfucker. You sit on it and put you upside down. It's called an Iron Man memory foam.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's brand new, but it's right here, and because I got 2 bikes that's in here, and this is right here in my garage. You know what? I sat on that motherfucker when it took me upside down. I thought somebody was trying to shoot me. Yeah, I felt fucked up. I felt fucked up. Just being upside down was weird. So I ain't even fuck with it, but I let my neighbor, he got on there. I'm 6'3.5", so he like 5'6", some shit like that. And he got on there and his little ass, and he rolled with it, but it lets you get your weight because you can look and it got 5 foot, 5'3", all it keeps going to your weight or your height. And it really, they said it relieves stress. So I think I have to really get on it and try to see, but this going upside down shit is crazy. And I'm talking about it's perfect. This motherfucker's like $340 something, so it's right. And then it gives you the digital aspect of how your body elevates and put you on a realm of where you need to be at, and it's pretty good. Now I can't get the bitch to go back to where it needs to go to.
Hey, did you see this stream I did earlier this morning about the restaurateur here that was killed in well, he wasn't killed, I'm sorry. He was shot here in DC.
Who?
There was a guy that was a former NFL player, and he had left the NFL, and he went to open up a few restaurants here in DC. And it's been all on the news here. He was ambushed and shot.
Who is it, John? What NFL player?
He's a former player. He's actually an African guy named Torazon or Dorazon or some shit like that. I forget his name. Yeah. But damn, who they making the noise? Crown Reese, what you doing? But anyway, so the guy he was coming home from dinner with his girlfriend, and they ambushed him, and like without even asking him for his shit, they just got to shooting, and just shot the guy up and his girlfriend like 6 times. And I remember years ago when the guy first started becoming popular and running restaurants, opening up restaurants and being a restaurateur. He was an African guy, and he was talking about how much it meant to his family and stuff like that. And to be fair, I thought at the time, like, man, this guy's gonna get himself killed because he's too out in the open and too public. He's too much sizzle, versus substance, right? Just you can't be that flamboyant while you dealing with hood people, working in the hood, dealing with hood people. You all on TV and shit. These people are gonna think you filthy rich, and they may end up robbing you. Maybe some of your coworkers, your employees, will actually rob him. So they eventually got him, and unfortunately, I knew it was gonna happen soon. And I saw him maybe 2018 in the news when they were, highlighting him. I guess he was on Celebrity Chef or something like that. But man, they shot this guy pretty good, man, and his girlfriend. I'll see if I can share this screen with you for you guys that didn't see it. DC chef shot Dorazon. Let's see if I have it. Yeah. This is I think this is the headline. I'll share it with you. Yeah, this is a good one here to share with you. This is it's kind of a sad story, but a story that again, an African guy maybe not knowing the environment that he's operating in. He's running big restaurants in let's say black neighborhood, and not a poor neighborhood, but not a rich one either. And then you're dealing with people who you're hiring young black guys from the neighborhood with a goal of improving their lives, and you're kind of stretching in some ways to hire these people. They may not be the best qualified, but he's hiring them on the basis of race or something like that. And so I'll share this screen with you. Let's share this tab instead. See if I can maximize this. Where is it? Is it show on stream? Damn. Not that one. Not that one. Shit, let me share the screen again. So you can see I'm playing a lot of this stuff here. Here it is. Here's the video here. I don't know why the hell all these stop sharing. Oh, okay. All right. Let me get rid of some of these. Stop. All right. Let's go.
Of celebrity chef and restaurateur Tobias Dorazon and a woman who was with him. The two were injured in a barrage of automatic gunfire during what Hyattsville police describe as a robbery. News 4.
What the hell is going on?
Jackie Benson tells us investigators now have what may be some important new evidence.
What the hell is going on?
We want to warn you, this story contains the sound of gunfire.
News 4 has learned that police have now located a vehicle being investigated for association with the brutal crime that injured Tobias Dorzan and a woman who was with him. Security camera video from a nearby home captured the sound of gunfire erupting just as the two victims got out of a black rideshare vehicle, a Cadillac Escalade. It is not clear why the four gunmen began shooting almost immediately. They took Dorzan's wallet after he fell to the ground. Other video shows a white SUV with a sunroof speeding from the shooting scene.
Was the gunfire preemptive before they even asked for any kind of...
In the off-season, the high-profile chef has made numerous appearances on the Food Network and other TV shows. His shooting has made national news. In Hyattsville, Jackie Benson, News 4. Roof speeding from the shooting scene.
Preemptive before they even asked for any kind of money or wallets or anything like that? Or?
Yes, it was.
They just shot him?
Absolutely.
It's a little king crabby fried rice. Start us off with some soy.
Tobias Dorzan, owner of
Is that a gorilla on the logo?
Yes, sir. A straight gorilla.
Is it?
Oh, nigga, come and get my food.
I saw that. Shit. Damn, I know that boy didn't put a damn gorilla as his logo, but you know, I guess he did. Whatever. But
he let you know a monkey is on. He let you know a
gunfire erupting. Yeah, that is true. No,
he let you know a monkey is on the block.
No mention for the people shooting. That is correct. Just gunfire. What did he do? Someone wants to know. I think that's the wrong question to answer. What did they do to him? Is a better question. You know. Anyways, a young man. Yeah, I think if you want to know what did he do, I would say this. In another article, they talked about how he liked to hire from the neighborhood, and you'd hire, you know, guys from the hood, black and brown. And I would bet you that at the end of the day, when they ever find those people, it's going to have to do with the people that he hired, the black and browns that he hired. Let me see if I can find it for you. Oh, shit. Yeah, so I would imagine that is why he was killed, black and brown. Let's see. I think I found an article where they mentioned him. Hell yeah, he was all in the news for all the wrong reasons, in my opinion. Here's a picture of him here. You notice it's like they're gonna try you, and I think that's what happened to him. Is that he was too flashy to be running restaurants in a ghetto neighborhood. That's my opinion. What do you guys think about that? Someone said string yards is acting up. Who said that? Oh, the white John Galt. I don't know, man. When you say acting up, what is he doing? Because we're trying to figure out what's the issues there. So I'm wondering, you know, how can we resolve it if there's anything that can be resolved here. What do you think about that? Crack is going. CKJ3, Crown Reese. What do you think about this young guy getting himself killed like that, shot like that?
I think he was involved with something. Maybe he was involved with somebody's female or something.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, that could be possible. Let's see what this article says.
Making drug money, you know, coming from that culinary.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So he went to
Jackson with that culinary background. You know, a lot of people.
He went to Jackson State.
I got my culinary degree. I went to Florida. I was in Florida for mine.
He built up his clientele list of James Harden, Lil Baby, and Chris Brown, all these people. He was a personal chef, became chef of Harden's restaurant in Houston. And from there, he came back home. I want to see if I can find where he talked about. Here's another thing. He says, my goal is not to have money like a rapper or athlete. I just want to change the narrative of what chef's supposed to look like. I never understood that motivation, to be honest with you. Like, you should be so focused on the food. Like, you shouldn't be worried about whatever the narratives are. I mean, your head should be so down in the food. Restaurant business is so hard. You really can't have any other, goals beyond making that restaurant successful. And I just think, like, he was more interested in the fame. Like, look at this picture. He hadn't even made it yet. He's in all these magazines. And I think that kind of flashed. The people that worked for him saw him. And we're going to come back to this because they're going to catch the people. And I guarantee they were people that knew or worked for him. Let's see. I'm going to see if we can find one. Let's see. Crown Reese just joined. Hey, Craig, are you able to add Crown Reese? Out of curiosity, I'm just wondering if you can do it.
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. I'm just curious if you can. Okay, you can. Okay. So you have the capability to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so this guy, I'm looking to see. Oh, so here it is. He's West African. We have a thing where we eat with our hands. Fufu. I think he's talking about fufu here. Blah, blah, blah. Fufu is the thing I love to eat and make when I was a child. He's just too flashy for me, bro. Too flashy, bro. Just a little too flashy. And he's not even black. And you're getting involved with these hood people, man. Like,
trying to stunt me. It ended wrong.
No, I think what it was some of his coworkers. I'm going to see if I can find it. Let me see. Because they mentioned that he hired people.
That is weird. Jealousy. Yeah, it'd be jealousy. He's doing too much. He's trying to get none.
See, a famous chef. Man, this guy hadn't even made it. How the hell is he so famous? I'm looking to see. I can't find it. Yep, here it is. Here it is here. Let me close this down. I knew it. I guarantee you this is the issue here. Can you see my screen? You can see it here where it says, he's been so great about hiring black and brown residents in his restaurant, helping students. A lot of the younger part-time hires are actually Northwestern high school students. Now, if we go back to that video of the people that shot him, how did they look? Did they look young? Did they look like college students? What's up, Chris Reed? Those are the ones that shot this guy. I guarantee you they were people that worked with him. Some of the high school students that he felt like he was helping by hiring them and ended up killing him. And what a shame. Football player here. And this was the city council member that spoke on this. Wow. Only had 2 restaurants there. Wow. Anyway, man, I gotta get some crack. You can carry on if you like, man, but I gotta get out of this chair, man. I'm in a lot of pain over here.
Well, I can't end the stream though, so you got to come back at one point.
All right, yeah, I'll come back in one. But maybe Portia and all. I don't know if she can end the stream either. Yeah, I'll come back though.
All right. See ya.
All right, yeah.
Oh shoot, man, what can I do on here? Jesus. See if we can play this. Let's see if this works. Oh, cool. It works. Okay.
Well, new regulations on California emissions could actually lead to higher gas prices here in Nevada.
The state's Air Resources Board voting to move forward with the controversial plan tonight. It's meant to reduce planet warming emission, but drivers here at home don't think it should cost them.
8 News Now anchor Sasha Loftus joins us tonight with more.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
A move made a state
voting to move forward with the controversial plan tonight. It's meant to reduce planet warming emission, but drivers here at home don't think it should cost them.
8 News Now anchor Sasha Loftus joins us tonight with more.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
A move made a state over that could mean higher prices here at home.
As a driver, it would keep my gas tank from being full.
On Friday, the California Air Resources Board voted to pass stricter state regulations to reduce fuel emissions while also funding electric car charging stations.
Working families in our inland region, many of whom lack access to reliable alternatives to driving, are deserving of more state resources to facilitate their transportation needs.
The plan called a win for the state's climate goals, but could cause a hiccup here in Las Vegas.
And I hate that us being like the neighboring states, like everything they do always affects us because we get a lot of stuff from them.
Since 90% of Nevada's gas supply comes from California, higher refinery costs could push our prices up by 47 to 65 cents per gallon starting in 2025.
Staff's proposal that's in front of the board today changes that dynamic.
Drivers in southern Nevada say they can't knock the reasons behind the change, but don't know if they can handle another hike.
Reducing carbon emissions is a good thing. It's like, but could you find another way to do that financially without putting the cost on the driver?
A cost that trickles down to all aspects of life that rely on transportation.
I really hope they don't go up no more. I really don't.
Now that vote passed 12-2. It's also set to phase out incentives for capturing methane emissions from California dairy.
All right. Okie dokie. Okay, just testing that out. Yeah, it's kind of funky. All right. That didn't play out very well on my end. So how much is gas in California? Let's see. So I think right now average is around 420 to 460, but it's gonna go up after that vote. It's gonna go back up to 5 again. So yeah, we're never gonna see below $4 a gallon again. Drive a Tesla? No, I don't drive a Tesla. All these rumors that I drive a Tesla. No, I don't drive a Tesla. I'll just drive them. I'll just drive every beater car I got until it dies. Then we'll see what happens. I mean, if you drive a good Japanese car, it should be fine, man. So, okay, got the share video, share screen. Okay, that works. At least we got those features. Okay.
Got that up. Craig, how do people afford the gas out there at $4 a gallon?
Hey, you just have to suck it up. You can't do anything.
But not all those people are making a lot of money to suck it up. How the hell do you pay for that?
Man, that's the problem. Like workers and stuff, and probably
because I'm sure utilities are probably expensive as well, right? For your home.
Yeah, they're gone up. They're already accusing them of gouging.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're making $75,000 a year out there, paying $4 for gas, right? And you guys have been paying that for a very long time. Much more expensive utilities in your home. You know, the taxes are high. Like, how the hell do people make it out there? Is the sunshine that worth that money? You think so?
This is what it is. Like when before COVID happened and all the inflation started, it was already pretty pricey, right? So what people did was you get a tech job, you come here, you try to make it big, go to a startup, try to that's the lottery ticket. That's the middle class lottery ticket, basically. It's just like
really?
They're jumping around to different startups, just trying to land one that will get an IPO, so that they can get the next Google, the next buyout. They cash out, they make it, or they just hook up with someone who's in the know. They do some crypto, they do this and that. There was a crypto house in San Francisco. It was just a bunch of people coming in there, just starting projects, trying to make that was all it was in Silicon Valley and San Francisco at that time before COVID. Yeah, so people are willing to eat the cost as long as there was a chance they could make it big. That's the dream. It's kind of like what LA was back in the day with Hollywood, right? Nowadays it's not that glamorous, but Silicon Valley is kind of like the new Hollywood. California always has that mystique, I think.
But what about all the people that live like the Inland Empire? You know what it is?
Yeah. It's cheaper living out there, but the gas, they'll still have to pay high gas. You're not gonna get like as low as maybe they could get 380. Maybe if there's some strange gas stations out there that they can get that, but I doubt it now. I doubt it because California requires the special blend. That's why I was telling Master Kim. Master Kim was saying like, oh, they're changing the rules to keep storage of gasoline at this, and he was like, well, and he asked like, do they have to get it from Nevada? Well, look at this video. That's why I told him, I'm like, this is a special blend. Actually, we affect Nevada. Nevada can't help us, but we can make Nevada's like situation worse.
Yeah, I remember there was like a hurricane or something, and they wanted to get gas from like the Gulf, and they were like, they can't accept it without it.
They can't accept it. Yeah,
they had to write exempt.
By law.
Yeah, they had to exempt it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Shit.
Yeah,
I don't know. Everything's weird, man.
Man, that has to really be crushing the middle class, man. If you're paying $4 a gallon, high ass taxes.
I don't believe there will be a middle class in California much longer. At least the middle class that I know.
Is there? You mean like the someone making
middle class now is like 150 minimum, 150,000.
Are you living good off 150 in San Francisco?
150 is what like living good. Like my parents were at like 80,000 or 90,000. That's how it is now, man. 20 years later.
Live pretty good in San Francisco off 150.
San Francisco, depending on if you know what your mortgage situation is. The problem is the tax will kill you, property tax, I think. So for me, it's like my parents have a house in San Francisco. I have like a house that like it's already been long grandfathered in, right? All these things in the Bay Area. But if I had to buy a new house in LA, the Bay Area, anything in the metro areas like that, no way. You would have to live in Sacramento. Damn. Like talk to Sam I Am or something, But Sacramento probably now is pricey. I'll bet Sacramento and all that. Oakland's probably the best thing right now because it's such a shithole. That I would probably be like, well, maybe even though it's an expensive one, it probably has potential.
Yeah, that shit ain't cheap, right? Oakland isn't cheap.
It ain't cheap. It ain't cheap, but it has the good weather. It's near SF, and if you believe that, companies, because a lot of company headquarters moved to Oakland from San Francisco because of the rent, but then Oakland had all the crime, so they had to get private security to walk them around. Even the hospitals had to get private security to walk people from the cars, from the parking lot, or from wherever they are to the actual hospital.
Is it really that bad at Oakland crack? You ever been to Oakland?
I don't know. It seems like it is. Yeah, I haven't driven through like there, like most of the time. Before COVID, yeah, I used to drive, but nowadays, I don't want to drive around too much. It's just like
I've been to like Jack London Square. That was years ago, though. I didn't.
Jack London Square is beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, Oakland wasn't bad then, but I don't know.
It can be a great like location, but it's just like what the F? It's the city government is messed up, and oh man, and the way that the streets are designed, the freeway, right? They put the freeways all over it. It's kind of like it's designed in a way where like you kind of invite like homelessness and issues, and oh man, there's tons of homeless there. So outside of the crimes, it's just the homeless is like crazy because if you got so many freeways, you can go underneath them to put up your tent during the rain. So there's always, and it's easy to hide out and do shit. Actually, like in LA, the Highway 10 burnt down, like a section of it. Something exploded underneath there. I don't know if it was a homeless or what. Yeah. Yeah, it just exploded, caused a huge fire because someone stored a bunch of pallets there. So
something like that happened in Atlanta a while back. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember there was lots of similar stories, right? Bridges or overpasses underneath things that were burning. Like, I don't know.
I think a crackhead like burned down some part of 75 or 85 in Atlanta. They blamed it on a crackhead, I should say. Wait, where is Alameda County, crack?
Yeah, Alameda that's where Oakland is. Alameda is actually the island, so that was a naval base. Actually, a lot of the poor areas, they used to be near the naval bases. That's why Hunters Point in San Francisco. So any of the black neighborhoods, historical black neighborhoods, they used to be right there during World War II, right? Richmond, like all that, Martinez, all of them, everywhere was near naval bases, shipyards, things like that. Once the war ended, right, that was the issue. And that's why you got LBJ and all the Great Society, because they knew, like, once the jobs disappeared, it's like, what are we going to do with all this huge influx of black people in these cities that weren't there before? What would they do, right? What's their new jobs would be? That's the issue. That's probably what they were thinking.
I see they recalled the DA of Alameda County, a black woman.
Yeah, yes, right.
Who do you think they recalled her?
Yeah, it's just a lot of people that just got pissed off with all the crime in general. It's the same thing with Proposition 36.
What's 36?
So it's like anything below 950. If you steal anything below 950, it's not a felony type thing.
Yeah.
So now they change it to like, well, if you do it multiple times, now it's a felony. What do you mean by multiple times, right? That's kind of vague still.
How many times is multiple? Did they say how many times you have to do it?
No, I don't know. I didn't read the full text of it. It's probably they leave it vague or something so that the judge can decide. But it's like, you see how it is? It's just ridiculous. I don't know.
missed the heyday of stealing. I should have come out there and did my stealing. I missed the
There
heyday.
was a free for all. There was a free for all just before Elections Day. The whole bunch of kids just ran through like Walgreens or something, started stealing. Even when they put all the glass and all the barricades, it's just like doesn't matter.
Hey, I guess they follow politics. Yeah, I guess they knew what might happen.
Yeah, they knew what was gonna happen.
Hey, do you think they voted against it? They probably we gotta vote against it. I'll be right back.
It's weird, man. Yeah.
I'll be right back, crack.
Yeah, all right. Oh, I get it. The Sunday stream is actually scheduled. I thought they had poor playing skills. What? We have planning skills here? I don't know what planning skills we got. Trump won't save you nickels. Yeah, no one did. No one expected it. They carpool probably. I mean, there's a lot of these express lanes they built now. You got to get a lot of this. Get the payment plan. Subscriptions to be allowed to carpool. No surprise there. Yeah, Accord's pretty good. Yeah. Go Toyota Corolla for the cheapo version. Yep, that's good too.
Oh shit.
3024. Yeah. You never know. I told you, Stanley will be here 1,000 years later. He'll be here. All right, let me test another thing. I gotta test this. What? How many people beating up people for this? Man, you know, Seattle, there was like some crazy dude stabbing like 10 people or whatever over a span of 48 hours. I don't know what's going on. There's some crazy fucks out there now. I don't know if that had to do with anything with the election, though. Just probably crazy people.
State governments in the U.S. are running out of cash.
After meeting our obligations, we have very little money left.
One count suggests that 27 states lack the necessary funds to pay their bills. The problem is most prominent in states like Connecticut, New Jersey, and Illinois.
Not only city of Chicago, but state of Illinois is running straight into a brick wall in terms of its finances. City of Chicago is facing $1 billion deficit. The state's facing a massive deficit while also needing to bail out things like the Chicago Transit Authority. Chicago Public Schools is asking for a bailout. The state cannot afford these things.
States received about $800 billion from the federal government to kick off the decade. That spending obscured long-running issues.
What we're seeing is largely a return to earth from those pandemic surpluses.
You know, we saw a big increase in income taxes. There was really like a bit of an economic boom.
States now are working with tighter budgets as the country's population and infrastructure ages. Even economically powerful states see trouble ahead.
To the degree that the states are relying on federal aid, it becomes a daisy chain of vulnerability.
State governments account for 15% of the nation's economic output, and they employ 13% of the U.S. workforce. So why are so many state governments going broke? And what can they do to repair their finances? State governments pay for much of the nation's systems of education, healthcare, transportation, and public housing. But they receive tremendous amounts of help from the federal government to do that. In 2022, federal grants covered 38% of total spending from state governments. That was a bit more than usual.
During the pandemic, we saw a lot of one-time revenue, a lot of one-time expenditures that kind of had the effect of obscuring these long-term challenges that states faced.
The ensuing economic boom strengthened state coffers and increased revenues. The increase in revenue helped state leaders lower taxes and increase spending.
We, you, all of us together, delivered both the largest tax cut ever by a huge margin and the largest increase in teacher salaries in our state's history.
We understand that that's, something that is politically palatable, particularly in the time of an election. It is something that if those receipts decline, we may see some future imbalances between, expenditures and revenues that states will have to correct.
Virtually every state made a tax cut. In some cases, this is a very intentional plan for states to, spend down these unexpectedly high revenues. On the other side, this could really reflect, tightening budget conditions and states needing to draw on those dollars to help make ends meet right now.
But the federal funds given to states will run out in 2026 as a cost of living crisis hits many parts of the country.
For too many, the cost of living is too high.
The higher cost of living is making some state leaders consider tax relief. That includes places like Wyoming and North Dakota.
States that do well are North Dakota, Idaho, South Dakota. And what these states really have in common is that they have a relatively limited fiscal footprint.
Many policymakers across the states, they did pretty well managing the pandemic era budget surpluses. A huge looming question out there is around the long-term affordability of the tax cuts and spending increases that were enacted.
State governments also have to manage long-running financial liabilities.
There are states like Illinois, Connecticut, and New Jersey. While these states really have accumulated a lot of debt after the great financial crisis, the main reason for their weak fiscal stance is the pension obligation.
Roughly 86% of public employees receive pensions. These are retirement plans that provide guaranteed income for life.
State and cities, in order to attract public servants, maybe paying them less money than they would make in the private sector, provide generous pensions, and they ended up getting behind.
If pension liabilities are fully accounted for, as many as 27 states lack the money needed to pay their bills.
What goes a little bit under the radar is that pension liabilities are an extremely expensive form of debt. The portion of the pension that is unfunded increases by 7% every single year.
This debt leaves states with less money to fund public programs.
So we're talking hospitals, we're talking about roads, we're talking about schools.
Take Illinois, for example, which owes money to former employees, but has less than half of the funds raised to pay them back.
We've seen analysis from JP Morgan that says in order to actually fund these enormously generous promises that were made decades ago, you would have to double the state income tax overnight in Illinois.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has steadily kept spending on areas like roads, in addition to education.
Penny by penny, we are still working together, saving important things for our state.
This requires tax increases to balance the budget. But that option may not be available to a state like Illinois, which already has relatively high tax rates.
Using taxes to raise additional revenue is limited.
Higher taxes tend to make people move, especially top earners. That's according to studies on states like California.
When the marginal tax rate increases by 3%, California loses about 0.8% in the tax base in the top income bracket. That's actually substantial because it's like 1% of the tax base in the very high bracket, which for the most part accounts for the majority of tax revenues overall.
Moving forward, state governments must respond to emerging risks like more extreme weather, an aging population, and migration.
Migration, I believe, is going to be one of the biggest issues that will face the country.
In the 2020s, many Americans moved from high-tax areas into states like Florida, Texas, and North Carolina.
Coincidentally, those states that have those low income taxes, of course, they're attractive because of the climate, but they also have a high degree of climate risk. That's where it's going to be a real test for politicians in terms of managing a state budget.
Florida, for example, has drawn many people with its lack of state income taxes and business-friendly policies, but it sees risks ahead.
Florida is being challenged by a few factors that may be outside of policymakers' control. Within Florida's long-term budget assessment, they actually highlight Medicaid as a growing fiscal concern for the state. And of course, climate change and hurricanes hitting the state of Florida is a real concern.
The federal government generally handles over 75% of disaster-related costs. Agencies like the Federal Emergency Management Authority, or FEMA, could quickly run out their budgets and require further funds from Congress.
I think anyone that's relying on FEMA to be leading the response, that is not the way proper storm response is.
There's a great concern of what that future risk is to the federal government, and that FEMA always becomes the bailout for people who haven't planned. It's a big number that's being presented to the taxpayer ultimately.
Nearly all counties in the United States are exposed to some sort of climate hazard.
I don't think people always associate a rising number of heat days with climate. I think the Midwest, being exposed to extreme heat, it can compound other hazards, which can be particularly impactful to agriculture. Crop production in the Midwest does contribute to that gross state product. You know, we've seen a lot of food inflation over the last couple of years.
Right now, the market isn't pricing in climate risks into securities, into municipal bonds. And so this becomes a future potential bill for state and local governments. Even in North Carolina, where Helene went up and disaster struck, could anyone have really anticipated that? You need to check on your health of your infrastructure, and can it withstand a severe stress test?
The largest banks have to do stress tests coming out of the Great Recession. There's a similar concept that states actually do.
At least 20 states review their financial strength by conducting stress tests or long-term budget assessments. And all 50 are developing rainy day funds. These savings are used during economic downturns. Some states, like New Jersey, Montana, and Illinois, have very low savings in these funds. Other states, like Wyoming and Alaska, could finance their operations for months.
Alaska, very resource-rich state. A lot of its tax revenue is derived from oil prices and what's called severance taxes on that energy production. It really is a double-edged sword for a state like Alaska, as well as other states like North Dakota and Wyoming. This dependence on oil prices and on those severance taxes has really become unsustainable. The point of optimism is that we're seeing more and more states do their assessment, they do their homework, right, to understand whether they are on a fiscally sustainable trajectory these days.
For example, the state of Maryland found budget gaps in its long-term assessment conducted in 2022.
And to the state leaders' credit, they focused on finding longer-term solutions by raising revenue, some spending cuts.
This trend has contributed to strong credit ratings for states across the board.
When you're in a healthy condition, right, that's when you're supposed to be planning for adversity and not reacting to it. This is really an opportune time for those issuers who are in geographic areas of high degrees of climate risk.
The level of annual issuance of municipal debt may have to double from about 400 to 450 billion to between 800 and 900 billion annually for the assets, the public assets in the US to be adapted and more resilient to climate hazards.
68% of investment advisors in the United States see public debt as the top economic issue to the country.
I don't think politicians have any plan, really, to solve this in Illinois. And we saw a hint of this actually during the pandemic. Illinois was going to Congress asking for a $10 billion pension bailout. That is really the only answer they have because it's so politically toxic to keep raising taxes on Illinois residents.
There are certainly tremendous challenges going forward. There's still like a $1.3 trillion of pension debt outstanding. So that's big relative to, the annual revenues that those states receive.
All right. Enjoy the debt. And, California recently passed a bunch of bonds. I voted no on all the bonds. Crap. But they did it anyway. We get more bonds. You think bonds are free? Shoot, man.
Hey, Craig.
Yes, I want the
Craig, can
big
you hear
dip
me?
to come. All right. Well, there's no big dip in Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin's at 80 G's. 80 G's.
Can you hear me, Craig?
I don't know why it popped overnight yesterday. I was just watching it, just like all of a sudden it just pops up. I was like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see. Let me try to see if this feature works. I can share my screen, right? All right, let's see. Let's try it out. Alrighty. I can share my screen. How'd that look? Looks okay. Blah, blah. How's that? Got all these layout features, blah, blah, blah. What is this? How do I do this? How do I do that? No, that's not right. 100K, here we come. Hold your horses. Don't worry about 100K yet. Let's see. I have to relearn everything. What in the world? How do you turn off this? How do you turn off that? I can put it on top. Okay, how do you maximize it? Oh, you have to do it this way. Oh, God, this is the way you have to do it. All right. Figured it out. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, I can share screen. That's good. Can't really share video that well on the Firefox. Looks like gonna have to use Chrome for sure. Because what happens is I can play the video. That works. but the video isn't playing for me on Streamlabs. I have to go to YouTube and watch it with you guys lagged. And then, yeah, that's going to be annoying. So definitely have to use Brave or any Chrome-based browser. Looks like that's really a requirement here. No way around it. Unless I use the desktop version, then I'll have to get a Streamlabs account and do the desktop version. Not sure if that's going to be nicer on my laptop memory or not. Everything was on the uptrend. Go selected now, yeah. Yes, that's right. The bond market, all the other markets were already signaling that. That's why I was not surprised he won. It was already configured into the price action of many. If you looked underneath, that was how it was going to go. And when they closed, yeah, I mentioned this a little bit on this stream, but I mentioned it a lot on my streams. False came on and asked me, well, what do the well, someone else also asked what the markets say. I didn't want to really answer because I mean, I don't want people to be taking my advice to go gamble and bet on Trump on some stupid gambling website or something on Robinhood, and just because of what I said. But False came on and I put him on panel and he asked me, okay, well, what do you think? Who's going to win? I'll say, fine. What do the markets say? Fine. I'll say it. Well, the markets think Trump's going to win. And within like a few minutes of closing the polls, and you first see the trickle of results come in, anybody with a ton of money, you know, when you have a lot of money that's at stake, you're not going to leave it to a one-day event. You know, you can't move markets like that without causing liquidity issues. So most of the people already positioned for a Trump victory. And just in case there was some shenanigans overnight, they probably would hedge it, right? They'll have some way to hedge for it. But for the most part, they expected that victory. And then after the polls closed for the East Coast and Central Time, you kind of got an idea of where everything was going to go, even with the states that take forever to count, the battleground states and all that. It was already decided, because with the models, the way you can tell like how many certain voters on the exit polls, what they say. And you can also look through the streamline through the results and say like, okay, how many mail-ins came in already, how many early votes came in already, plus like how many people actually showed up, and then you know how many people registered, this and that. It's all, you can put that into a matrix and a model, and it's already decided. So it wasn't hard to decide that stuff. Man, White John Galt's going after everybody. So White John Galt's against Chris Lead or something. Who was like somebody, and then like Black Manta had the ban. Like, so is the White John Galt not even going after John anymore? It's just he's just gonna go after everybody in chat. I have no idea. Is this what's gonna happen? Yeah, probably. Why not? Into a bag of nickels. Really? I don't know. All fiat currency doesn't mean anything. You don't own the dollar, the White John Galt. You don't even own your nickel. You might as well melt your nickels. Actually, nickels might be actually more actually worth it if it's actually full of nickels. Is nickels actually nickels? I know pennies don't have copper anymore because copper's actually valuable. So it's full of zinc, trash ass zinc. I don't want zinc. Give me the copper. You want papers? You want pieces of paper? Nah, nickels actually more valuable. So yeah, I would want the bag of nickels. Thank you very much. It's a feature, not a bug. Yeah, that's right. It is a feature. It's never a bug. All this stuff has been planned already. You know, you kind of have that 4 year with Trump, then you got 4 years with Biden, then you get 4 years with Trump. And then, you know, then the fun really starts, right? The 2030s is where the action is. That's what I'm waiting for. That's the real party. You guys gotta wait for that. man. So let's see. Anything else? But yeah, I gotta go eat my brunch sooner or later. Wish I could end this stream. I guess I can't figure out how to end this dang thing. Strange, very strange. Oh, but in any case, like prison stocks, so is quite good on that pump. So GEO, a real estate investment trust, you can buy prisons. So private prisons doing quite well. So that kind of surprised me a little bit, but I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. Should have been paying attention to this one. Oh well, I missed that one. But you know, you got the body camera stock, so buy the body camera, okay, guys? Yeah, buy the body camera. 2030s when Bitcoin goes to zero. Well, I can't predict that far ahead about that. That's all I gotta do. Man, it's not updating on my Streamlabs. Man, I guess it really is a browser issue. Like, yeah, so it's not updating on this sucker. Very weird, huh? Yeah, very strange. Something's up. Everybody thinks everybody's doing something. It's so strange. I don't know. That's what happens when you play around in chat too much. Surprised nobody interacts with Eclectic in chat. I think she's more entertaining, honestly. Let me get my. Let me see if I can find my Bitcoin projections here. I'll do it on my own stream, but I'll just put it on here too, just in case you guys care. Oh, if you guys are interested, you can go over to Grace's Thorpe TV or whatever, because they're discussing like OPC dog got arrested for some reason. No good deed goes unpunished. Man, the simping continues. Like every time, man. You just don't want to do any good deed, right? You're just gonna get punished somehow. Damn, where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Otherwise, I gotta reprint it again or something. But my target was around 185. That was my target. And I have to do one for Tesla. I forgot to do that on the previous stream. Yeah. Gotta do it for Tesla too. Strange. All right. Maybe I'll have to reprint it again. Let's see. Eclectic says, blocked everyone on this account, not on the others. They hate my sentence structure. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, maybe my task right now is try to figure out how to kill this stream, if it's even possible for me to do this. No. Yeah, I don't even get the notification bells. So I see the Q here. Didn't even know the CKJ was even in the background. Shoot, man. Oh, this whole thing is ridiculous. She has issues. Because I can't see her. I'm surprised YouTube hasn't um you know, shadow banned, because the way she talks is like that is a spam, spam account type of a bot type of way of chatting. So she crazy. Yeah, well, you can go to her videos. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can see something interesting. I'm surprised 25 people are still watching this. All right, guys. Let's see.
Crack, you think we pull back this week?
Oh, what's up? This week, maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we probably pull back a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's time for a break too.
Yeah, it ran
Yeah.
like 3 days straight, nonstop. So
Yeah, it's nonstop. It's
I
too
think
much.
we need to pull back so we can get some data to the left. Because right now we don't got no
I
data to the
was
left.
doing some price target things based on how it was before for some stocks. Palantir, right? Axon. Yeah, those two. Yeah, I think those are almost done. So if those two are almost done, I'm guessing the broader market. If I do it for more of the other like majors, like the Mag 7 type stocks, probably if you do them for all of them, it's probably they're at the limit.
You got any companies that dealing with fracking?
Fracking, no. I haven't. The only way they would be good is if you got to be sure that oil is coming back to near $100 a barrel for WTI.
I think it's gonna come back.
It'll start moving up in the spring into summer. I just don't know how high it will be at that time. It might be that it'll keep going higher to the 2 more years down the line, right? Because that depends on China, really. It really depends on China. And let's see what happens with Trump and Russia. That will also affect it
I
too.
heard all them been
So
calling
those
them
two things will
already.
affect that. Yeah.
I already talked to Russia. I
Yeah.
already talked
So
to
if they
China
make a
already.
deal,
So
then
I think he already made the deal.
So China needs to do domestic consumption. That's their issue. Their economy is stagnant as hell for how many years now? 2-3 years. Yeah, it's screwed. It's screwed up. It's gonna be in a deflation if they don't fix this. And oh yeah, there's news out that TSMC will start banning AI chips for China on starting Monday because they caught them stealing the whole process. No, yeah, so yeah, and this is before Trump even, right? Gets in, so it's already looking bad on that front. But if Russia makes a truce or something, we'll have to see what the EU does. I think that's the issue probably. EU is probably the only one that's probably going to try to back it. Let me see.
I think 25 and 26 should be some good years, man.
Yeah. I think that'll be the last 2 good years. That'll be it.
Yeah,
Then we're done.
25, 26. I'm gonna really go full throttle with 25 and 26.
I think you should tell right away because I'm already seeing signs. I see the GameStop. I already see it. I see the smell. I smell the memes coming. So that means liquidity is injecting. Once you see that means the spark plug's ready to go. Once it starts sparking, that's it. The pistons start pumping. It's just like you just go there and start trying to chase as much money as you can.
I was listening to a guy yesterday. He was just saying basically, now that they know Trump is gonna be in, that the markets are like, futures market and stuff, like when you trade, like it should go smoother to your target instead of like, like taking forever to get to your target when you're trading. So he said, 25 and 26 would be real smooth. He said Forex, commodities, futures, it should be real smooth.
Yeah, people laugh at GameStop. Man, China, shake my head. Yeah. Well. China is the world's factory. You can't ignore it. That's what the Chinese impulse is. That's what they call the credit impulse. Sorry, guys. And even Japan, when they do something in the yen, it crashes everybody's market, doesn't it? Yeah. GameStop. Hello. Time to play.
Crack,
So
you think it's gonna be another GameStop?
yeah. Look at it, the way it's moving.
Oh, you talking about the real GameStop? I thought you talking about like another company like GameStop.
No. So this would just be a indicator. So it's just like the DJT stock, right? So that's the other reason you knew Trump was gonna win, because like this was how you were to gamble. You would have just been gambling on this, like this meme right here, the Truth Social. You would have been like $12 to $50 something, but once you hit that resistance, it was like, oh, it didn't matter. It's like now the election's over, nobody cares. So all this money that was made here, guess what? Time to go to memes, even Chinese memes, like this one, like KC Kingsoft. So yeah. These are the charts to be eyeing. These are the charts to be eyeing. This is the stuff. This is the stuff of dreams here.
Hey, Craig, do you have like a watch list that you're watching?
I'm going to what? That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to.
Or you just know it off the top of your head?
I do know on top of my head. Yeah. So what I'm going to do
Okay.
is like I'm going to make some watch lists and things like that, and you can use them as indicators. You don't need to trade them, right? You could just use them as indicators. When you see stocks like this, like so the quantum computing stocks. Ooh boy, this stuff. I didn't get time to mention it last week, but this sucker had earnings, and holy crap, it was already hot. So this one IONQ, then you could look at its brothers or cousins or whatever you want to call it, stocks. So these things are great for trading. So there's this trash one, penny stock, Qubits, D-Wave Quantum, QBTS, and quantum computing, QUBT. Yeah, you can play these suckers. They're good for trading. I don't know, like if you start seeing these move, so
You know what,
we're
Craig?
gonna have to look at
Going into like next month or something. I'm gonna
Mm.
create a crack portfolio just for you, man.
Oh,
So
okay,
whenever,
yeah.
and I'm gonna see, because I'm gonna start, because I never really bought shares, and
Right.
and see, but I'm gonna try that with you. Like, so when you call out something, I'm just gonna have
Okay, yeah.
my
We're gonna try
special
to make it.
portfolio just for
Yeah.
you, and see how I get these returns. Because I never even heard of any of these companies that you
Yeah,
named.
right. It's hard to keep track, and that's why I always promote chart reading, because it's like when you have a scanner system and you have the characteristics, you just start like going through them real quick. You can just tell right away. You can filter it through the scanners, and then from there on, you have like a watch list. You probably build a watch list off of like, okay, this is a group. This is a group that moves this way on this situation, that way. Like lithium has its
So
way. You have the SPAC.
do you use Thinkorswim? Because I know Thinkorswim got like a built-in
No.
scanner.
Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, because I'm too used to TradingView.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Do
but
TradingView
it's
got a they got a scanner on there? Because I got the
they
premier
do
package for
have a
TradingView.
scanner on there.
Oh, okay.
So if Thinkorswim has one, you can use that. But the scanner I use is so I go in my streams, I talk about it. It's stock charts. Okay, so they have a more sophisticated one. So yeah, I'll probably go over it again, and that's what I use to go through everything. But I'm not really pro at it because I don't spend too much time scanning, but I think it's helpful. Yeah, because you get too many of these stocks start popping up. And like Tesla, right? Tesla's in a breakout right now. So like that, this is great. This means
Yeah,
Tesla's ready
my
to go to
goal
500.
my goal is to get enough capital so when I do trade futures, I can swing it. Right now, I ain't at the point to where I can, swing it and let it hold overnight, because you don't know
I
what the
see.
market gonna do. But I want to
Yeah.
get to the point to where I'm swinging, because I know like a lot of those like private equity guys or guys that own their own company, they swing it. They doing months, and you know what I'm saying. That's where the
Yeah,
real money is at.
those are what that's the real money. It's the campaigns, but you have to
Yeah.
be really, really on point. And right? When you're looking at it, you're like yes, this is the odds of it lasting this much, this long. I will do it. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was watching a video of a guy. I think his name Bill Perkins. You ever heard of him? Bill Perkins. He
Sounds
trades
familiar.
natural gas. I think.
Oh God
Yeah,
damn.
he trades natural gas, but
Fuck
guy's a
that.
billionaire, man. He's
Yeah,
loaded,
if you trade
loaded, man.
natural gas, if you can do that, oh,
Yeah,
the
he's
schizophrenic
loaded.
natural gas. Hell no.
Yeah, the guy's loaded, man. But I know like a lot of those guys that I listen to, because I listen to a lot of those guys like videos, and they swinging, man. So I want to get to that point to where I can have like my own like private like firm, and I'm just swinging. You know what I'm saying? Look at the counter. I'm pretty good at reading charts. I just need to get that capital up to where like I can just swing.
Right. Yep. It's all about building the capital. That's definitely sure. Yeah. It's always. Oh, Antoine's up here. What's up?
Oh, hey, how y'all doing, man? What's up? What's up?
You down in Jacksonville, ain't
What's
you?
up? What was that again?
You down in Jacksonville?
No, I'm in Orlando.
Oh, I thought you said you was in Jacksonville.
Oh, no, Orlando. I was gonna tell thanks, crack, man. I put a couple dollars on that silver. I made a couple dollars. So next time I do that, you give me info. I'm gonna send you a couple dollars if I can, though, a certain way.
Yeah. So I'm
Give
gonna
me
try to make
information.
it. Wait, is that you, John? Oh, he's back. Oh, John, can you kill the stream? I gotta go. Yeah, you take over. Shoot, I probably can't hear him. That's probably
I wonder if this is working. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm not gonna sit here and act like I do because I don't. Oh, and there's some echo there. Okay, hopefully I fixed that. So, well, what time is it? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I do not at all know how to use Streamlabs. I'm really trying to figure it out. I do not know what happened. I stepped away because I had to exercise and make breakfast. You know, sometimes you get tired. I was so tired, I didn't even go to church today. I said, you know what, Lord, you are in my spirit. You are in my heart. I got up and I thought I was going to church. I got dressed, almost made it. But I said, you know what? I need a day. I need a day. I don't know how long it's been, because last time I was here, I heard Crack, and he showed this really incredible video about 27 different states going broke. And I was highly entertained and rather invested in that. And I think John hurt himself. You know, John is a hard worker. And, you know, he's here and then he steps away and then he comes back out of nowhere. You never know when he's coming and when he's going. So the reason for that is that he's doing other things. You know, he's a landlord, you know, and he does a lot of those projects on his own. And for myself, I do a lot of different things as well. I'm a teacher. I'm politically inclined and active in my very great state of Texas. I tutor. I do a lot of different things. It's a lot. It's a lot. So sometimes we're here, sometimes we're not, but I always have my laptop with me just in case something like this happens. HB, beloved, he is on his break on the weekends. He checks out. He checks out. And so totally understandable. Crack, he was actually here for a moment and shared some time with us. And then our dear Stanley. Oh, Stanley. Stanley, I hope he's asleep. He should be. He better be sleeping because he needs to rest. You know, people have to go to sleep too sometimes. I honestly don't, if I'm being real with y'all, I don't even know how I got in Streamlabs. It's just, this is funny to me. I'm like, how did I even get in here? It's like, I know I have permissions. It's just, you know, I just didn't. I'm actually, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to do though. Like, I'm trying to see how to share my screen, and I wish I could put my picture up there. You know? I don't know who this little dot is. It looks like a clock. Looks like a clock. That's, what does it look like to y'all? What does it look like to you guys? Let's see. What are y'all saying in the chat? White John Galt, you know what? Who is LaPortia? Who is that? Don't make my name more ghetto than what it already is. Jeez. It's already ghetto. What's up? Salute to you, White John Galt. Hey, 12th man. Hold on, wait. Is somebody talking to me? Did somebody say what? Hold on, wait.
Fortune.
Oh, hey, 12th man.
Oh, you got me?
I think so. The Tom Gully says, don't worry about not knowing. Nobody's born knowing. Streamlab, you're correct. You will learn about making mistakes. Absolutely. CIA, I don't know who you are, but hi, CIA. Welcome to the Urban Landlord. Hi. Are you really the CIA? John gave the stream to Crack. Crack said, I gotta go soon. John said, I'll be back. John never came back. I understand. Shout out to you, Ignat. Hey, Garion, J-Dub, all seeing. No permissions to start.
I decided not to go to church.
If you would like, I can try to come in and help figure it out. I'm also in Texas, so you can trust me. Oh, spoken like a real Texan. I'm a Texan, so you can trust me. Absolutely. Shout out to all my Texans in the building. Y'all know how we are. We just can't help ourselves. What did you say, 12th man?
Oh, I was just saying I decided not to go to church either.
Yeah, you needed a break, a Sunday break.
Yeah. Gonna maybe cook something on the grill and stay home.
Oh, what you cooking? You gonna have some moose?
Probably just some baby back ribs and coleslaw. I got some fresh cabbage. So
that sounds great, 12th man.
And I got some fresh raisins too. So I like to put raisins in my coleslaw.
You know, white people like to put raisins in a lot of things. Why is that?
I don't know.
Raisins in the coleslaw, raisins in the potato salad.
Raisins in oatmeal, raisins in the grits, raisins in the everything.
Yeah.
You're right, Fortune. I never did think of it like that, though.
Because it's a going joke with Black folks. Whenever there's a potluck, first of all, don't eat the food, but don't eat the potato salad because white folks always put raisins in them.
Well, you know what I noticed about Black folks? They like to put walnuts in everything.
We do?
Yeah, in the potato salad, in the coleslaw, and everything. Black folks always like to put.
You cut out 12 man. Crack says no permissions to start kill the stream for co-host. Oh, so John has to make us like admin. Dang, I can't even end this. So I can't even end this actual stream. That is hilarious. Wow.
You didn't know that, Portia, that Black people put walnuts in all the coleslaw and all the potato salad?
I mean, J-Dub just said we do. I mean, and then Medium E said, no the hell we don't. And then Shredder says, 12th man, when was the last time you saw a Black person? That 12th man, I don't know what we put walnuts in. I'm trying to think. Maybe on German chocolate cake.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing they like to put walnuts in cake.
I'm trying to make sure. So CIA, oh, you are welcome, CIA. We'll be sure to be careful, okay? We don't want no trouble, Mr. CIA. All Seeing says, Portia, did you hear about those escaped research monkeys? All Seeing, am I supposed to take offense to this? Are you trying to say something? All Seeing, what are you getting out? What are you getting at here? Let's see. J-Dub.
I wonder how many CIA people are on the internet.
Someone, Black Manta says, how 12th man always drunk? I didn't see him as a churchgoer. You know, the Lord accepts everybody. And if you go to a church like my church, they give you wine. You get wine for communion. So.
Okay. It's that strong one, too. They don't give you that weak stuff.
I know. I'll just share this with you guys. So, of course, I am a Negro and all. The church I go to is a white church, a white Anglican church. And I have not been able to bring myself to ask Father Andrew or Father John, where do they get that wine from? I mean, I just want to know. And I feel like, hey, I shouldn't just have a sip on Sunday. What if I want to have a sip after church? But I said, you know what? Listen, I don't want to be too ghetto too soon. You know, I just got confirmed and, but I want to know where they get the wine from. I'm going to have to find out. I have never had wine that tasted like that. And I need to have a bottle of it at the house. Okay. That's what I need to have. They give you wine for communion.
Get it at the liquor store for $3.99. It's the Thunderbird or the Cisco or the Mad Dog 2020. That's where they get it.
I don't know what I've never had anything. No, I've never had wine that good or that strong. Ooh, it's something whenever you go and do communion at church, and after you take your sip of wine, you're feeling the buzz. All Seeing says, Portia, $0 plus brain disease research monkeys escaped from a lab at one of the camp. Who is it? Did you hear somebody talking? Does this talk to you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Beef and Brock. Hey, Beef.
How are you?
I am good. How are you doing?
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool, man. Like, so 12th man was bumping his gums and flapping his lips, and I was listening to him, and me moving back to the north after living 10 years in the south, just hearing his voice really resonated with me, and here I am being in the north, not quite above the Mason-Dixon line, one state above, Maryland, but
Hold on. We can't hear you anymore.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. No. Like everything about 12th man like really reminded me of like North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to like, beat my chest and like say, hey, 12th man, you're on a path. Don't crash. But I'm rooting for you. And I'll mute.
Okay.
Well, that was nice. Let me try this out. Some monkeys.
Okay, brother.
Monkeys escape in South Carolina.
See, we don't want to do that. Like, honestly, I had a liberal white bitch that worked with me at my marketing company. Well, not my marketing company, a marketing company. Bringing it up, and I said, "Hey, be careful who and where you say that at, because somebody might get offended."
About what? The monkeys escaping?
Yeah, why not?
You know, at first I thought it was a joke. You know,
Me too. I thought it was a meme.
I was like, this is pretty funny.
I was like, I don't know about it being funny, but I was just like, hey, it's a thing. And I was like, is it a real thing or is it, just a meme?
Yeah.
And,
because the stream went blank.
But I mean, it was a real thing, so I had to like redact everything that I was finna slap when it comes to liberal white people. You know what I'm saying? And I had to like apologize because like they're actually right, and I was like, "Yo, what the fuck are you doing?" And they're like, "No, this thing actually happened," and I had to look it up, and it was a thing.
Yeah, I'm about to see if we can play this video. Screen share. Hey, Tom.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
It's just a festival of good times. You touched on a subject that I think you're very accurate about. There's unnecessary raisings going on. And
unnecessary raisings.
And let's see, I'm trying to get. Am I echoing to you guys?
Somebody seemed like a lot of echoing.
Yeah. How you doing, 12 man?
Pretty good. How's it going?
It's going great. I'll get a hold of you later. I think I got a good price on a large water truck that you could probably get some beer in. Anyway, this will only take 30 seconds, but it'll straighten things out. I think I feel I don't want to take the heat from my Aunt Martha, but these are some guys that will vouch for me.
Tom was a white male. Always invited to the cookout.
Always.
but he spit straight hot fire. Okay. Who is the best commentator on Facebook Live? Tom.
Because he spit hot fire.
Because he spit hot fire.
Yo, he even got the last name.
And let me tell you this too. Tom potato salad good.
No raisins.
It ain't bland. No raisins. No raisins.
Yeah, and put some walnuts and raisins in the potato salad.
Are those?
You won't know the difference.
Are those Negroes that I hear?
Some blueberries too.
Those are some men of color. Yes.
Oh, shout out to y'all! I thought I heard some Negroes.
Well, I was on a sports show that I was the only white guy. It was a sports station where I was the only white guy.
He said Tom makes some good potato salad.
Yeah. No raisins, not bland. Gotta get that paprika working.
You put some seasoning in it, huh?
Hey, and I'll tell you something else about white people. We have no conception of what macaroni and cheese is. Absolutely none. You get some real mac and cheese, you're never going back. To coin a phrase.
Yeah. You know, Chick-fil-A seemed to have gotten it right. Chick-fil-A has some mighty fine mac and cheese. It is absolutely delicious. However, I don't know if I've had mac and cheese from too many white people, though.
Well, there's a place in Dallas, in Deep Ellum, Pecan Lodge. They make a mac and cheese with bacon in it, but they're the only white people that should really be allowed to make macaroni and cheese.
Let me look this place up. Pecan Lodge. Oh, this food look good. Ooh, you see.
Yeah. Well, you'd be standing out on the street to get in there. And when you get in, it wraps around the whole wall of the place all the way to the back. Yeah, but it's worth it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go ahead and put that on the list of where to goes. Those ribs look divine, and the greens do too. And these are white folks.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me save this. There is another place in Dallas. Gosh, they put bacon and jalapenos in the waffles.
Oh man.
Jonathan, let me look it up. I saw I could tell you the name. I mean, like this place. Oh my gosh, it is so good.
I'm not fancy. So I like that bread over at Poe Melvin's with the jalapenos in it and stuff over sort of Irving-ish. Food so good you slap your mama right on the front sign.
Jonathan's Dallas. I think that's what it's called.
Fucking weirdos. Who puts a jalapeno in a waffle? Motherfucker.
A lot of times it's a good cure for a hangover.
So it's called Jonathan's Diner. It's in
I
Dallas.
like butter and maple syrup on my waffle. Thank you very much. Maybe some cinnamon and a banana.
And some
no fucking jalapenos on my waffle. Thank you.
Well, you know, in Texas, we put a lot of jalapenos in a lot of things, but 12 man, I'm telling you, this waffle is so good. It's like mixed into the batter. Listen, man, I don't even listen. If you're ever in Texas, you gotta go to Jonathan's. Okay, it is so good. Jonathan's Diner in Dallas, and then we have somebody just said another restaurant. Where did it go? My eyes. Terry Black's Barbecue in Deep Ellum. Terry Black's Barbecue. Look at this. You see?
No, J-Dub, that's the fruit salad.
Terry Black's. I'm sorry. I'm just putting these places down,
Like you, J-Dub, you're a fruit salad.
There's a good place. I like it. It's not the greatest, but it's guaranteed good all the time. It's the Hard 8 barbecue. I think there's two of them. I think there's one in Capel and they got another one somewhere else.
I've been having brisket like for the last 3 days, and
damn,
that's
good eating.
I'm not tired of it yet. I just I don't know why we like barbecue a lot down here, but I do love me some brisket. I will tell you that.
Hey, they
just kind of hard on the colon, ain't it? After a few days.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine.
I don't feel right unless I talk about my colon on a Sunday morning, but there's a place right near me in Lake Highlands that I've been going. I jog, I run, and I run by it. And I ran by it when it opened, and I thought, oh, look, a little place open, whatever. One day I finally went in. It's called Stroud Rosa. It's the guy's name Stroud and whatever. Portia, I ate brisket. I'm not kidding. Like 7 or 8 days in a row. I went over there and got brisket every single day.
I'm looking at it right now too. Oh God, this looks so good. Everything looks so good, Tom. Look at these tacos.
When I first went there, they were getting no business, none. And so I've been coming in since the beginning. I guess it was a month or so, maybe a month and a half. I went in there on a Friday night. They ran out of brisket, and they're just a hardworking family, doing it from the ground up. Their place is just spotless. It's just a nice place. It's a very small, very nice place, and it was great to see them finally I mean, they were thrilled. They're like, wow, we're starting to.
You're gay, CIA. That's all.
The person or the organization?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go here too. Tom, this food looks awesome. Oh, they even got chicken and dumplings, Lord.
Yeah. What do they got? It's called.
That sounds good.
They got some kind of queso with pieces of brisket in it, like big pieces of brisket. I got it one time, and it was.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. Wow.
Yeah. You ever get the meat sweats? I get the meat sweats there because I don't get a quarter pound. I get a half pound, and you can get it dry and moist, and they're just great people over there.
Oh, Stroud Rosa. Oh, they have 5-star ratings. That's good. Oh, that is so good.
I'd hit it at lunchtime. At dinner time now, everybody knows they're there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a swarm of locusts. Everybody's in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. Riot Pump, are you in Texas too?
Yeah, he down Harry Hines and Walnut Hill.
Oh, well, shout out to you, Riot. I didn't know you were in Texas too. Lindy, hey, Miss Lindy. So let's
The CIA is gay. Sorry, Portia. I'm responding to this city.
Okay. So let's hear about these research monkeys escaping. It says
The CIA is gay. That is all.
The 43 breakout of medical test compound. These are real monkeys, people. These are not black people. So let's take a look here.
Does continue for 43 monkeys bred for medical research that escaped from a compound in South Carolina. Police here, about an hour outside of Savannah, Georgia, say the monkeys made a break for it Wednesday from the Alpha Genesis facility, and the video actually shows the monkeys nearby. You can see them in the distance there, kind of run by in the middle of your screen. Now, they're all females and are the size of a cat, weighing about 7 pounds, all of them bred to sell to medical and other researchers. Police say they've been seen exploring the outer fence of the compound, cooing at the monkeys that are still inside. Authorities in the town are recommending people who live within a mile from downtown keep their windows and doors closed and call 911 if they see the monkeys, but do not approach them. However, they also add the monkeys pose no risk to public health. A lot to discuss, so I do want to bring in Chloe Appleby, a reporter at the Island Packet who covers news there over in South Carolina. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and talk about all of this.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate the time.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to kind of get your reaction. You received the information that this has happened. 43 monkeys have escaped from this compound. What's the first thing that's going through your mind?
I mean, as you can imagine, it was pretty much a shock to all of us. We received a notification around 8 p.m. on Wednesday evening. And again, this was after Tuesday when we were covering local elections. So kind of a crazy week already to start. But we received the notification that basically had the headline of escaped primates in Yemisi. And of course, our initial reaction as reporters is, oh my gosh, we need to figure out more. We have so many questions. Our minds just fill with questions naturally. And this is honestly just part of the job, is having these unique and kind of sometimes wild stories you have to chase. So I think our initial reaction as a newsroom was just, we need to figure out what's going on here and help to answer some of the questions that are happening here.
Can you explain where the monkeys actually escaped from? And at this point, do police really have an idea of how they were able to escape?
Yes, so the monkeys did escape from a research facility, research and breeding facility, rather, in Yemassee known as Alpha Genesis. And locally, people call this the monkey farm. So it's well known to the community that it is there. And they escaped around 9 p.m. on Wednesday, as I've mentioned. And the reason for this, Josh, we've learned, is that it was a human error. 43 of a 50 monkey group escaped from an enclosure when an employee doing kind of routine cleaning and feeding failed to secure 2 doors behind her, which did lead to the monkey's escape.
We've got this video that you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen there that kind of shows some of the sightings there. So have police kind of narrowed down exactly where they are?
Yeah, so from our conversations with the town administrator and from releases that we've seen from the Yemassee Police Department, we do know that the monkeys are actually sticking close to the exterior perimeter of the facility. They've been heard cooing back and forth with the monkeys inside of the facility, so they are sticking close by. Their hope, Alpha Genesis's hope, is to lure the monkeys back in naturally. They are kind of trying to lure them in with snacks and food and hoping that they miss their comrades on the other side of the fence enough to come back naturally. But in worst case scenario, there is the possibility of using a tranquilizing dart to get them back, but they're hoping they just come back naturally and that they just miss their monkeys enough to join them again.
There's been a lot of talk about this. The story's being shared all over social media with that video that you were just looking at. So I kind of want to get your take on what it's like in the town right now. What are people saying? Are they concerned, or is it more, I guess, amusing to some people?
Right. So we actually had the opportunity to go into Yemassee Thursday morning. So it was a really rainy day in Yemassee, and we were able to speak with some of the people there. And I think the overall take is this is not actually a new event in Yemassee. There have been other escapes prior. There have actually been 2 in the last decade. So this is not entirely new to the people who have been living in Yemassee for quite some time. The overall take was just let them roam. They'll come back when they're ready. There was not over concern about this. The police did ask for residents to close their windows and doors, but that was only really precautionary, I believe. So residents are not overly worried about the situation.
Yemassee, a lot of folks haven't necessarily heard of it. So can you explain where the town's located and, who lives there, that sort of thing? Sure.
So Yemassee is a small town in the low country of South Carolina. For folks who know Beaufort, South Carolina, Yemassee is just 25 miles north of that. It's a 16 square mile town split between Beaufort and Hampton counties. But again, it's really just a small town in the low country. They're known for a yearly shrimp festival there. And actually, Alpha Genesis is one of the major employers of the town, but just really good low country town.
What do we know about Alpha Genesis? As you said, it's one of the major employers there in town. So what can you tell me about it?
Yeah, so I think this is a question that a lot of people have had over the past few days. Who are these people? What is their purpose? And one of our reporters, Carl Puckett, was actually able to get to the bottom of this by speaking to the CEO of Alpha Genesis. And their primary purpose is a breeding facility, and they provide primates to pharmaceutical companies for disease research. So there is some testing that happens within the facility, but mostly it's a breeding facility. And interestingly enough, there's actually 3 different areas that they manage throughout the low country when it comes to monkeys. So there's the one that we've all had our eyes on in Yemassee, and they manage around 4,000 monkeys there, so a lot. And then just north, 5 miles north, is a second facility where they manage 3,000 monkeys. And then there's an island north of St. Helena Island, still included within Beaufort County, called Morgan Island. And it's actually locally known as Monkey Island because if you go by in a boat, you can see monkeys kind of hanging from the trees. But they help to manage about 3,000 monkeys there as well. So throughout the Low Country, it's about 10,000 monkeys. And a fun fact about Yemassee, too, is that there are actually more monkeys living in the town than people. So just a kind of small fact about Yemassee as well.
Well, thank you so much, Chloe Appleby there with the Island Packet. We appreciate the insight. Of course, you're covering the story, so I'm sure we'll check back in as there are any updates here. Is there anything else you want to add about this before I let you go?
I don't think so. As of 8 p.m. Last evening, we did hear from release from the Yemassee Police Department that monkeys had made their way back onto facility grounds, but had quickly kind of gone back outside of the facility. So there is some hope that they will return naturally, and they're really hoping for that to be the case. But yeah, we'll just keep our eye on it and see what happens with the monkeys.
All right, Chloe, thanks again for being here with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
How about them prices? The lowest in Texas. And most of all, how about them Cowboys? Specs, the fun starts here.
While Republicans were able to take the presidency and flip the Senate from a Democrat majority, it remains to be seen whether the GOP.
So, how many of us think that the monkeys are going back? Do y'all think that the monkeys are really going to go back?
I don't
Because
think that they were going to go back. They'd already go back because they were making love noises to the monkeys on the inside. So either they're waiting for those, or, I mean, I think in China they had the same story, and that's what started COVID. Monkeys got, no, seriously. And they had that lab, and the monkeys got out. They made a movie with Dustin Hoffman. It's the same thing.
you know, that's I didn't even think about that. You know, that is true. That is true.
They didn't bother to tell us what the monkeys were being used for.
I mean,
What kind of tests did you do?
that is insane. You know, it's fine. You know, just don't try to approach them. They're about the size of cats, you know, but they'll come back home when they're ready. They ain't going back. They ain't going back. Why you think they escaped? They know what y'all doing. Hey, what are we talking about here?
If they liked it, they would have escaped.
I know. It just sounds crazy.
I also don't like it when the little lady there is all the expert. And my attitude is, man, you're the one that lost them. I'm not going to listen to you.
I know. Like, come on now.
If you're so smart, how come you can't keep a monkey in a cage?
And why haven't they caught them by now?
Yeah.
You know, it's just, you know, you guys. Shout out to those monkeys for getting out of there.
I don't know how they're going to look. I mean, if it's a couple of years ago, you could have got a couple of them Popeyes chicken sandwiches and lured them back in, but I think that thrill's over with.
Oh, wow. Yeah, when the Popeyes chicken sandwiches thing, that was crazy. But of course, I participated and I got one. And I was like, wow, this is a mighty fine chicken sandwich. You know, I tried to hold out, but I couldn't.
I got one, and I said, "This is a really great sandwich, but I don't shoot anybody over it."
Yeah, I know. Black people and their chicken.
No, that was an equal opportunity. You know, there were white people beating each other up in drive-thrus too.
It's one thing to beat someone up, and it's another thing to shoot somebody. You know.
Yeah.
What is a pickle festival? Is it like a festival where you just eat pickles, or?
I hope not.
Huh.
Got to be something else.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of different things happening right now. I am going to do a show later on this afternoon. Um, However, we can cover some different news stories right now. And then hopefully John can come up and actually end this one. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't lose these stories.
You were a med student. I'm pretty sure John put a DNR on this show.
At this point,
But we're gone. No heroic life-saving Streamlab session.
Yeah, because like if I really had it down packed, I wouldn't mind, but I don't feel
it's not nearly as intuitive as StreamYard. StreamYard, you could, do it in your sleep, but this one has that OBS interface. So OBS is free and it's really powerful, but it's very deep with settings and all sorts of other stuff. Before StreamYard came out, all of us were using OBS.
Mm-hmm. Well, StreamYard came out and it's super easy.
Yeah.
It is super easy. Let's see. You know what? Might as well just go here.
Let me see.
All right.
Normally, for many years, I was on KRLD, News Radio 1080 KRLD. And so like that would be what I was doing on a Sunday morning. Would be looking at the AP and the Texas news and saying, what's going on?
You have the perfect radio voice.
I don't know about that.
You do. You can like read off the news. It sounds great. I can so whenever you actually told us that that's what you used to do, I was like, oh yeah, of course. You could tell.
Yeah, he does have a good radio voice, Portia.
I was glad Portia let that Specs commercial roll for 12th Man.
Oh, it was a Specs commercial that came on?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
What do you mean? I must have missed it.
It's a liquor store.
It's a liquor store.
Oh. Well, mostly I visit the wine section nowadays. I have a little more class.
Oh,
that Sacramento wine, that's actually a special kind of wine. There's certain standards for the grapes of it. And then depending upon the denomination, there are differences in the way that it is blessed. But I believe, now you might have to get somebody that's in the church to order it for you, but a lot of liturgical supply stores will sell that. And I can tell you, because I was an altar boy, Father Douglas bought that in, those water dispenser blue things they put, they bring them into your office, turn them upside down into the water dispenser, those giant water containers. His was that. And Father Douglas also had a chalice.
What now?
Yeah, I mean, he got his Sacramento wine in a 1 or a 2 gallon jug, and his chalice was it was giant. I mean, it's really big, and he filled that sucker up all the way, and downed it all. So you knew after the 12 o'clock mass, Father Douglas was 3 sheets to the wind. So if you wanted to ask him anything, or needed the next week off, you waited until a couple quarts of Sacramento wine.
Well, yeah, and I went to this Roman Catholic church once, and man, the wine in and everyone drank from the same glass, and it's no wonder you didn't have to worry about disease. I swear to God, they spiked it with moonshine or something. Good God, that shit.
Well,
That
Portia,
should have fucking put hair on your chest, dude.
Portia had mentioned the taste of it. There is something about that wine that it's just different than all the other wine.
Well, I hope it doesn't put hair on Portia's chest.
Well, no, 12th man, it doesn't. 12th man, you are so silly. I'm actually, since we're talking about this, I actually just looked it up, and you can buy sacramental wine online. So here we have Catholic Supply of St. Louis. We got our altar wine, and
there you go.
Oh, this is $76. Oh, it's a case of 12. Ooh, Lord.
Yeah, they
get a whole case for $76.
We Roman Catholics do not buy alcohol in small increments. I don't drink myself, but I can attest that whether it's whiskey, beer, whatever it is, one. Oh, no. Fill up the trunk.
There's a reason they go to Roman Catholic Church.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to order me some of this. I'm just going. I'm just going. I'll
Amen, sister.
Try out a few. Looks like they have some here on Amazon.
Now you know you're going to have to make your own label.
You can't buy alcohol on Amazon, can you?
Apparently.
Sure you can.
Really?
Yeah.
Not in Alaska, damn it.
Oh, look at these
chalices. You know you're going to have to make a Portia label to put on that so it doesn't say product of the Catholic Church or whatever it says.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm thinking about getting some wine, some communion wine, so I can drink it at home, and I'm pouring it into my wine glass. Oh, what a way. God.
Yeah. And you can do it guilt-free because it's a holy thing.
I know.
Does it come blessed already?
Yes, it does. They bless it at the winery.
Well, I thought you got blessed when you drink from the cup at communion.
Well, that's when
where the blessing is.
That's when it's consecrated.
Oh,
so
okay.
They bless it, and Catholic people believe that something called transubstantiation occurs when the priest blesses it during the church, and it turns into the body and blood of Christ, or at least possesses the same grace. Most Protestant religions feel that is ceremonial, but that's what he does during the Mass. And every time he says, "Do this in memory of me," altar boy, that was me, ring the bell. Way too long. I would always ring it way too long just to kind of get some attention. And that's what happens.
You see, they have the fancy mini chalices that are pre-filled with grape juice and bread.
Yeah, because I'm old. When I was a kid, it was someone's job. They were smaller than shot glasses. They were little glasses, and they would fill them all up with wine. And when you went up for communion, you had to take one, drink it, put it back. And sometimes, yes, they also had bread. Now that's for some hardcore Catholics. I mean, that might be for masses where they do it in Latin. That's some seriously hardcore Catholicism there.
Wow. See, we have the chalice and the bread. So they whenever we go to the altar. But yeah, so on Amazon there's that, and then there's another place. I thought I was sharing the screen, so sorry. But here's
you are sharing it.
Oh, I am now, but when I was talking earlier, I thought you guys could see it. So right here, I'm saying $76 for the LaSalle Altar wine. Can I click on it, or I guess not?
It's already blessed wine.
There you go. You know what? Actually, that looks pretty cool, and it doesn't say I got this from a religious store.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I pulled that out in front of my parents. They would tell me I'm going to hell. They tell me that about everything.
You probably are anyway, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, they're very Catholic. Like they don't eat meat on Friday all year, not just during.
Not even fish.
Well, they'll eat fish. That's okay. They don't eat red meat, beef.
Yeah, no red meat on Friday.
I couldn't live like that. I eat a lot of steak and brisket and.
Well, that's why Catholic churches have fish fries and spaghetti dinners on Friday during Lent. It's everybody, and that's also McDonald's fish fillet sales go through the roof during Lent on Friday.
Oh wow!
I always thought it would be fun to be a monk, but I knew I'd be drinking all the wine. I'd be the drunk monk.
Oh man. Okay, so this says our LaSalle brand quality sacramental wines come from our Californian vineyard, which has a long tradition of making the finest sacramental wines on the market since 1926. We are very proud of our tradition and commitment to offering the highest quality sacramental wine. All of our altar wines are prepared in accordance with canon law and have the ecclesiastical appropriation by the bishop. We offer sacramental wine to churches in 28 states and offer in-house delivery to many of those areas. Sold only to approved churches, schools, hospitals, military chapels, and religious institutions. Please.
Well, you're a teacher. You should be able to get it purchased.
I mean,
you just have to get somebody that you know in a church and say, "Hey, look, next time, could you order this for me?" Wouldn't it be awesome if the guy went, "Look, I got 17 people right now ordering the LaSalle brand. We'll just put you on the list."
I mean, look at it on the bottle.
What?
On the bottle, it even says it. It says prepared exclusively for sacrament.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it all.
Like I mentioned,
how much proof is it?
It seems like
what's the alcohol content?
12%.
Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty stout. See,
that's
not weak.
It's got some pop to it, but the grapes are prepared in a certain way. And have to meet certain standards, and then also it must be blessed in a certain way, much like kosher food or halal. Well, halal is just actually a set of criteria that you follow, but all kosher food, if you get kosher food, there's a rabbi that went into that meat packing plant, looked at everything, and gave it the okay.
Well, rabbis can't drink wine though, unlike priests, right? Priests can drink wine. Rabbi can't.
No, I think a rabbi can drink wine.
I don't think so. I don't think they're supposed to.
Okay.
So ultimately, this wine, because I would feel a spirit of conviction. I wouldn't be able to do it. Just even looking at this, and as much as I want to have this wine in my home and drink it, just looking at that, it's just like, nope.
No, let's see if we can make something.
You can only have it.
What do you mean? Oh, you can only have it. That's what scares you, person?
No, you can only have it
that
at church.
Part?
No, you have to have it at in the chapel at Mass. You can't, because you're not supposed to drink it at home.
Oh.
Now, if I do find a website where you can and it doesn't say all that stuff on it that makes me feel bad about drinking it, then I might go ahead and get it.
I'll call
Well,
him.
just get you a nice bottle of wine from the liquor store for same shit. Really.
Oh no, it's really not like 12 man. I'm telling you, and I drink wine. I drink wine. I love wine, but I've just never had wine that tastes like the wine at church. I've never.
I never.
Guess what? Yes, you can buy wine that is made to the standards of altar wine. Wine is typically made. Yeah, you can. It may say something like approved for altar use, but it is the differences between sacramental wine and consumer wine are the licensing, the taxes, and the availability. Some wines are some wineries produce it exclusively. Others, it's a secondary business. These wineries are often run by small and religious brothers, priests, or laity. Some examples of wine that are used for altar purposes. So these would be wines that are not quote unquote sacramental, but you could use them for that. Mont La Salle Concorde is a dark red. Rosato Rosé is a reddish pink. Cribari Chablis is a pale white wine, and that's the sacramental wine that I'm used to, is a pale white wine. Oneda's Hot Sauterne, which is a pale white wine as well. So they're out there.
Wow, you really know your wines, bro.
Well, and I know AI even better.
AI? What do you mean by that?
Google has a new function that when you put a question in, a bunch of...
Oh, is that what you did?
The AI, well, I didn't do it. I didn't ask for it. It's just Google does it. So they put an AI overview at the top of the search. And then you get all the links. So
I wonder if this is
well, you read them quite well. Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know that. I'm gonna, I'll think about it a little bit more. I kind of feel bad now. I feel like the Lord isn't pleased with me.
No, I don't think you should feel bad, because the Lord that made that wine for you. It wouldn't be that good if the Lord didn't want it to be. And as long as you're not blaspheming, you can have a glass of wine. Hey, let me tell you something. Father Douglas didn't hit the brakes on that wine after church was over. And at the parish picnic, his beer mug was like a trash can with a handle on it.
Oh no.
It was gigantic.
I'm so sorry. Sound effects off. Music off. Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. Everybody plays games on their computer when I talk to them.
No. I'm
I elicit that from others.
I'm trying to see if this works on Streamline.
Now you playing games on your computer, huh?
Oh gosh, that's terrible. I want to see if this works.
Are they trying to spell Trump one?
Turn, print. No, never mind. I'm playing the game now. Sorry.
It's what I've been trying to get John to connect it to the channel so we could play it.
What is this, like a Scrabble or?
Yeah, so basically words on stream, what happens is when it's connected to the YouTube account, you'll put the game up and whoever is in the chat, they'll start to type in the words, but they actually show up on the screen, and then it'll be a tally of who's winning. So we don't have to do anything. It's just like you have to connect it to the channel, put it on the screen, and there'll be a tally. Like you'll see your words. And so I was typing a few words in the chat, just like other people are, but it's not working. So I have to connect it through John's, through his main page. Oh, I think it says somebody is here. Did it say somebody was here?
I see Lindy Lou there.
I don't see nothing.
Says game over.
Oh yeah, no, it's just it doesn't work. Well, anyhow, speaking of the Lord, it seems like he is trying to continuously burn the state of California down.
Firefighters finally have an upper hand on the devastating mountain fire, and evacuation orders are now downgraded to warnings.
The fast-moving flames destroyed 130 homes and damaged 90 others in Ventura County. KCAL News reporter Tina Patel live in one of the hardest-hit communities in Camarillo. Good morning, Tina.
Good morning. Well, it is colder this morning and there is no wind. So firefighters are hoping they can take advantage of these conditions and make more progress against the mountain fire. But you can see behind me, there's already so much damage that this fire has left behind in neighborhoods like this one in Camarillo. The mountain fire is now 26% contained. So some evacuation orders and warnings are being lifted, but more than 20,000 acres have already burned over the past few days. And as you said, more than 100 homes destroyed or damaged. Yesterday, Jamie Randall and Tyler Farnworth were able to finally survey what was left of their home. They are glad that their family and all their neighbors are safe, but now they're wishing that they had taken more when they evacuated on Wednesday. They only filled a couple of suitcases. They didn't realize that they would lose everything else that they left behind.
There's a few things that we wish we would have grabbed, some things that remind us of my parents who are no longer with us, and just little silly little things, you know. But all that stuff, you know, it all lives up here.
Well, some schools will remain closed this week. All locations in the Mesa Union School District, the Peak Prep Pleasant Valley Learning Center, and the Pleasant Valley School District will remain closed. But other schools in Ventura County are going to reopen Tuesday after the Veterans Day holiday tomorrow. Now, coming back here live tonight, there is going to be a community meeting. There are so many people out here that are wondering exactly what's going on, when they'll be able to get back into their neighborhoods, and when they're going to be able to access some of the resources to help them think about the rebuilding process. So that community meeting is happening tonight at 6 o'clock. It's at Fire Station 54, which is on Pickwick Road in Camarillo. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks for the update, Tina.
I'm sorry, but that place looks torched, man.
Yes.
What was there to rebuild?
You know,
I mean, that place looks like a burnt taco.
it is a burnt taco. It is. All those fires in California, you know.
Well, I mean, I think a burnt taco is a bigger tragedy personally, but I like tacos.
I love tacos.
Hey, there's a place on the street. I got some pork tacos with cilantro. You know, the old school.
Yeah.
The little round tortilla. They're not very big, and they put the little sprig of. Oh God, it's amazing last night. Anyway, so. Yeah, they keep burning down out there.
Yeah, it's gonna be gone eventually at this rate. I mean,
well, they all want to build their houses in the middle of the forest, and probably pretty nice houses. I mean, forest fires actually are good for the landscape because it grows back much. I mean, it takes
or in the hills, and then when it rains, there's mudslides. And you know, it's like never ending something in Southern California. I mean, it's either fires or mudslides. It's never ending.
The weather here, I love hot weather, so I love it here, but we don't get, I mean, at least in Dallas, we don't get any of that stuff. I mean, it's like people say, you want to move to Houston? No, I don't really like hurricanes. Want to move to California? Earthquakes, fires? Nothing.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't need any of that. I don't like where I'm at in Texas. It's great, and we like it when it rains, because that happens here sometimes. But beyond that, no fires for me. Hurricanes either. I'm okay with tornadoes; those are fine. But all the other stuff,
And tornadoes don't hit the city.
Yeah, it's just like sometimes, you might get a little wind, pick up your fire pots, not fire, your plant fire. Lord, I'm speaking about fire. My plants last year, I think it was, we had a pretty bad tornado. Now, none of the houses fell, but my pots were all, I thought they were heavy enough, but to not bring inside with the outdoor furniture, but those were all over the place. I mean, all the way down the street. But
yeah, we had a bunch of tornadoes in April, or they weren't in Dallas, but they were north up in Oklahoma. They got it super bad, but tornadoes typically do not strike large metropolitan areas. They may strike the outskirts. And one of the rare exceptions to that rule did happen in Fort Worth in 2000. But the meteorologists think that cities have too much cement and buildings and stuff, so that the ground temperature can't ever support the disparity that it needs between cold air and hot air to create the tornado, or at least to sustain it. Yeah, I'm a nerd. Yeah, I'm a big nerd. Okay. I am a huge nerd.
Wasn't there a big one in Dallas a couple of years ago?
It wasn't in Dallas. It was
because I remember.
I want to say it was Grand Prairie. Now, there was a bunch of series of storms about 7 or 8 years ago. I mean, bad ones that went through sort of the north side. It was, I think it was Denton, east of Denton, because the lady kept calling into the station going, "You said that tornado hit Prosper, and you didn't even mention some little town that she was up in there." I'm like, "I'm sorry, your town isn't a rock star for getting hit by a tornado. I'll mention it the next broadcast." But yeah, there I think it was 6-7 years ago. There was a series of them that came through. Really, we do get the thunderstorms, and they many times contain heavy winds and Porsche. I don't know if you're in North Texas, but it was Friday night. We had huge rain, and there was a tornado watch for Dallas County.
Yes.
I spoke to Chief.
Must we ever get here's a little wind and snow?
It was
I always welcome the snow, really, when it comes.
Miss Lindy says, Portia, have you felt snow? I have felt snow before, Miss Lindy. I have. It's not a common thing in Texas, but the first time I ever saw snow was when I was in college, actually. I was
she said felt, not saw.
Portia. Well, I saw it, and so I felt it. I was getting there, 12th man. But it was when I was in college, and I was just, my mind was blown. I was like, I've never seen this before, like with my own eyes. I was like, wow, this is crazy. I loved it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Trope says those illegal immigrant tsunamis, though, those hit cities hard. Yes, they did. Go ahead.
I grew up in Indiana, so we had huge amounts of snows and huge negative wind chill factor. As soon as I could, man, I got down to where it was warm. And I remember I interviewed for a job here. I was driving the rental back. It was February, and it was like 65 degrees in Dallas. And I was heading back to Indianapolis, which was negative 15. I said,
"Shit,
I'm taking this job. I don't care if they pay me. I'm getting the heck out of Indiana." But we get snow every once. It's not a lot, but we do get snow in Dallas.
Let me see.
So what'd you do that winter for work?
Me? I was a senior writer for a big ad agency here called Tracy Locke.
Let me see.
Come again?
Boy, I wish I could, but normally after the first time, I have to wait a while. So it was an ad agency that I was working for here called Tracy Locke. That it was at the time. Did all of the Pizza Hut, American Airlines, Doritos, Pepsi.
Okay. Yeah, you were working ads. Got it.
So there's something called a pickle festival. Never heard of it, but this girl went, and I guess she got rushed to the hospital. So let's see.
Oh.
Hope this doesn't go the way I'm thinking.
Oh gosh.
It's a pickle lover's dream come true.
Wow.
A pickle food festival. Pickle pizza.
That's good.
Pickled egg roll.
That's good.
A pickle cannoli. Pickle lemonade.
That's probably delicious.
Nicole here couldn't wait for the annual bash outside Pittsburgh, known as, what else? Picklesburg. But 3 hours after eating all those pickles, things went, well, sour.
What is going on? I cannot see anything. I am having the craziest allergic reaction. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
My eyes are like swollen shut.
Nicole had to be rushed to the emergency room.
I cannot see. This is bad. Little did I know that my face was going to swell out to here and I was going to look like an alien.
I spoke to Nicole today.
Did they give you an EpiPen or something, or did they give you a shot?
They gave me steroids and they hooked me up to an IV for about 3 hours, just like pumping me with Benadryl and fluids.
What did they tell you?
They could not figure out what it was. They said this could be like a one-time case.
Dr. Tanya Elliott says one possible explanation for Nicole's woes might be a spice allergy.
If I had to place my bet, I would put it on mustard seed.
Nicole did manage a smile as she posed outside the emergency room.
Think you'll ever go back to the Picklesburg Festival?
Yes, I was waiting for that for 3 years. I love pickles.
I bet you do love pickles, Nicole.
Yeah.
Jiminy Christmas.
What did the doctors tell you? They said I was an idiot. If you eat 4,000 pickles, something bad will happen. It's vinegar. The cucumber's a carrier for vinegar and sodium. What do you think is going to happen?
Wow.
That's a lesson. If you drink too much water, you can die. It's like you just take nothing in excess. Nothing in excess.
Wow. That pickle lemonade is probably divine. I do like pickle flavored chips and lemonade.
I do too. They got pickle salt now too.
Oh yeah, that has to be good.
It's so good.
I try to stay away from real salty stuff myself.
So there is some happenings across America.
Bad for your kidneys and blood pressure.
And at the prestigious, if you will, university, Tuskegee University, there was a deadly shooting. And I'm willing to bet that, well, you know what? Let me just not assume. Okay.
I've been to Tuskegee.
They were black.
I got asked to read some of my when I was in college. I got a whole bunch of attention for writing poetry, and me and this really old poet, another white guy, got invited to come down there and read our poetry. They were absolutely fabulous people. A really awesome experience.
Well, I'm glad you had a good experience. I'm like, what is that? Hold on, wait.
Incoming call.
Incoming call. Can y'all hear that?
I did.
Incoming call. Listen, I don't know what to do with that.
That was me, Portia. Sorry about that.
Oh, it was you. I thought it was this Streamlab. Oh, here's John. John says he
Yeah,
Tuskegee.
Yeah.
I had a call coming in.
And
Oh,
DoorDash.
John, I was John, you're the only one that can actually end the stream on Streamlabs. We can't do that. So yeah, so just so you know. So let's hear about the shooting during homecoming at Tuskegee.
Seeing the time now 11 o'clock here, live now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. And as we have reached the 11 o'clock hour, we are following a breaking news alert that just came into our live now from Fox studio. Take a look at your screen. This coming down from Fox News on X, formerly known as Twitter. We are learning right now, Fox News reporting gunshots from Tuskegee University's 100th homecoming. A spokesperson for Tuskegee University confirming this news to Fox News Digital that a shooting occurred on campus early this Sunday morning. Tuskegee officials saying, quote, "This did result in the death of a non-university individual," end quote. They go on to say the parents of this individual have been notified. Several others, including Tuskegee University students, were injured and are receiving treatment at East Alabama Medical Center and Baptist South Hospital in Montgomery. They go on to say emergency responders along with campus and local law enforcement have secured the scene. The Alabama Bureau of Investigations, they are conducting an active investigation, end quote. So again, that news coming from a spokesperson with Tuskegee University confirming this with Fox News Digital. And you can see in real time Fox News staying on top of this situation as they put out on X moments ago gunshots at Tuskegee University's 100th homecoming caught on video. As you can imagine, this is a fluid situation. Another quote we are getting from the university, they say the university, they are in the process of completing student accountability and notifying parents. Further updates will be provided as more information becomes available. And of course, this story right here on Live Now from Fox is developing. So make sure to check in with us throughout the day and on our website, livenowfox.com. for the latest information. The time now 11:02 here on the East Coast.
The Lacey father and mother are charged with attempted.
Wow.
Oh man, honor killing of daughter. That's some crazy stuff.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, those honor killings are all about, you have to be me. You can't live your own life. And so if you date somebody I don't want you to date or wear your hair in a way I don't like, we'll just kill you.
That's crazy. Oh, John shared this. Let's see here.
Yeah. This shit is fucking crazy, bro. What the fuck? Man.
Absolutely not. Absolutely hell no. No. Okay. No. I don't know why she's recording this. You see, that's why I live where I live, Lord. I tell you.
Yeah. She should be on the ground if she's not.
If anything.
Away. Yeah. I'd be on the other side of a car, getting in, starting it, and out of there.
Yes, it was at Tuskegee University's homecoming. Shredder says, listen to the laughing and having fun. They love the chaos. Of course they do.
Yeah, so they catch a lead pellet in the noggin.
Muslims.
Laughing then.
Let's see. Antoine. Let's see here. I think I added Antoine. I think that worked.
It's all fun and games until it isn't.
Yeah, no, that's insane. That is absolutely nuts. Oh, J-Dub says, this is a historical Black university, folks. One of the best.
Totally.
Yes, it is.
Have anyone on the panel been like outside and been around when people were shooting like that ever before? I'll ask a question.
Oh yeah, I've been through it.
I haven't.
I went to an MLK parade and it happened like that. The guy next to me was shooting at another guy. Shooting back, and they was friends too. It always be like friends doing that against each other. It's crazy when that happens.
What did you do when it happened to you? What did you do? Did you get down? Did you run? Did you?
My friend was walking. This is a long time ago. I was like a teenager. They friends. They got into it. MLK parade. Luckily nobody got shot. We walking through a field. The guy in the car, he seen him. My friend, he just took his helmet out and just started letting loose. Then the guy in the car in the back seat, he started letting loose. Man, I froze. So I froze. I could have got hit too. I froze. Luckily, nobody got hit though. Broad daylight too. Crazy broad daylight.
Wow. That sounds really safe.
It is. You're muted, man.
Oh, you're muted, Antoine.
Oh no, that's all I wanted to add. Just asking if that ever happened to anybody.
Well,
younger years. I'm an old man. What was that?
Universal Jones said that he said yes to your question, like it's happened to him also.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like a deer in headlight.
Happened to me in Memphis. I actually got shot.
I knew you were secretly MLK, man. You can't hide it.
You got shot, 12 man?
Yeah. The Crips and the Bloods were having their little spit spats like they do, and I just happened to be caught in the crossfire, riding my motorcycle, got shot off my bike, and then unfortunately I got run over by a truck too, so got shot and run over by a truck. Midtown Memphis, Tennessee.
What is the truck? Is the truck okay?
I don't know. I don't give a fuck about the truck. I'm okay. Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I'm so not. I'm so not okay. J-Dub says he grew up in Gary, Indiana during the early 90s. That was the highest murder rate in the country, I think, at the time. I mean, when I was driving, I had a friend up there lived in Maryville, and his dad told me, he goes, look, when you get to this intersection, do not turn left. Do not. If you turn left, we will never see you again. Turn right.
John said, goddamn, how you get shot and ran over by a car on the same day at the same time? That is crazy, 12 man.
Memphis, Tennessee was crazy.
It still is. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know it still is off the chain, but
that's crazy. Wow. Wow. 12th man.
Just out on your bike for a ride one day and then get shot into oncoming traffic. Yeah.
I'm glad you made it out alive. I mean,
What? That ain't nothing, man. Like, think about all them babies getting shot, bystanders, all that gang violence and shit. Just little babies. I survived, man. Like,
yeah.
just think about all those babies that don't. It's terrible.
John says, not one of my Tuskegee friends have mentioned this in our group chat. Not one. They have to act like it didn't happen, which is crazy. Oh, John says, you have me hurting laughing over here. It is not funny, but it is funny because you made it. You made it.
It's okay.
12 man, how long was you in the hospital?
About 3 months.
Jeez.
I was at the Elvis Presley Trauma Center, downtown Memphis, Tennessee. Probably know where that's at. Anybody that's been to Memphis. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a family reunion in Memphis. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Them ladies saved my life, man.
I went into that hospital. I had a hunk of burning love. I had to
I hate Memphis. I went once and I've never been back. That is a terrible place.
Yeah, you told us that story.
Yep, and I'll never go back.
How your car got stolen and all that.
Yep, stolen and gutted. Never go back.
Dang.
Oh, all seeing. Where did you get shot at, 12th man?
It's Midtown.
No, like what part of your body?
Chest.
Gosh.
Chest and midsection. Yeah.
Oh, so you got shot. You got hit a couple times.
Yeah.
Did they know what caliber? I mean, what the guy shot?
Oh, it was 9mm. That's what all the G's carried back in the day.
Yes. It's the most common for most pistols. So.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
And a lot of them carried Uzis, both Bloods and Crips. Funny how a lot of them had the same weapons, had a lot of the same crack, had a lot of the same everything, but killing each other.
Lucky you. 12th man, if that happened to me, that would be the first thing I told people when they met me. I'd be like, hi, Tom Gully. Shot, run over by a truck, still here. Don't try anything.
Right. Like I got shot in the chest twice.
Yeah.
I'm stealth. Don't.
Well, that's why I got respect when I was in prison, though, too. Yeah. Yo, this bro right here, he's already been through it.
Well.
And they didn't try me when I went to the joint. That's why.
Lindy says, I drove to Florida, was stuck in traffic, and got off the MLK exit to use the restroom.
Oh, boy.
Just for anybody out there, in case you don't know, just for anybody out there listening, don't ever go anywhere that says MLK. Street, MLK Boulevard, don't ever do it. I wouldn't risk it. Just pee on yourself. I mean, that's safer than actually going anywhere.
That's terrible, Portia.
Anyway.
Oh my goodness.
And that's going to be anywhere in the United States of America. It is not specific to any state. It is just going to be anywhere in the United States of America. Avoid MLK boulevards and streets and drives at all costs. If you want to live, let's see.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, they sent you to prison after you got shot? No, I think that
No, that was later on in life.
Yeah. Humble President says, now I see why he moved to Alaska. Got to get as far away from the nickels as possible. Yeah, yeah, I understand.
Not really. Believe me, we have nickels up here too. They're just not as mean as the ones in the South.
Lindy says that she thought it was safe because it was Martin Luther King. It ain't nothing safe about Martin Luther King, Miss Lindy. Nothing. Nothing at all. Shout out to MLK though.
Police calls really short. MLK GSW. Gunshot wound.
Oh, Jesus. Well, speaking of gang violence, you know, in a great state like Washington, you know, they don't like guns and they don't want you to have any. So, you know, things happen, you know, and it's not always because of a gun, because sometimes people use other things. They use other things. And let's take a listen.
Breaking tonight, 6 stabbings, 10 people hurt. Now 1 person is in custody following a series of seemingly random attacks that culminated with a mass stabbing this afternoon.
The stabbings happened over a stretch of 36 hours in Seattle's Chinatown International District, starting early Thursday morning and ending around 2 p.m. today near 12th and Jackson.
Video from a traffic camera here in the area captured part of today's attack. You can see a man dressed in black walk up behind one of the victims and stab them in the upper body. That person falls to the ground as the suspect walks off.
Just in the past hour, Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell released a statement about the stabbings. It reads in part, the stabbings in Little Saigon and the Chinatown International District are horrific, appalling, and shouldn't occur anywhere in our city. He goes on to say every person deserves to feel and be safe, and I remain committed to you.
Oh my God. I'm really hoping that as we get through this news story, because this is in Chinatown.
Yeah.
Can you imagine just walking down the street and all of a sudden getting stabbed in the back?
I wonder if it's black people doing it. Man,
probably a little Chinaman like
man, that's...
How are you gonna say that?
They said that it was random, but I covered this story, and apparently a Bruce Lee Film Festival had just let out.
Oh.
Well, let's see.
Some of these jokes don't go over, okay?
Oh, I thought you were. I thought you were telling like a real story. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get back into this.
He's too funny, isn't he?
He is.
Using every tool available to improve the safety for all residents, workers, and visitors.
We have team coverage on the mass stabbing, including Ryan Sims with neighborhood reaction in Lynn and Wynn at Harborview, where the victims are recovering.
But we start with Jeremy Harris, who was in the neighborhood talking with people about the previous stabbings when today's attack happened. Jeremy,
come on.
Yeah, with the suspect now in custody, the urgent.
Wait, let me pause this because I haven't seen this story. I've heard about it, but I haven't really gotten into it. But here in the chat, Universal say, you know who it is. He black. I heard he was screaming black power while stabbing them.
Uh-oh.
I heard the black what in the, you know what? Ninja Blade. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, I wish John was not feeling so bad because I know that he would have everything in the world to say about this. Let's keep going.
Task for investigators is to figure out who he is, what a motive may have been, and do they have evidence to connect him to all 10 people who've been stabbed here in the Chinatown International District since yesterday morning. We came up here today to talk to people who were on edge after yesterday's stabbing spree, only to find ourselves in the middle of a violent and chaotic scene. You hear that a lot?
Yeah. Yeah.
All the time?
Yeah, all the time.
It was in this interview about a nearby stabbing spree when it happened again.
If you or a loved one ever used Depo-Provera, listen up. New research suggests an increased risk of brain tumors in women who use.
As we arrived at the scene, this is what we saw. Stabbing victims all over the intersection of 12th and Jackson. Police officers put pressure on the wounds and aided the victims, while paramedics and firefighters ran in. They triaged, then raced the victims to Harborview Medical Center.
And I see a man stab him, in the back with a big knife. The knife, broke and stayed in his back.
The witnesses tell us it was totally random. A man just walked up and started stabbing people.
Dude, I'm freaking out. I'm like, my friends. My friends on the ground, I'm dying. I don't want to lose them.
Apparently one individual over a 38-hour period of time committing random assaults.
This scene had 5 victims. That's on top of 5 other victims who were stabbed, apparently at random, in Seattle's Chinatown International District in the prior 36 hours.
The arbitrary nature of these assaults makes it likely that these are similar. Again, only one of those previous incidents was a robbery in which a cell phone was stolen. The rest of them were just random attacks, as this appears to be today.
Yeah, I feel super unsafe, actually. Extremely unsafe. It's not safe for anybody to come down here.
We expect to be safe, but 5 random stabbings, yeah.
Even with a suspect now in custody, the neighborhood says the safety issues here are still not over.
It's super unacceptable, and I'm hoping that they actually do something really soon about it, because it's starting to get really scary.
A stabbing spree like this is certainly alarming enough as is, but as they just heard there are broader issues going on here, especially in Little Saigon and the Chinatown International District. To speak of that, you can see behind us, fire crews just arrived here while I've been doing this live shot. They're treating somebody who appeared to be overdosing, and bystanders had to call 911. Now we got medics treating them. This scene plays out here constantly up at 12th and Jackson, and it's just, you can sense the frustration from people up here who say they're not only dealing with the street disorder around the public drug use, but they're also now dealing with these violent attacks. They're on edge, they're frustrated, and they're looking for help from the city. We'll stay on top of this. Reporting live from the CID, Jeremy Harris.
What a cluster.
4 of the 5 victims from today's mass stabbing are all listed in critical condition tonight at Harborview Medical Center. KOMO's Lynn Wynn continues our team coverage live there tonight. Lynn?
Well, Preston, in total, 10 people have been stabbed in the CID since early yesterday morning, and at least 8 of those victims have been taken here to Harborview in either critical or serious condition since yesterday. 4 of the victims stabbed this afternoon were hospitalized in critical condition, and SPD tells me the 5th victim stabbed this afternoon was not severely injured, and they were treated at the scene. I'm told all of the victims have injuries ranging from minor cuts to severe stab wounds, and as SPD stated before, there were 5 separate stabbings prior to this afternoon's incidents. The victims in those earlier stabbings were also taken here to Harborview, most of them in serious condition, including a 52-year-old woman who was stabbed 8 times and a 32-year-old man who was stabbed 7 times in his chest and in his back. Another victim told police the suspect approached his vehicle near 8th and King last night, forcing the door open and tried to stab him in the chest, which he blocked, but he was then cut on his hand. First responders also took 2 more victims to Harborview, one man with multiple stab wounds and another man who was found bleeding heavily from his neck this morning around 1 a.m. near 12th and Jackson. Now, again, all of these victims were stabbed in the same general area in the CID, all within a couple of blocks of 12th and Jackson. All these incidents seemingly random. Reporting live in Seattle tonight, Lynn Wynn, KOMO News.
The KOMO 4 drone captured the frantic police activity following today's mass stabbing. For years, KOMO has reported on crime and safety concerns in the Chinatown International District and the frustration from people who live and work there. KOMO's Ryan Sims is live now. And Ryan, you heard more of those same concerns again tonight.
Yeah, the worries just keep rising, Mary. We should mention this, too, that today's series of stabbings come a year after a historic preservation group said that the Chinatown International District is one of the most endangered historic places in the United States because of crime, and neighbors say enough is enough. Now, talking about that, while updated crime numbers are still unavailable through the middle of the most recent summer, we're talking about July, there were 95 violent crimes and 285 property crimes here in the CID. Needless to say, the stabbings from the last 2 days will definitely raise those violent crime numbers even more. In the hour after today's mass stabbing incident, we spoke to 2 high school seniors who have to walk through this area every day just to get to class. They say dealing with crime is an everyday occurrence on their way to school.
It's all the drugs over here mostly. Gets pretty aggressive over here sometimes.
It's a bit scary because there's a lot of kids over here because it's a high school, so it's a bit concerning when people are being stabbed like in the middle of the day.
Now, all this comes as the city council just voted a few weeks ago to install a series of security cameras in this area of the stabbing under the plans. That new technology will give officers real-time information about a crime scene before they even get to that area. We asked neighbors their thoughts on that spruced up technology that will be happening and coming to this area in a few months. They say it cannot come fast enough. Coming to you live from the CID tonight, Ryan Sims, Como News.
And that brings us to tonight's Como Pulse poll. Hannah Knowles is at the live desk going over the results for us. Hannah?
Those frustrations echoed throughout the city, which brings us to our Como Pulse poll tonight. Tonight, we are asking what would make you feel safer when visiting Seattle. Let's take a live look at those results. You see here, 51% of you have voted a visible police presence. 43% say stricter drug enforcement. 3% tied at 3%. Our last 2 options, more lighting at night and more businesses. If you'd like to weigh in, scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you directly to the story on our website, comonews.com.
And Como News will stay on top of all of the developments with the mass stabbing throughout the night and in the days ahead. We'll have another live report coming up tonight at 6:30 and tonight on Como News at 11. You can also look for any updates any time of the day on our website at comonews.com.
I guarantee it's some deranged Antifa, some deranged Antifa queerbait faggot doing it.
You know, that is insane. This is crazy.
We begin with breaking news.
I mean, they said something about it being an endangered community because of all of the crime.
Well, Portia, I was looking up their firearm laws. They you can have a firearm just like Florida, Texas, and all that. I don't understand why nothing didn't happen to him when he's doing that. Because in Florida, if you do that, somebody go give it to you. Somebody go have a firearm and protect themselves.
Yeah. In Dallas.
Yeah, the police will give it to you in Florida too, like that.
You know, in Dallas, that story ends with, after the first attempted stabbing, bystanders shot the man to death. Police arrived and left very quickly. I mean, it just...
Yeah, scooped him off the asphalt. It's done.
And don't forget, the bystanders went home and went to bed and slept peacefully that evening.
Yeah, they didn't even take their names.
Yeah, they didn't even...
They sat around and they talked about what kind of pistols they had. You used like Glock 17? Is it extended mag or no? Well, no, I'm using the Glock 43X. It's no printing. It's one single stack.
That is so funny. It's so many things that, you know, Texans that we see in other states, especially, and it's whenever we see things like this online, I'll speak for myself. I'm always that person looking in the comments, waiting to see the person that says, if this was Texas.
Yeah. There was some in New York, some like bangers got into a school and started shooting at the security guard and into the classrooms. And I'm like, in Dallas, there'd have been the kids would have just got their rifles out of their desk. You know.
Yes. I love it. It just feels so nice to have another Texan up here. Oh, goodness gracious. So let's see who was doing the stabbings. Apparently, he is a Pookie.
We begin with breaking news now at 4 o'clock in Seattle's Chinatown International District.
That's where we are learning 5 people have been stabbed in what police describe as a mass casualty event. Thanks for being here for King 5 News at 4. I'm Steve Solis.
I'm Jessica Janner Castro. This comes after as many as 5 other stabbing incidents in that same area since early Thursday morning. This mass stabbing happened at 12th Avenue South and Jackson Street. That's where King 5's Madison Wade joining us live now. Madison, we are now seeing video of one of those stabbings.
Yeah, we do have video, and we'll show you that just moments away. But first, I want to set the scene for you. This crime spans several blocks just hours ago. It's now back open, as you can see. But right up this hill is where police arrested the suspect. They say that person is responsible for stabbing 5 people today in the CID. 4 of those patients are now in the hospital in critical condition. We also, like I said, have video showing the randomness of this crime. We want to show that to you right now. This is from S.Dot cameras. You can see the suspect wearing a black shirt walk towards the camera, turn to his right, and then lunge towards someone. You see that person then fall down on the sidewalk as the suspect walks away out of view. Police say part of the weapon used was stuck in one of the stabbing victims. Now, before today's events, police have responded to 5 other stabbings in this same neighborhood since yesterday morning. The first victim was a woman. The rest of the victims in all of these stabbings were men. 1 person was also robbed. Police tell me all of these crimes could be connected. They're investigating that. We also spoke with a witness who says that they saw the suspect running around and attacking people, stabbing them at random.
It's certainly plausible that the suspect involved in today's stabbing is the same suspect involved with the previous 5 incidents, but the investigation is ongoing and we will determine that, and there will be additional information forthcoming.
I saw, you know what I'm saying, the guy, he was kind of like, you know, he just started sticking people and stuff like that. So the other guy, he started bend down and he walked over to him and he stabbed him in the back.
Police say that the suspect involved in the stabbings today could be the same person because of the similar suspect description given to police from all of these crimes. Now, police say they've recently pivoted efforts from their mayor's downtown activation plan. Within the last few days, they've added more resources right to this neighborhood between 10th and 12th Street on Jackson Street to prevent crime. Now, again, we also spoke with more witnesses who didn't want to go on camera but say that their friend was one of the victims here in today's stabbing. And this is a very alarming for many people who live here, who have been witnessing some of these crimes of the past 38 hours. And then to see this happen today, very alarming. Again, those patients are now in the hospital. 4 of them are in critical. The suspect was also hurt in this, but he is now at police headquarters being interviewed tonight. Once we learn more about the investigation from Seattle Police, right here in the CID, we'll be sure to let you know. Live in Seattle tonight, Madison Wade, King 5 News.
Thank you.
Create content for people.
Hey, I got to go. I got a show starting in 25 minutes, but it's been a pleasure.
Thank you for being here, Tom.
Thank you for having me. You guys have
Can
a great
Portia, could you share Tom's link if he'd have me? I wouldn't mind joining him sometime.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, today's show is only for members of my thing, but
okay.
There's a link there. Yeah, share whatever you want.
Appreciate it.
More the better. Anyway, have a great weekend, guys.
You too.
You too, Tom.
All right, bye-bye.
I'm trying to find. I hate whenever they do the news, and it's a black person that did it. And
Some spicy peach. Sorry, Portia.
Whenever there's a black person that commits the crime, it's just suspect. And I think somebody put his name in the chat, and I'm trying to find it.
I think that was a white boy, Portia.
No, they're saying no, 12 men. They're saying that the guy that did it was black. But the news, we've just watched 2 news stories. They have the suspect, but they haven't actually shown us him. And I'm trying to find the comment in the chat that said his name. Roland Lee. Let's see, because I want to see the guy. I don't want y'all to tell me about the suspect. If you got him, you know who he is.
Right.
Tell us who he is and stop doing all of this stuff. It's just like, what do y'all not understand about not letting people know the truth? Oh, JLR investigates. I see. He has a stream on it. It's pretty long, but I mean, why not? You know, why not?
How long ago was this? Like, was this last night or something?
Let me see. Because I can't. Let me see when it happened. Oh, 18 hours ago or one day ago.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Well, we have this video from JLR something, and let's listen to what he's talking about here, because it seems like he's going to break it down for us.
Breaking news, everyone. JLR investigates with the breaking news. Come on in. Come on in. Let's talk about this guy right here. Let's make him famous, folks. Come on in, because there was a major stabbing on Friday afternoon in Seattle, Washington. It was on the corner of 12th Avenue and South Jackson. And this individual right here, who the judges in the courts don't want his face out there, but we're going to put his face out there. His name is Roland Lee. Actually, Roland Jerome Lee. And he went on a mass stabbing
Not Jerome.
Seattle, Washington, and stabbed numerous people Friday afternoon, around 2 p.m. in the Chinatown section of Seattle. But this guy is also a suspect in multiple other stabbings that occurred in Seattle for the last couple days prior. Total suspected of stabbing 10 people in multiple different incidents throughout Seattle, Washington. He's arrested. Some strange stuff about this case. And we were going to talk about, me and Magnolia were going to talk about this case a couple days ago when it happened. But we were waiting for the suspect to be identified, because they said they arrested a suspect, and we waited Saturday and we're like, where's the suspect? Where's the suspect? And no one would name the suspect. It's one of those cases where they apprehend someone and they never name the suspect. He just went in court. And this judge had the audacity to tell the media, give the dignity to the defendant and please don't film his face. Only his feet. Some strange stuff out of Seattle. So we're going to talk about this case a little bit. We're going to talk about these judges out there in Seattle, because there's a growing group of judges here that are pro-defendant type judges. Case in point, the same judge this guy
fucking weirdo judges.
But she did give him a $2 million bail. Some people think that was too low. He should have gotten no bail. But the same judge that he just saw the other day that didn't want to show his face out of respect for the defendant is the same judge just 2 months prior that released a murderer on the street on $50,000 bond that murdered and stabbed a 65-year-old veteran. So we're going to talk about this case and what in the world is happening in Seattle, folks. JLR investigates Seattle. What in the world is going on in Seattle? Seattle, you know, I have this perception that Seattle is a little bit...
I want to take a brief moment, seeing as this is Seattle and all, I want us to go just for a moment, if y'all don't mind, for those of you watching right now, and you too, let's go ahead and take a look at something here. And, you know, I'm not, you know, if Stanley was here, he would say, Portia, what does this have to do with anything? What does it have to do with anything? And, you know, it might not have anything to do with anything, but let's take a look at 91% reporting in Washington. Kamala Harris with 58% of the vote. That's 2,066,126. Now, let's get a little bit closer here. Let's see if it'll, yep, all right. Okay, and so here we have Seattle is blue as it can be. We have Olympia and Bellingham as well as blue can be, but of course, like everywhere else of America, the majority of the state is red. Now, you have a judge that is showing empathy to this criminal. You have a news organization, multiple ones. They won't even tell you his name. He is going around stabbing people. Okay? Could have killed somebody, and I'm pretty sure that was his full intent. And y'all don't even, we just watched a 10-minute news video. Y'all said y'all caught the suspect, but y'all ain't told us nothing about who he is, ain't showed his picture, none of that. I wish Tom was still here, but since Tom stepped away, I'm going to do my Texas thing. In Texas, if you are a criminal, if you've never been to Texas, one thing that you will see all over our highways, no matter where you are in our great state, are billboards, live billboards. And they will have pictures of every single criminal that has not been caught yet. I'm talking if his name is Tyrone, Pookie, Ray, if it's a Sheila, if it's a Jose, your picture is blown up huge. You have parts of their criminal record. They have what you did and why you are on the run and why they are looking for you. And also, if you see this person, call us. They put it out.
Amen, Portia.
You gonna know, okay? And we want to know. Now, for this judge to behave this way, as well as the news, shame on them.
Yeah.
Shame on them. Let's get back to the video.
Someone should have shot his ass.
He was in the wrong state.
Far to the left with some policies and stuff like that. A lot of criminals are, getting out of jail there. They don't necessarily lock people up. I heard the downtown Chinatown area is just off the chain as far as just open air drug activity and just wildness that's going on there. We've heard about the Chaz place in the last couple years. Antifa rolling around there. And, now you got an incident here where some dude here, and I think it's a hate crime. I think it's a hate crime and was just going around stabbing random people. And this guy has been in and out of prison for a long, long time. I found his Facebook. See, I had to get one of these independent journalists, Jonathan Chow. I don't know if you follow him. He's like Andy No, Jonathan Chow. They cover stuff in Seattle, Portland area and stuff. He actually was tweeting out who this guy was. So then I started going on Truth Finder and Been Verified and everything like that. And I found him. But the media is not showing his face. The media refuses to show. Now imagine this, folks. Imagine a mass shooting or a mass stabbing or a mass whatever, a mass criminal, a mass.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion.
And make us happy or
someone that does mass crime.
And if he was white, of course, his picture would have been out instant. And this is what it comes down to in America. And this election, in my opinion, we are all tired of this. It is extremely divisive. It doesn't help a nation. It breaks a nation. If you do something wrong and foul, you've done something wrong and foul. Okay? Crime doesn't have a color. A criminal is a criminal. Okay? And we want to know who it is. And you not showing his face, and then I believe I heard him say a $50,000 bond. What if someone out there pays that for him he'll be out on the streets and we won't even know who he looked like. You know what? You know what?
That's some bullshit, Portia.
Ryan, can you say something?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. Just making sure that I'm doing this right.
I'm alive, yeah. This is a new deal here. This Streamlabs is new. I haven't used it yet.
Yes, it is new. It's so good to see you, Ryan.
There we are. That's me. Hi.
I don't know what's
How you
wrong. I
doing?
don't know what to do. Well, we can hear you. So, what are you thinking about this this story so far?
I just think there shouldn't be, what I heard about Texas sounds great. They put the criminals up on billboards and try to track them down and put them in jail. So I think that's awesome. So where I live, it's not like that. They kind of let everybody go, you know.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a different, it's a bit different out east. So yeah, out here we don't really do anything. I mean, look, some people go to jail, but by and large, most people, you got to break the law 8 times in a row to go to jail in the Northeast. And all the blue states you saw that voted blue, you got to go to jail. I mean, you got to have 8 priors to go to jail. So that's how it works for whatever reason. So.
Yeah, it's just not, I don't understand. That should be done nationwide, but of course, states have their own things that they do. Nobody wants to be out here with known criminals that do things like this, random stabbings, and we not know who they are. So I'm glad that this guy, what I think it's JRL or LR, that he's talking about this and showing us who the guy is. So let's watch some more.
Times. And the media doesn't even want to show the suspect's face or mugshot. You are doing the public a disservice. We need to know who these people are. But apparently in Seattle, they're having a new policy where they will not show defendants' faces anymore. What a mess. What a mess. So let's listen to this clip. I got a couple clips here to get an understanding on what happened here. The police gave a press conference here. We'll just do ABC World.
That is a complete disservice to the whole entire community. They have a law that says that they don't show the defendants' faces. I think that happened in a few other states. I can't think of, I believe maybe it was California.
Probably Massachusetts, all your liberal strongholds, basically.
I mean, that is. So yeah, no, we're going to protect the defendants. Yeah. We know that he raped and molested 30 girls under the age of 13, but we're going to make sure we protect his identity, from the public. He's out on bond. He bonded out, and you still won't know.
It's even, I mean, Portia, it's even worse than that. Like in my own state, there was a woman with 5 children that was killed. Okay, she was killed by an unfriendly from south of the border here illegally. Committed rape in California, then went up to Massachusetts and did something, then went to the DC area and killed this woman with 5 kids. She's like a 40-year-old woman. The national news media didn't pick it up. I mean, I think there's been a lot of this kind of stuff. And I'm talking not just to Seattle, I'm talking nationally. They wouldn't pick it up because it would hurt, Kamala in the race because it's an immigration issue, right? So they've been doing this for a while, colluding and they don't want anybody to know what's going on. So I don't know why. So I know why, because it benefits liberals more so than anyone. So
and then of course too, they say they do the whole crime is going down in Chicago. Crime is going down in New York City. Crime is going down in Memphis. And it's like, no, the hell it ain't. What are you talking about? Y'all are just skewing the numbers, changing the laws, and making crimes that were once crimes, misdemeanors, and y'all are letting people go.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. And the all-seeing guy says,
I think the murder rate has come down in a couple places, but it was almost double in places. So if it comes down, I mean, it went up by 50% in 2020, 21, 22, 23, and then it comes down by 4%. And then the news media is like, well, crime's down. Like, it's still way above the average based on, statistically speaking, it's still well above what it was under the Trump administration, So anyway.
well, the all-seeing guy says citizens can call and tip off locations if the criminal's picture is out there. Withholding the photos directly endangers the public. Shredder says, we gave the blacks every opportunity, funding, programs, schools. We gave them 8 chances before we put them in prison. Defunded police, reform bill. We tried. We really tried, but enough is enough. Momo says, if you just don't log the crime as crime, then there is no crime.
I think that's what's happening. And also DAs. The DAs don't want to prosecute anybody. Soros-backed DAs, they don't want to prosecute. So,
on top of it, their policies are causing more people to go nuts. Mavitt says, if you show their faces, you create crime trends. That's probably partly why we have crime trends through different eras in the United States. So let's watch some more.
Old news. We'll start out because I like their dun 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 dun. Their intro.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here on a Friday night. We begin tonight with the breaking news coming out of Seattle at this hour. A stabbing spree. At least 5 stabbed in Seattle late today. 10 people stabbed in the same area over the last day and a half. Authorities want to know if this is all related. They believe most of these attacks are. Authorities say those 5 people stabbed late this afternoon in the Chinatown area of Seattle. Again, at this point, they believe a total of 10 people stabbed in multiple locations in the same neighborhood over the last 2 days. Tonight, we have just learned a suspect is in custody. Here's our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas, with us live tonight. Pierre, what have you learned?
Well, David, it was a nightmare scenario playing out over a series of hours with an assailant attacking unsuspecting victims, sending some to the emergency room. Tonight, scenes of chaos on the streets of Seattle. Officers racing to treat victims of a stabbing spree.
This is a horrific tragedy, a mass casualty event.
At least 10 people attacked in the Chinatown neighborhood over 38 hours. 5 people stabbed just today. Police are investigating if one of the stabbings involving a robbery is also related.
The injuries to those victims range from a minor cut to severe stab wounds.
Witnesses identifying a suspect in a series of what appear to be random attacks. That person now in custody. 4 of the stabbing victims today were hospitalized, and tonight the investigation is just getting started. David?
Pierre Thomas with the breaking news, the stabbing spree in Seattle tonight. Pierre, thank you.
Yeah, that was Friday night. Saturday, no name of the suspect. Nobody identified the suspect. Even though he was in custody right away, taken into custody Friday afternoon, nobody would put his name out. Now we're getting information on who the guy is. So we on JLR Investigates could put the name out. Judge doesn't want the guy's face out there. We're putting his face out there. Roland Jerome Lee. About 37 years old, in and out of prison most of his life. I found his Facebook page. He has actually a nickname. Oh, this is his nickname, by the way. Roland ain't trippin' Lee. Roland, he ain't trippin' Lee. That's him. This is the stabbing suspect. And one of these.
Now you know what? Okay. Now, gosh, I wish John was up here. My Lord, today, Jesus, this very Sunday. Roland ain't tripping Lee. My God. You know, I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared.
I can't zoom up on it, Portia. What's he look like?
What's the motive of this anyway?
Of the crime?
Yeah.
Oh, they said it was just random. Apparently he was calling, he was saying like racial slurs. They were saying something about it in the chat, and I assumed that they watched this video. But
He doesn't like the Chinese, I guess.
yeah, he doesn't like the Chinese.
But his last name's Lee. Maybe he's related to Bruce Lee somehow.
honey.
Perhaps.
Hopefully, Master Kim will mark himself safe from this event.
Yeah. I'm trying to see.
And get crack, and Master Kim marked himself safe from this event.
Are you doing okay? It seems like the Roland ain't tripping Lee's. He's trying to come and get you.
What's that, Portia?
I said the Roland ain't tripping Lee's are out to get the Asians. So Master Kim and Crack, you guys stay safe because he might be getting out.
Portia, let me ask you.
There have been reports of a lot of Asian hate the last few years. There have been a lot of Asian hate.
Yeah, it has.
I feel like in Texas, this wouldn't happen. It would not happen. In Texas, it would be 1 or 2 stabbings, and then everyone would be itchy on the trigger, right? And this guy would have gotten shot quick because pretty much half the population of Texas is strapped. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it would have been pretty definite. And in Texas, he wouldn't be alive. It wouldn't be one of those, I'm just shooting to stop you. It's like, we're gonna have to go ahead and get you up out of here. You know what? Because people like you, you just don't need to be alive. We're gonna have to remove you from society altogether. Let's get you.
He's running around with a knife though. When the population's got guns, that's a bad idea. So
the Alaska State Troopers would have shot him. Like, you raise a knife at the troopers, they'll shoot you.
Well, he stabbed 37 people, and in Seattle you can do that, but like anywhere else, in Texas, like a third of the population is probably carrying a gun in public, conceal at least, maybe, or even. So you figure he wouldn't get very far, I mean, out of 37 people, 12 of them would have been carrying a gun. So he wouldn't have made it very far.
Momo says, I didn't even watch any of this, but when I heard that it was a mass stabbing by a suspect in Chinatown, I pretty much knew what it was immediately. Yep. This is just, let's watch some more.
Independent journalists are saying when he was in the police interrogation room talking about this crime, he yelled out, "Black power, black power." That's what he rolled out. I'm getting a spam call right now. Roland ain't tripping Lee.
Y'all know, listen, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if
This guy is kind of a trip, ain't he, Portia?
He was yelling out black power while he was stabbing Asians. Oh my gosh. Kamala? Kamala? Isn't Kamala Asian? Kamala. Your people need you.
She's Indian. Isn't there a difference? I don't know.
That's in Asia.
I'm not the racial expert here.
Yeah, it's Indian and it's South Asia. She's Asian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kamala, you need to get on top of this. You got a few more months left in office. Your people need you, Kamala. They need you. And black power didn't win you this election. So you might want to help out the Asians. In the event you decide to run again, they need you, Kamala. They need you.
Let's get some more information about this guy. Share this video, share his face. Now this is we'll do I like this. I like Como News. Como News is like the news out there. But again, you got to challenge these people to ask, who are the suspect? What is the suspect's name? And we went over a day, over 24 hours without even knowing this dude's name until he went for his court hearing.
We begin this afternoon with breaking news in Seattle's Chinatown International District. A mass stabbing attack with 5 victims. We have video just in from a DOT camera that shows the moment one of them was attacked and then falls to the ground. Today's violence comes after 5 other stabbings in the same area in a 24-hour time span.
Couples Jeremy Harris is live at the scene with the very latest details. Jeremy, police are now saying they do.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images, layout, everything, including the content, literally in a few minutes. Watch this. So I'm using Designer.
You have someone in custody.
That's right. We don't know too much about that suspect other than he's being interviewed right now, and he was arrested just feet away from the scene here at 12th and Jackson in Seattle's Chinatown International District. Police just within the last few minutes took the crime scene tape down and left the scene. But what happened here today was just unbelievable. There have now been 10 people stabbed in this neighborhood since yesterday morning. 5 of those happening just here at 12th and Jackson around 1:15 this afternoon. We'll show you some video of what the scene looked like when we got here. We were up here working on a story about the 5 previous stabbings when we heard chaos. We heard police sirens, we heard yelling. We ran up the street and found multiple people had been stabbed in the intersection at 12th and Jackson. Those first responders, Seattle police, they moved so fast to help those victims. They were applying pressure to the wounds. Some of those victims had been stabbed in the back. Others looked like they'd been stabbed in the chest. It was an absolutely chaotic scene as that was all unfolding. Now, adding to this is that the fact that this was after there had been 5 people stabbed in separate attacks since yesterday morning. We know Seattle police had surged the area with patrols. We could see undercover officers going around the neighborhood.
Wait a minute, Portia. Can you pause it?
Before this.
So it was hours later. There had already been 5 stabbings, and hours later. So there had already been hours went by, and they still couldn't catch this creep, or somebody couldn't catch him. Hours later.
I believe that's what she said. I think that's what she said.
Yes, 12 minutes.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes, 12 minutes. That's the premise of the story.
I mean, every detective on that police force needs to be fired.
Ryan said,
you know what I mean?
I believe that's what she said.
You can't find a motherfucker going around stabbing somebody. Needs to be fired.
I think
somebody.
You want delay?
I'm sorry.
You want delay? No, you're good.
Spicy Peach says, "Happy Shanksgiving." Shanks.
Happy Shanksgiving.
Maybe this guy spent some time in Europe where they tend to stab each other more.
I love Spicy Pete. You know that's my internet wife, right, Portia?
Yes, I know. So Shredder says you can take just about any crime committed by blacks, reverse it, and it would be the most heinous act in all of humanity. Just imagine a white dude yelling white power while blading 30 black people over a 48-hour period.
I thought that was Jason on Friday the 13th.
Why? I don't. The motive's a little strange. Why Asians? I mean, they don't.
No, 12 men is our Sherlock homie. Our Sherlock homie, he got a full night's rest to double his stab power the next day.
Why Asians? It's very strange. It's very like COVID's
Yeah, I don't
over.
know, man.
He like maybe he failed math a couple times and he's mad at Asians because of it. I don't know. Why hate
Wow,
Asians?
Ryan. Wow,
Yeah,
Ryan.
they're real good at math, right? No, I'm just saying, what is the well, I mean, how did why
What? Well,
Asians don't really do anything to anybody except for get
let me ask the
advanced
question.
degrees.
Why would black people be mad at Asians?
Well, 12 man Ryan just asked that question.
I did
Yeah,
ask that. Yeah.
why would black people be mad at Asians? Why?
Black
That's
people
the
and Asians have a very complicated relationship. And I think that that's
I
everywhere. And
understand.
I can't
guess.
really tell you why, but it is definitely a thing, though. Spicy
And
Peach.
what about
Hold
Mexicans?
on, wait really quick, 12 man. We have Spicy Peach. We got married probably 7 years ago. Congratulations. Y'all been married for a long time. Universal Jones, what's up? Shout out to you, motherfucker. Portia has a white panel today. Notice no one is talking over each other. You know how it is. Oh, here we go, Universal. She black, they white. Let's see.
It says Asians are more racist, discriminatory.
Asians are more openly racist, discriminatory towards blacks, justifiably so, but blacks tend to take great offense to it. Yeah, it is.
I don't know about this. Seems like
Interesting.
seems like that's a pretty broad statement.
I didn't know that.
Asians own the
Seems like a
stores
pretty
that the inner city blacks have to shop at. You know, that I had to go to the beauty supply because I needed to get some gel, and you know, it was just packed filled with Asians. I had to go to the HOOD. All right. Oh, synthetic.
Yeah, maybe other than that, I don't know where they running. Where do they bump into each other? Like, why just Asians?
So the blacks
Maybe
are
he just
mad
lives in
because.
Chinatown.
So the blacks are mad because Asians own all the stores. Is that it?
I don't know. Synthetic says maybe he got a fortune cookie that said the N-word. That could also be true. Black Manta, hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. Yeah. You know, it's just a really,
I mean, I understand it.
Better
If it was
to
during COVID, I kind of get it. Like, okay, you feel they brought it into the country, it's their fault. I understand it, right? But just now, like, it probably has something to do with a convenience store. That's a good point.
yeah, it's just I think that John would be better to like define that for you. I just know I've never felt that way as a black person myself, but a lot of black people hate Asians.
Me neither, Portia.
And a lot of Asians hate black people. It's just a complicated relationship. Race, the idea that raisins, Lord, Asians are racist. Wow.
And you know what, Portia? Even though I got shot by black folks, I don't have any hard feelings toward black folks. I know they just they was just men. They were just men in the wrong direction, and hopefully they found the Lord. You know, eventually.
Well, 12 man, if I got shot by a black person, I would be a white supremacist and I would join the KKK. So, but that's just me. Go ahead.
When did you get shot, though? You got shot with a gun?
Yeah, I already went over it earlier.
Really?
Don't really want to do it again.
Oh, you don't want to? Can I tell it for you?
Sure, you can, Portia.
All right, so 12th man was on his bike, you know, just taking a ride, you know, for the day.
In Alaska.
Motorcycle.
On a motorcycle in Memphis, Tennessee. And he found himself on, you know, on the road. There's other cars driving and there's some gang violence going on between the Crips and the Bloods, and they're shooting. And 12th man got shot twice, once in his stomach and in his chest. He fell off his motorcycle, of course, because he got shot, and then he got ran over by a truck.
That's quite an afternoon. I'm assuming. So you got shot in the stomach and chest, and then got ran over by a semi. 12th man?
No, just half-ton pickup truck, GMC. As a matter of fact.
Cool. Well, fortunately, you made it through.
Yeah, definitely did. I know about them boys. A lot of them got time in prison and stuff like that. So.
Was it intentional or was it an errant?
No, they were at each other. They weren't after me, homie. You know, I just happened to be rolling through.
Okay. And they put 2 hot ones in you?
Yeah.
Pal.
Oh, yeah, they had Uzi 9mm back in the day, dude.
Is that what it was, 9mm?
That was before the Clinton gun ban. Had to get rid of that shit for a while.
9mm? You're talking about? What was?
Yeah.
Gun ban.
Did I stutter, motherfucker?
Okay. All I'm saying is, I think the Clinton gun ban was assault rifles, wasn't it? I don't think it was 9mm.
Oh yeah, it had a lot to do with Uzis and AKs and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, none of those shoot a 9mm. Okay, they all shoot.
It's all expired now, so anybody can have what they want again.
God. 12th man, if I got shot by some black folks, I'd never speak to another black person again in my life. I would get rid of everything
I ain't like that.
I owned. 12th man, I wouldn't have nothing black. I wouldn't even have black pepper. I wouldn't want nothing black. 12th man. Nothing.
Also,
Lord taught me better than that, for sure.
Well, you're better.
Just for clarity, so you got shot and fell off a bike, and then someone was just rolling through and drove over you in a pickup truck.
That's right.
Next. Crazy. So in the middle of a gun battle, some guy was rolling through in an F-150 and just boom, 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 boom.
Right.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
That's right.
Good Lord. Okay. Yeah, that's quite a day. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, and I had the most beautiful black nurses in the hospital, took so good care of me. Even fed me and took care of me so good. And
Dan
that's
says
when
no Black Friday. I know that's right. I don't want nothing black. Nothing even close. I don't want no chocolate. I don't want nothing. Nothing at all. 12th man, shout out to you. You survived in the middle of a gun battle, and
and even my
still walk and talk.
The surgeon who hooked me up, he was black too. So what? I'm gonna hate him too. I mean, come on.
Your surgeon was black?
Yeah, that's right.
Gosh, you should have requested another one, 12th man.
What about the guy driving the pickup? Was he black?
No, he was white.
Up against
I didn't even think about that.
Well, let's see.
He was white. He felt terrible.
Yeah, of course. You know, he's fine. You know, it's just the Negro.
He was just a cotton farmer, you know, from I think he was from Mississippi. Cotton farmer from Mississippi or somewhere.
I understand the day drinking now, 12th man, so it makes sense that you do that. And also morning drinking and then overnight drinking. Because that's quite an endeavor that you were involved in.
Universal Jones says black demons almost took him, and some black angel saved his life. Sounds like a Hallmark movie on Tubi.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Did you say that? I just
We
want to
could
clarify
make a
something.
movie out of that one day,
I need to.
Portia.
I need some clarity. Are you saying the pickup driver was a cotton farmer? Did
Yeah,
you say that?
from Mississippi. That's right.
Did
Wait,
you, when you were getting run
hold on,
over by him,
hold
did
on,
you
hold on.
notice that, or did you interview him later? How do you know he was a cotton farmer if you were
Uh,
underneath the
you never
large
heard of a
truck?
police report? Come on, dude.
Oh, he got arrested?
No.
What was the charge for when he like riding over a guy that fell off the motorcycle? What
After
was
getting
the charges? Like I said, that sounds like an accident to me.
Oh yeah. Well, they ended up arresting a bunch of those Crips and Bloods, but the one guy, he was just a part of the police report.
I gotcha. Okay.
Nas says life is like a box of wine. You'll never know when you'll get shot. You'll never know when you'll get
And
shot.
run over. And
And
run
run
over.
over. Universal, can you please update your
Right.
Black Demons almost took him and some Black Angels saved him? Can you please update that and include a white cotton farmer ran him over? That's interesting. Wow. You know what, 12th man? If those Pookies and Ray Rays were working for that white man on his cotton farm, you wouldn't have got shot.
No, they weren't working for him. They were crack dealers. And shortly after that, they passed a snatch and grab law, and they started like 10 years automatic. They started just snatching them off the streets. All these crack dealers, snatch and grab. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. Putting them all on the Pinham farm. That's what they did to all those little motherfuckers. So I feel like
Shredder.
I got my justice. Yeah, 'cause that's what they did to him. Right. Y'all want to play this in Tennessee? We putting your ass on the Pinham farm.
Shredder
That's
says
what
the
they did.
tires on the truck were black, though. That's true. They were black. That's true.
That's funny, Shredder.
Why was a cotton farmer in the hood, though? You said you were in the hood, right?
He was probably looking for some black folks to work. Universal Jones says Black Demons almost took him. A white cotton farmer scooped him up, and a Black Angel nursed him to health.
I think a white cotton farmer ran him over after he was shot.
Oh my God!
Just to throw salt in the wound.
You know what? We're gonna make a very beautiful story out of this, 12th man, and I am going to do a story time and read it, and I'm gonna put some pictures. This is I cannot believe that you got shot twice and you got ran over by a cotton farmer. Lord, there's some sort of slavery kind of connection feel that I'm having here. Oh my God.
What about Ben Carson on the back end saving the day? It's pretty, it's legit.
Oh yeah, and you had a Ben Carson. You had a
Carson over there. Yes. Yeah.
I wish Bob was here because Bob would do a very great he would give us a very wonderful explanation as to why he doesn't trust black pilots or black doctors. So shout out to you, 12th man. Oh, look. Hey, Brave.
Hey there. I can only stay for a minute. I just wanted to lend my face to the Seattle story and say this. My reputation, I hope, precedes me to the extent that that's understood.
Well, I mean,
that's all.
Yeah, I mean It
over
does,
and over,
Brave.
it's over.
I gotta give it
It's
to you.
over and over and over. Look up Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore this weekend. Look them up.
Yep. Black guy.
Yeah, you know, I just, everybody was talking about Texas and how it wouldn't happen, talking about Asians and this and that. I just had to come up and throw in the obvious, most important factor. It was a motherfucking black dude, folks. Damn right. That's all I wanted to say. Portia, thank you for letting me up here. I just
Thanks for
yeah, no, I don't.
thanks
I
for
don't.
clarifying your position, Vito.
Well, no,
We didn't have we had no idea what you thought.
I know that.
We had no clue.
That's why I thought I had to come up here and just show my face. A picture's worth 1,000 words. Because
Yeah,
you guys were all.
as soon as I saw you, I was like, I know what he's gonna say.
Oh shit, we know what he's
I know exactly what he's gonna say. I could have bet it all. I would have put it all 98% of my money on the fact that you would have said exactly what you did.
That's why
and then 2% because you never know.
I said at least for a minute I got to throw in this fact. It was a motherfucking black, folks. It was a black man, folks. Are we catching on yet in these inner cities? Or are we just going to keep playing games?
Conservative said it sounds racist when Brave says it.
I know.
Well, it is. It actually is.
It's not
Very much
racist.
so.
It's realist. I'm a culturalist, Ryan. There's a big difference between culturalist and a racist.
Well, I can only say that in Seattle, most of the laws are predominantly passed by white liberals.
Oh, I know. Oh, well, even in Baltimore, even Detroit, I bet.
No, that's not true. In Baltimore,
Seattle is a very violent city, really.
You go any place, you go to any big city, and you'll see whites all over it, Ryan. As far as the people.
No, I'm talking certain cities like New York is pretty liberal and pretty white. It's actually pretty mixed, I would say. But Seattle, it's very white.
Seattle is very white and very violent.
I still say, Ryan, I bet you if you look into Chicago, you look into all of them, see who's really helping to push things forward as far as the non-prosecution of violent crime, and there's gonna be whitey behind it. I think
well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
The whole defund movement, by the way, was white liberals that live out in the suburbs.
Yes.
I'm the one who got legislation passed in Alaska to scan people coming up here on the ferries to scan, like do background checks on them before they get on the ferry. That way you could see if they already got warrants and get them up out of here before they come to our state.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back to my cooking, but let me ask a question, folks, before I get out of here. Of course, don't expect an answer, so say all these whites are setting this stuff in motion. You can live next to these whites without even knowing it. In other words, they may set things in motion, but you see how they're really not the perps. And if you look at who's really doing the perps, tearing up the streets, it's not the white people making the laws, folks. So who are we most mad at? The white people making the laws are the motherfuckers pulling triggers and putting bullets in the fucking air, stabbing people, for Christ's sake. Portia, thank you for Thanks a lot, Portia.
Thank you, Brave.
All righty.
In 8 ways. If you were at 12 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Let's get back to this video. And Nate, I'm working on it right now, actually. I'm hoping to have it by the time we finish with this video, because we just cannot miss out on this moment.
5-person stabbing at 12th and Jackson at around 1 o'clock. We just were able to talk with Deputy Chief Eric Barden of Seattle Police, and here's what he told us.
There's a similar description, a suspect description. The randomness of this is a horrific tragedy, a mass casualty event.
And right now, again, 4 of the victims who were stabbed here were transported up to Harborview Medical Center. They all survived. We don't know the extent of their injuries. The 5th person who was stabbed here was treated at the scene and then released. We know several of the previous stabbing victims were also taken up to Harborview with just horrible injuries. One person stabbed in the throat, others who'd been stabbed in the back, another victim who'd been stabbed in the chest multiple times. Are all of these stabbings from the same person? That is the big question.
Of course.
Seattle police are trying to answer right now. While they can't say definitively yes, they are glad they got that suspect in custody within minutes of the stabbing here this afternoon at 12th and Jackson. The fallout from this is going to be significant. People in this neighborhood have dealt with a lot over the last few years. We have reported up here, I've talked to these business owners, I know them by their first names, and they tell me they are just sick and tired of 12th and Jackson constantly being the center of chaos and violence in Seattle. The deputy chief addressed that. We've heard from the mayor a little bit, but ultimately the situation up here for these folks who live here and work here say it's unacceptable and it's unimaginable that 10 people have been stabbed in this neighborhood since yesterday morning. We're going to stay up here. We're going to stay on top of the story. We'll bring you developments as we get them this afternoon. Reporting live in Seattle, Jeremy Harris, Como News.
Jeremy, before you go, I do want to ask you a question because obviously we know right now that there are people at Harborview Medical Center being treated, some with multiple stab wounds, some minor, some very serious. And I'm just curious if you know or not, the size of this weapon, the size of this knife potentially used in some of the stabbings done today, just to maybe get an idea as to how severe some of these victims are right now in the hospital. I'm just curious.
Well, Preston, when we got up to the scene, and I don't have a direct answer to your question, but what I can tell you is that when we got to the scene, there were multiple people who had been stabbed and were on the ground, and of course they're in extreme pain if they'd just been stabbed. We saw one person had a knife sticking out of their back, so we don't know if there were multiple knives that were used or what the attack weapon in every case was, but it was enough to cause major damage to these people. It was absolutely heartbreaking to sit there and watch these people who were just standing at 12th and Jackson and ended up getting stabbed. One of them still with the knife in his back, begging for help from the police. It was horrible. And but yeah, as far as if there were multiple weapons used or what type of weapon other than a knife, that's something we're still trying to get from police.
And we know you'll stay on top of it, Jeremy. Thank you. Stay with Como News throughout the day and into this evening as we get the latest.
It seems like, you know, these cities, certain cities in Portland, Seattle, certain areas, I would say Philadelphia, Kensington, you know, it's zombie nation out there. They're saying 12th and Jackson has been a problem, a big problem for years, a growing problem of just riffraffs, craziness, open air drug selling, zombies, Antifa people, just it's going all around there, just laying out there, just, you know, litter all over the place, needles all over the place, 12th and Jackson. But the crazy thing about this case is, folks, is apparently this guy, Roland Lee, remember his name, Roland Lee, we're putting him out there because Seattle judge doesn't want his face out there. We're going to put it out there. Roland Lee apparently did this before Friday and stabbed multiple other people. Why didn't Seattle police put an alert out for a possible stabber on the loose and like an all points bulletin out for this dude to find him before he could go stab again the next day? Because no one has heard any alerts when he, you know, when you stab somebody and go around stabbing somebody, a crime, and the victims get, the ambulance come and everything like that, the police should immediately put out some sort of alert and say, oh, we're looking for someone that just stabbed somebody. And even video footage or anything, you know, because you know there's surveillance around there. We just saw a surveillance of him doing the stabbing act on Friday afternoon. So why didn't they warn the public that this dude was on the loose, or a suspect was on the loose before he could do it again? 10 total victims in this. And Seattle. So we got our eyes on Seattle. I got my eyes now on 12th and Jackson. What in the world's going on there at 12th and Jackson? Scary stuff, folks. And these are just people probably just minding their business and getting stabbed.
This place is turned into a war zone. All the madness from 3rd and Pike's now been pushed into Chinatown.
We had an individual who committed 5 different stabbings in at least 4 different locations, with the injuries to those victims range from a minor cut to severe stab wounds. 4 of the 5 individuals were transported to Harborview and are currently receiving treatment there. The 5th individual was not injured severely enough to require going to the hospital. The suspect was located, identified nearby, just up the hill here. The suspect was arrested without incident. Weapon was recovered from within the vicinity of that suspect, as well as there was a a knife remained in a victim of the stabbing who was transported to Harborview. Over the last 38 hours or so, we have had 5 other stabbing incidents in this area. It's certainly plausible that the suspect involved in today's stabbing is the same suspect involved with the previous 5 incidents, and only one of those previous incidents was a robbery in which a cell phone was stolen. The rest of them were just random attacks, as this appears to be today.
Is the suspect known to police here in Seattle, and can you be more specific about a suspect description at this point?
I don't know the suspect description. I don't know the individual's name. Again, he was just moments ago transported from the scene to headquarters. There were officers on scene very, very quickly, and numerous additional officers responded from all over the city. We initially were treating this as a mass casualty event, so significant resources were dedicated to this.
What do you want to say to business owners and people who live in this neighborhood who are scared, who are sick and tired of this crime happening over and over again?
The Seattle Police Department is expending significant efforts in this area to help clean this up. This incident was apparently one individual over a 38-hour period of time committing random assaults. That is an aberration. That is not at all the norm. With the suspect in custody, I think we are returned to normal, and in the coming weeks we will be.
What's normal?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Looks like they knew about this guy or knew about stabbings, yet didn't put out anything on him. I'm getting his photo right here. This is these are old photos of him, by the way. Apparently now he has some dreadlocks. Roland Lee, remember this guy's face because we're going to talk more about him. This is equivalent to a mass shooting.
There he is, folks. That's Roland Lee. He got his gold chain on. Hey, Miss Lindy.
Got his bling bling. Miss Portia.
Yep, he got his bling bling on, 12 man.
Hey, Portia.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Lindy Lou.
I'm doing okay. I was trying to get up here when Brave was up here, so because I just wanted to tear him apart for a minute, but it's over.
Oh, yeah. You know, whatever. I'm sure he'll be back.
Well,
there's
you know what?
a couple of ladies that just can't stand to be up here when he's up here.
Well, no, here's the thing, the problem that I have with him, and not just him. There's a few other white people. You know what? It's one thing, we can talk about this, that's fine, but you don't, as a white person, you don't come in and just add fuel to the fire. You didn't see Ryan, you didn't see 12th man doing that. You just don't jump in and start using the N-word and start, fueling the flame and, making it worse. I have a big problem with that, and Perius did that. I mean, there's a lot of white people do that kind of stuff, and it really pisses me off. It's like, all right, we can talk about this, but, he made a purpose to come up and say something.
As a white man, I try to behave myself around y'all because I might get shot or something.
I don't know. I was just going to.
Well, 12th man, that is understandable. Black people have shot you before, so I get it.
See, that stuff is funny, but you know what? There's a certain place where white people should not just enter and I don't know if you understand. Maybe it's
no. I get what you're saying.
We
Stanley
can't just keep piling on.
Hi, Stanley.
Stanley up in here now.
Clean him out because of that. But we don't have to pile
About time he woke his ass up. Sorry, Lindy Lou. Go ahead.
That's all I'm saying. We don't have to pile on the situation. We shouldn't be using the I never use the N-word, but my daddy would have killed me. But I'm just saying, Shredder, I know he's right to a certain extent, but to make a purpose to come up and just kind of rub it in and say it again. Y'all know.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I like how we do it here, and thankfully you guys, are okay with it. But I think it bothers me more than it bothers you all. I think it's just not for white people to come up here and just be rubbing it in like that. You didn't see Ryan saying anything. 12.
Yeah.
You got to be somewhat respectful. Y'all can do what you want and say what you want, but we got to be a little bit.
Wait a minute.
Brave, I was coming up to get you.
Well, the reason I came back is anytime I can get cussed out by a pretty girl, I like it. Go ahead.
Okay, Stanley.
Did you hear what I said?
A little bit of it. It was getting my heart rolling. I said, "Oh,
you know what? You don't have to come up here and like rub it in and pile on and do the stuff that you do." I was just telling them it drives me nuts. White people, you know what? We can have a conversation, but for white people to get up here and pile on and just keep going on and on and on about the black people's plight, they get it. We get it. For you to come up and just make this an issue really bothers me.
Hey, Lindy, what other white people are doing it besides me, though?
I don't care. I don't care.
No, I'm just asking.
Here's the thing, Brave.
No, I'm just asking. I'm trying to get credit. I don't think anybody does it as well as I do.
You know what? You've made your point a lot. We all know. And we all get it. We know what you're saying.
Yeah, right.
And you know what? We all agree. Okay. But there's a line that we shouldn't be crossing and pile on to that. That's all I'm saying. And it makes me crazy.
Well, let me say this quite quickly, Lindy. You have to consider this. You see, I'm an old rough and tumble male. Rough and tumble male. Well, you gotta let me finish. I let you finish.
I don't care if you're a rough and tumble man. You still have to be respectful.
Anyway, I'm an old rough and tumble man, and old rough and tumble men do warfare. You see, this is an intellectual war we're in, and I understand you as a soft little sweet lady don't get that. But you see, I get it. You see, it's white against blacks right now. The blacks are tearing up the inner cities, and whites are the ones that the president for the last 4 years have been saying white supremacists are the biggest problem in the country. So what I do, in no uncertain terms, is I go, oh, no. These blacks have lost their goddamn minds. They're violent, psychopathic, and out of their goddamn minds. The reason I say it in such a succinct manner is because to offset people like you, Lindy, and Ryan. I offset you. That's my mission in life. You guys don't say anything. I'm going to come in and go clear over here and say exactly what should be said. That's why I do it, Lindy.
And you've made it.
And I'll always do it. And I will always do that.
You're going to continue to do it.
Yes.
The fact that you made a point to come up here.
I know it. I did. I wanted because they were talking, Lindy, look what they were doing. Earlier they were talking about Texas, and Texas ain't when it got shot. Or then they were talking about, oh, it must be an Asian thing. I had to come up and say it's a motherfucking black man. Could we get on with this? And then look across the nation. Shore to shore.
You are not all of that. You did not have to come up and say that. You know what? You think of yourself too highly. We didn't need you to come up and say that.
You're right.
We were having a great conversation.
I know. Well, you brought me, Lindy, you brought me up in a negative manner. All I'm saying is
I wanted to come up when you were up originally. That's why I came up.
Well, you should have wrote and told me to hold on. I'll always take a good cussing out, but I'm just saying I had to come out and point out that from shore to shore, Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, Mississippi, Jackson, take your pick. These motherfucking black people are tearing the hell out of this country on the inner cities.
And we've heard you say that probably 10,000 times.
And I'll do it another 10,000 because people like you and Ryan won't say shit, and you're the ones that just move. You see, I move, but I mention why I moved. Why did I move? But Lindy, I sure do appreciate you. I love you. I love to hear my name coming out of your mouth. I got to tell you, Lindy, you got a very pleasing voice. I'm not trying to hit on you, Lindy. I know you wouldn't give me the time of day, so trust me. But you have a very pleasing voice. Every time I hear it, I think of a woman that could be a doggone pretty wife. I do. I got to give you that credit. A woman that you could live with and make a life with. I can't believe you're not married. Did your husband pass away or something?
No.
Oh, because I can't believe a man would leave you. I don't know what a man would walk out on that sweetness you have.
Who said they left me?
Oh, okay. All right. Very good. Okay,
You just assume they love me.
Oh no,
All
I
right,
didn't
whatever.
assume.
Anyway, that's
Yeah,
all I
anyway.
wanted to say about it.
Okay, and folks, I'm going to reiterate. Like Ryan said, that it was the white people that make the laws. It was the white people, and I say, can you live next to the white people? Yeah. So I want to say this again. You can live next to the white people that made those laws. So what are we going to find? When are we going to get to the fact that what's worse? Is it the white people that make the laws like these chicken shit people want to revert to and go to all the time? It's the white people making the laws. White people making the laws. White people making the laws. Or do we want to talk about the motherfucking blacks that are pulling the trigger and killing children and women and other people, bystanders? Or this shit? What do we want to consider worse and really talk about? The white people making the laws? Really? Really, Ryan? Chicken shit
Hey,
motherfuckers,
you know what?
every
I
last
don't
one of you.
necessarily listen. I'm not saying I agree with that, but you are in a room where these people already know. They know. Do you have to just keep like piling on and piling on? That's
Yes.
my problem.
Lindy, actually, I come up for a bit of humor because when I showed my face, I said, you know. Now, doesn't that speak to your point? Like, we know what you're going to say, you racist, you culturalist bastard. But, you know, Lindy, question, do you think there's a difference between a culturalist and a racist? Or you never heard of the word culturalist before,
I have heard of
probably?
the word culturalist. And a racist.
Do you think there's a difference?
I don't know.
Lindy, do you think if a
There's
black...
definitely cultural differences.
Yeah, that's all I am, Lindy. I'm just a
wouldn't
culturalist.
say
I'm not
really
Lindy, I'm
almost
not a
more-
racist. I'm telling you,
It's
Lindy.
really not a skin color. It is a
No, it's
cultural
not.
thing.
Yes, it is. That's why I'm not a racist. Lindy, I'm telling you.
This is all I'm saying to you. We just don't need.
Yeah, we do. We do, though, Lindy. We do. I
Yeah,
know you
but-
don't get why we do, but we really do. You see, I serve God's purpose. I serve a purpose under God. Lindy, there's too many of you whites that are you're in too nice of a mode. And I'm saying this has to stop. White people have to point out, you not only do you move in around us to be safe, no, not only can your own black people not live around you, but in the inner cities, this is getting maniacal. This is not good. We can't keep overlooking this and going, but the white people make the laws. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's all I'm saying, Lindy. That's all I'm about.
All right.
Lindy, you know what, Lindy? Let me tell you something. Say you and I work together in the same factory. You know what you would think of me after working with me for a week? You know what you'd think of me? You'd think that's one damn nice guy.
I'm not saying you're not nice.
Well, you're kind of this because I'm spirited on this issue, and I am, and I always will be, and I'm never going to not be, because it needs to be having people that are spirited on it. Lindy, this isn't me top to bottom. You would be surprised how quickly I could get you giggling like a schoolgirl if we worked together. You'd be surprised, Lindy. You'd be going, you know what? That son of a bitch is focused on that issue, but outside of that, he's a pretty smart fella, and he's very funny. There's not a day I wouldn't get you laugh. I would have you laughing every day, one way or the other. I'd have you feeling good. I'd have you in a good mood. And if you were in a bad mood, I'd ask you if you just wanted to slug me and get it out of your system. That's the kind of guy I am. So I know I come up here, Lindy, and I am a dirty, no good for nothing bastard on purpose. Because, Lindy, do you realize, could you agree with me on this, Lindy? Don't you think that not the 3% that are actually committing the psychopathic violent acts, but the 70% that are apologizing for and making excuses, don't you think that's becoming problematic, or a bit of a problem? The 70% of black people are apologizing and making excuses for this stuff?
Of course. You know what? I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we know it. They know it.
Mm-hmm. And you're against somebody that's willing to just come up and never let it drop that there's this big elephant in the room. That kind of makes you upset. You think I did it in the wrong place?
It gets tiresome.
I know it does to you, but you see, if it feels good to me, the problem is it's not a problem. It's not. It needs to be done, Lindy.
It's not a problem for you, but some of us white people sitting here listening to it, and I'm sure a lot of other people are like.
Yeah. But there's a lot of people that go, damn, somebody finally said it. What about all of those people, Lindy? What about all of those white people that say, son of a bitch, somebody finally said it? What about all those? Are they just chopped liver?
No.
Oh, okay. That's who I'm representing. I know there are you and the Ryans. I get it.
Well,
I don't really. I don't think I'm that. I don't think.
The fact that you came up purposely just to
Yes.
say it was very
Yes.
irritating to me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to irritate you. What I wanted to do is
All right,
irritate.
Brave.
What
I
I
don't want to
wanted to.
dominate this
I
conversation
got you.
anymore.
What I wanted to do is irritate black people and let them know not all of us whites are complete fucking idiots, blackies. Thanks, Portia. Lindy, it was a pleasure talking to you. It really was.
All
and
right.
thanks, and I mean that. I love your voice. Thanks, Portia, for having me up.
Thanks, Brave. All right, we're going to get back into this video.
Or I want to think maybe like the Beltway snipers, right? Remember the Beltway snipers, Lee Malvo and Muhammad, that were running around the Maryland, Virginia area, just shooting at random people and just shooting them and playing cat and mouse with the police and everything like that, actually taunting them. You got a guy here for 38 hours, Roland Lee, 38 hours, running around stabbing people. The very first person that got stabbed, the police should have been right on it and putting, especially when someone just gets stabbed randomly. Stabbings occur a lot in the cities over arguments between people. Sometimes stabbings occur where a perpetrator will, pull a knife out and try to rob somebody, and the person might resist. Sometimes they don't resist and they get stabbed or whatnot. But in this particular case, you got this guy, Roland Lee, apparently just going up unprovoked to random people and just stabbing them and running off. And he was stabbing multiple victims for over 38 hours until the last group of 5 on 12th and Jackson get, stabbed and they apprehend him. But they knew that there was a potential wackadoodle on the street and didn't alert the public. Why? Why didn't they do that in Seattle? Why didn't they alert the public? There's a lot of questions here. That's another photo of him, by the way. Make him famous. Make him famous. We got the police press conference here. It's we listened partially to it. I'll play a few more things here. This is actually we'll go Como News again at the scene. Now we'll go to the police.
Victim. The first incident occurred about 1:30 Thursday morning. That was a female victim. Every other victim in this incident has been a male. So there was 4 others between that initial incident and today's incident, and those folks have been treated at Harborview. It's my understanding that everybody is alive at this time from those incidents. It's certainly plausible that the suspect involved in today's stabbing is the same suspect involved with the previous 5 incidents, but the investigation is ongoing, and we will determine that, and there will be additional information forthcoming. Any questions?
So total of 10 victims.
10 victims.
So what's the connection? Why are you guys thinking it's the same?
There's a similar description, a suspect description. The randomness of this is a horrific tragedy, a mass casualty event. And we have been working very hard in this area. Very recently, we have pivoted some efforts that we have been very successful with the Mayor's Downtown Activation Plan around 3rd and 4th Pike and Pine area. We have just, within the last few days, pivoted those efforts and those resources up into this area to try to have an impact on public disorder, but it's not fully come to fruition yet. We do believe that based on the circumstances, the sort of arbitrary application, arbitrary decisions let me restate that. The arbitrary nature of these assaults makes it likely that these are similar. Again, only one of those previous incidents was a robbery in which a cell phone was stolen. The rest of them were just random attacks, as this appears to be today.
Could you talk about the weapon used in all of these instances? Has it been the same type of weapon?
All I know is it's a stabbing, that there's a knife. We've had different explanations or descriptions. That will be determined throughout this investigation.
How did you arrest the suspect?
Officers located a suspect matching a description given by witnesses. Officers detained that individual. Witnesses were then brought by who looked at that suspect and confirmed that that was the correct person.
Is there a pattern with victims?
I don't know of a pattern yet. It's very, very early in the investigation, and all that information will come out.
Is the suspect known to police here in Seattle? And can you be more specific about a suspect description at this point?
I don't know the suspect description. I don't know the individual's name. Again, he was just moments ago transported from the scene to headquarters.
That was Friday afternoon.
I don't know of any injury to the suspect.
Did you guys have units around in this area? Is that how you guys were able to...
There were officers on scene very, very quickly, and numerous additional officers responded from all over the city. We initially were treating this as a mass casualty event, so significant resources were dedicated to this.
You know, I'm noticing that a lot of the questions that the reporters are asking is, did he use a different weapon? Now, of course, we know.
Yeah, like a gun, Portia.
Well, no, because we know that they were stabbed, and one of the knives was left in another victim, so he had to go and get another knife to stab him. But I'm curious that if they keep asking that question, like, was it a screwdriver?
38.
Was it a fork? Was it a pin?
No, Portia. They said this guy was on the loose for 38 hours. If you go back and listen to it.
No, I heard them say that 12 man, but I'm saying it's just interesting that they keep asking, was there any other weapons? And I'm just trying to figure out what other weapons are they looking to hear?
It could be anything you could find in the street.
Yeah, I know. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that the reporters are waiting for them to say, like, it was a screwdriver, it was a fork, a pencil, a spoon. I mean, I don't know. It's like they got stabbed, okay? Doesn't matter. Jesus. Oh,
no, we might have to get HP in here to differentiate. I think HP would be a good judge on that.
Yeah, he would, but I doubt that he'll be here at all today. People in the chat, if y'all can do me a favor, could you guys tell me what else you could stab someone with? What else can you stab someone with? And if you yourself were to allegedly get stabbed.
Well, I could show you what I would.
What would you prefer?
I could show you what I would stab someone with, like if they came at me, but I don't want to get you in trouble, Portia.
Yes, a knife blade was still stuck in someone's back. So, Black Manta. A chicken bone. Oh my Lord, today.
Chicken bone.
You been talking about chicken all day. Now I want some. A chicken bone. We have red wine with a spear.
Yeah, chicken leg bone. A sharp one.
Let's see what we have. Red wine with a sword. Garion says a glass shard. We have synthetic with an ice pick.
Scissors.
Scissors, a bayonet. Universal says a pencil. Universal also says chopsticks. Spicy Peach says my finger. Well, Mavitt says he would stab someone with his, men and women? Mavitt, men and both? Would you stab them both with your your orifice?
He needs to explain himself.
A fork, a shank, a pin, a toe, okay.
Yeah, toe up your butthole.
Butthole. Yeah, so we have a screwdriver. I'm trying to think of something that I would gosh, what would I stab somebody with? A metal straw. Yeah. I think that would go in pretty well. You know, you got the right amount of force on it and you can just get them really good.
Ew, Portia, how dare you?
How dare I? A broken glass bottle. Oh, Mavis said it's hard to know for sure. Wow, Mavid, really? That is hilarious. Well, just so you all know, don't go out and stab anyone, okay? We aren't encouraging violence over here. You know, we don't do that sort of thing. You know, we're just watching this stream, and it seems as though these people are very curious to know what other weapons were used, and I don't know what they are expecting to hear. Okay.
Sharp branch, like you could sharpen a branch.
Yeah, a branch.
Stab somebody with that.
Yeah, a stick, a ruler. Yeah. You know, and here's the deal. Trump is the 47th president, and
coat hanger.
A coat hanger, yeah. And Spicy Peach, you are correct, unless they attack you. Now, if they do attack you, you fully have the right to defend yourself. But I hope that what we can take from what we have been watching so far is that, you know, guns aren't the problem. Okay? You can hurt anybody with anything. So unless we're going to ban hands and feet, they need to stop the talk about banning guns, because you can actually kill someone when you put your hands and your feet on them as well.
Shoelaces.
Yes, you can.
You gotta ban shoelaces, and there's another reason to ban shoelaces, Portia, is because you could tie it around your neck, and then your AK-47 turn it into a pressure point to make it fire automatically. You know.
What, 12 man?
Yeah, you could make like you could turn any gun into a automatic weapon using a shoe screen. You just tie it on there, and then you tie it on the. And then you give it a little bit of pressure, and you go. You can do it with a shoestring. They're gonna ban like pistol grips and all that. What the fuck?
Jesus Christ.
We like grew up doing this shit, man.
Oh my goodness. Somebody said Universal said that a toothbrush. I don't think well, I mean we can use a toothbrush to stab someone, but not we don't want to ban those. You know, we need y'all to brush.
Yeah, you can make a bum stock with a shoestring. No shit.
12th Man Humble wants to know, do you still ride motorcycles after your accident?
I did for a lot of years after, but not anymore. I'm retired from the biker world. Yeah.
You know, I don't think it would be good for you.
I rode for about 10 years after the accident, though.
Yeah, because you don't want to be riding while you're, you know, after drinking some wine. You know, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm retired now, Portia. Just live on my mountain, you know.
Shredder, now I know. Let me go back to this screen so I could put this comment up. Shredder says, I once saw a man kill 3 men in a bar with a pencil. With an effing pencil. Oh my gosh. I just went blank. What is his name? What is this man's name? Because we all saw him do it. Oh my gosh. Why is his name escaping me? This is going to kill me.
Portia, I can tell you a story if you want to hear a story.
Hold on, wait. I'm trying to let the name come back. John Wick.
Well, that's an actor. That's Hollywood shit.
But John Wick he's real. He's real to me. Jason Bourne. Yep, there we go. John Wick. I'm telling you, John Wick. And I'm so glad.
Jason Bourne is better than John Wick, in my opinion.
We're gonna get us one more John Wick movie, and I just can't wait. It is such an incredible film. He is. John
Wick was a good movie, though. I'm not downplaying it. I'm just saying.
So, 12th Man, what is this story that you want to tell? What's the story? Let's hear it, and then we'll get back into the video.
Oh, it's when I was in Lake Havasu, Arizona, and I went up to Laughlin, Arizona, and then the Banditos and the Hells Angels got into a gunfight and shit like that. Man, that was another bad scene I was almost involved with, but that was crazy. I've seen it.
Oh,
Laughlin, Nevada. Huh?
I said, wow.
Yeah, Laughlin, Nevada. See what year was that? I forget, but pretty easy. You just look on YouTube and it's Hells Angels versus the Mongols in Laughlin, and the Hells Angels went down there and taught them boys a lesson, man. They shot up the whole club, dude. Nobody was stopping. They scared the shit out of the Mongols, man. But, man, motherfucker, you kill one of our boys. You take 10 of yours. Huh?
You need to write a book.
He does, doesn't he?
I know. It was so awesome. We were just chilling on the river. And then, you ever heard of that band called the Cult?
No.
Well, they're a pretty cool biker band, but maybe you want to look them up, maybe not. But they were playing
from Memphis to Alaska and everything in between.
Yeah, and then we're in Laughlin, Nevada, and the Hells Angels were riding in there, and there's the Mongols and the Banditos and all these crazy motherfuckers, right? And some motherfuckers almost got killed, but I think they did end up killing one Mongol, or at least taking him prisoner or something. I think there were some exchanges made. The Hells Angels shot up the Pink Flamingo in Laughlin, Nevada. That was some crazy shit right there.
The Pink Flamingo, that doesn't sound like a very intimidating group.
Well, that's where the Mongols were at. When the Hells Angels shot up there, that's where their clubhouse was at.
12 Man, what year did you get shot?
Well, that was 1989, but the bikers shootout I'm talking about now, that was like 20 years later.
Wow, 12th Man. We've learned a lot about you today.
Yeah, and you could look it up on Laughlin, Nevada, Hells Angels shootout. It's on there.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. Well, let's watch some
Yeah,
more
it's
of
not.
this police what is it called? Whatever it is.
We were able to quickly get the scene under control, identify the suspect, take him into custody, and render aid to the victims.
Has anyone died from this?
No, not at this point.
Over the years, we've seen, patrol precincts pop up, emphasis patrols. For the short term, do you see a long-term presence in this neighborhood?
Well, like I mentioned before, we are just now initiating the mayor's downtown activation plan in this area. We have every reason to believe that we're going to be as successful as we were in the 1500 blocks of 3rd and 4th Avenue downtown, but we just started up here, and we do plan to maintain a presence.
We went without a health plan for a long time. Having kids was definitely the game changer there. Now our plan gives us peace of mind for $0 a month.
New law, lower prices. Healthcare.gov. Enroll by December 15th.
The major functions of collagen are structural support, again, bones, tissue repair, wound healing, skin health, elasticity, and joint health. And the question is, can it be supplemented? Now there's finally a product that I can.
But isn't it true that the folks that you took from there are the same folks that are here? What's the plan? Where to put these individuals?
Well, in terms of long-term solutions, that's not an enforcement effort, and that's our part. We're here today responding to a mass casualty event where we were able to take the suspect into custody.
How long will this area be blocked off and the rest of the day look like for you guys?
This is, there's going to be a lot of investigation, a lot of follow-up, a lot of witness interviews. Certainly they're going to interview the suspect at headquarters. We are processing the scenes where these different stabbings occurred today. I think there's 4 or 5 different locations in this 4-block area. We are processing those scenes now, and this should be opened up before very long.
All right, got time for 2 more.
What do you want to say to business owners and people who live in this neighborhood who are scared, who are sick and tired of this crime happening over and over again?
The Seattle Police Department is expending significant efforts in this area to help clean this up. This incident was apparently one individual over a 38-hour period of time committing random assaults. That is an aberration. That is not at all the norm. With the suspect in custody, I think we are returned to normal, and in the coming weeks we will be better than we are now after our efforts.
What happened here today?
We had an individual who committed 5 different stabbings in at least 4 different locations with 4 different victims. The injuries to those victims range from a minor cut to severe stab wounds. 4 of the 5 individuals were transported to Harborview and are currently receiving treatment there. The 5th individual was not injured severely enough to require going to the hospital. The suspect was located, identified, arrested, and then was identified by witnesses as the correct suspect. He is now at headquarters being interviewed, as well as witnesses and victims being interviewed at the same time.
Was he arrested at this hill right over here?
He was arrested somewhere up this hill here, yes.
All right, guys.
Do you know the ages and genders of the victims?
The first victim yesterday was female. All of the other victims have been male. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so they arrested him right at the spot, right up the road, up the hill. He said up the hill, oh, not down the hill, up the hill, up the hill. They arrested him. Roland Lee. Let's talk about him because he made his court appearance. And there's some interesting stuff about how this works in the court system in King County, right? Kings County, Seattle, because they're doing some interesting things there now. They refuse to let the media film the face of the suspect. And remember, folks, before he got arraigned, no one knew his name. We wanted to talk about this case on Friday when it happened again. And me and Magnolia were like, where's the guy's name? Where's the guy's name? Who did this? Who did this? Why are they withholding the name? I mean, that is egregious even to arrest somebody on a mass stabbing, a mass casualty type event, similar to a mass shooting and any type of mass anything. And you don't give the guy's name to the public? You don't inform the public until he goes into court? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So he went to court. Here's a court appearance. Not much media outlets talking about this. Let me get this right here. And he was in court, but from his shoulders down, that's what they filmed.
While our cameras were able to film today's hearing, we're not allowed to show his face. The judge ruling in the defense's favor, citing the defendant's right to a fair trial, saying their identity is essential in this case to not spoil a jury. Here's Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa.
24 hours after police arrested Roland Lee in connection with 5 stabbings in the Chinatown International District, Lee appeared before a judge.
But this time the court does find probable cause for 5 counts of assault in the first degree.
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses easily reach the
Shocking and unquestionably demonstrate that extreme danger to the public. Stabbed by people in a matter of minutes in this Chinatown International District. These stabbings were random, they were unprovoked, and they occurred in broad daylight.
Prosecutors revealed one of the victims was stabbed in the back, the knife still in his back when he was taken to the hospital. Another victim stabbed 4 times in the back, another in the neck, and they say another in the face. Police say 4 of the 5 people were taken to Harborview Medical Center, while Lee appeared in court Saturday for the 5 stabbing incidents that happened on Friday. Prosecutors say he is under investigation for at least 5 other stabbings in the area.
Also asked the court not to take into account the other stabbings in the state, only 2 that are under investigation.
Fox 13 talked with Casey McNerthney from the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office after the hearing.
When you have allegations of a random violent attack like this, we think $2 million bail is absolutely appropriate, and we appreciate that the court said that.
They're also factoring Lee's criminal history. Prosecutors say he's had 9 felony convictions in the last 10 years, as well as misdemeanor convictions and an outstanding warrant.
The outstanding warrant was a factor because we've got to show not only that there's a danger to the public, which we believe there is and the court acknowledged, but also that there's a concern that somebody won't return to court.
Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
Lee's next court date is scheduled for November 14th. Prosecutors are working with investigators to finalize charging decisions.
November 14th. That's the next time. Roland Lee. Right here. Roland Lee. We'll show his face. We'll show his face, right? We'll show his face on JLR Investigates. Roland Lee. So 9 felony convictions. I'm reading that he has over 30 misdemeanor convictions. He's out on the streets. Seattle police were aware that people got stabbed before that Friday incident, right? Day before, even at 1 o'clock, started out 1 o'clock in the morning. I guess a female got stabbed, and then multiple times throughout before the Friday. On Thursday, people were getting stabbed all around Seattle, 12th and Jackson area. And then ultimately on the afternoon of Friday, around 2 p.m.-ish, Lee stabs 5 people just randomly. Police were aware of him. Don't let them lie to you. They were aware of him. And they didn't put out a bulletin or an alert or nothing. They take this guy in. They refuse to share this guy's name to the public. And we only find out this guy's name when he gets into court. Where in court, they refuse to show his face. What in the world is going on here? Let's get Magnolia in the chat, and then me and Magnolia, I'll share some of the stuff, get Magnolia's take on this. We're talking about this case in Seattle, a mass stabbing. Could have been much, much worse. People could have died here. Scary stuff. Come on in, Magnolia.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Roland Lee, who yelled Black Power.
I just heard them say that he had 9 felony convictions. How is it possible he wasn't already in prison?
Well, Seattle, Washington.
What are they talking about?
Seattle, Washington. Seattle, Washington, Magnolia.
I guess if he had a bunch of misdemeanors, I could see why he's on the street. But how do you have 9 felony convictions and you're not in prison? You know, that just means that they enabled him to do this.
Well, there's a little controversy over his judge and some of the other judges in King County on soft on crime. A soft on crime philosophy that they've established, where they're giving a lot of these defendants free pass to get back out on the streets. Low bond, no bond, just get out. Don't even have to post bond. Now, this guy's $2 million bond. That's a lot, but it should have been no bond. Like, when I say no bond, I mean no bond.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like they do this and they don't put these people in jail. They don't hold them accountable. They won't even show them in court, for crying out loud. They only show his feet, and then they act surprised when something like this happens. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. It's completely illogical. So one of the things, though, people were asking, they said in the police report, it should be noted that all victims were white. They specifically said that in their report, and also that he was heard saying Black Power. So that information was included in the police report. So I wonder if they will be charging him with a hate crime as well.
State-wise, probably not. Not in King County. I can't see that. I for some reason, I don't see it. I don't see it in King County, him being charged with a hate crime. They won't do it. Now, you know, some people might say if it was the opposite, yeah, maybe. But in this case, I don't see him. I don't see him doing it. I think they'll just consider this, well, it's not a hate crime. He was just mentally ill. There's things going on in his mind. He needs rehabilitation. Restorative justice. He needs restorative justice. A chance to rehabilitate so he can be back out on the streets in a couple of years.
Well, at least they gave him, at least this time, it was, what was it, $2 million bond?
Yeah,
so
but this judge,
I guess.
But the judge, and this is what I want to talk about, the judge. Well, first off, let me just show, I like this guy on Twitter. His name's Jonathan Cho. He posts a lot of things in that area. So he puts it out there. He puts the tweet out there. He says a King County judge set a bail at $2 million for Seattle Chinatown ID suspect Ronald Lee. He's facing charges for allegedly assaulting at least 5 people with a knife on Friday. Prosecutors say it was random. Lee could be facing more charges for 5 other stabbing incidents this past week. The judge would not allow media to show his face after his public defender argued there could be identity issues. Lee has 9 other felony convictions. So, yeah, don't even show his face. Just his shoes, flip-flops, right? Just his shoes. Here you go. Like, is this the new norm in Seattle where any defendant, all the lawyer has to say is my client won't receive a fair trial, therefore we can't film him?
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully this time they'll get him off the streets. But, you know, it's like if you have somebody like this who's running around, got all these felony convictions, and you're not putting them in jail, it's just a matter of time before something like this happens. I mean, how does that even need to be said? Like, this should really go without saying. And it's unbelievable that you would have policies to defy logic.
Well, here's the thing.
This is basic logic.
Well, also putting his face out there, you know, other victims of other crimes that could have been victimized by this guy could come forward. If you're stabbing around people and you have 9 felony convictions, 30 misdemeanor convictions, and you're stabbing random people, the chances are you've probably done crimes you haven't been caught for or victimized others. And by putting his face out there and letting the public see, some of these victims could come forward and say, hey, I recognize this guy. He did this to me.
Yeah, and someone else pointed out in the chat, he's not a minor. He's like 37 years old. So there's really no excuse to not be showing him. I don't know what he means by there could be identity issues. That makes no sense. Like, it's like these people go into court and just say things, and none of it makes sense, and everyone's just like everyone's just nodding their head like, yep. Let's not put cameras. Let's just make sure we show his shoes, and that's it. It just seems like Seattle, I don't know what they're doing, but it's just, they definitely do not have common sense there. And it's ridiculous that you'd have someone like this on the street in the first place.
Here's what Jonathan Cho also put. Court documents, he says, court documents show alleged Chinatown stabber Roland Lee, who's a black male, uttered black power in the Seattle police interview room. All the CID victims from Friday's knife attack are white. Mm-hmm. And they said he yelled black. I'll actually read this, but the report says he yelled black power.
Yeah.
It should be noted that all the victims are white. The suspect is black, who was heard saying black power while he was in the recorded interview room at SPD headquarters.
Yeah. Well, and the thing
I thought that the people that got stabbed were Asian. I didn't know they were white. I did not know that they were white. Wow.
I thought they were Asian too, Portia.
Yeah, I thought they were Asian. But they said the police report says that everybody that he stabbed was actually white. So I guess that kind of changes it up, because I'm over here thinking, like, the hate crimes having something
Well,
to do
it
with
doesn't really matter to me, Portia, if he's doing it because they're Asian or they're white or whatever. I mean, it's still like unadulterated hate. Like,
Oh no, I agree 100%. It still is for sure.
That deserves the death penalty.
I definitely agree with that. It's just that the way, like, it happened in Chinatown, and it just kind of came off like it actually,
right?
Like they
Yeah.
were Asians. That
Yeah, it had
that
me
were,
thinking it was Asians too, but wow. But who knows if those reports are actually factual or not,
Well, they said it was the police report, so I don't have any reason to.
Well, I mean, that's what they were saying, but we didn't see the actual police report, so. I mean, I'm just trying to be fair. I'm trying to be Juan, and probably not very good at it, Portia. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In other news, before we get into what's going on in New York, say it ain't so, say it ain't so. Cash me outside. Cash me outside.
Outside, Danielle. Bad baby, real name Danielle Bregoli, has cancer.
Everybody has bumps in their road and everybody goes through things.
TMZ confirming the 21-year-old's diagnosis, a family source telling the outlet she's currently under the care of a doctor. Her mom, Barbara, speaking out on Instagram.
And I pray to God one of your children never get cancer, okay? I've had it twice.
Listen, the internet is everywhere. So unless I'm going to the middle of the desert in Egypt, someone's gonna know who I am.
Bad Baby's news comes shortly after sharing a cryptic post about the state of her health on Instagram. As fans noted, they were worried about her appearance. The rapper writing on her story, "I'm sorry, my cancer medicine made me lose weight. I'm slowly gaining it back, so stop running with the worst narratives."
What's been the hardest part of fame, I guess, for you?
I just want people to understand that I'm not gonna be that 14-year-old girl forever. Every time I explain myself, my words get twisted and flipped and everything. It feels like there's like, it feels like you're trapped in a box. Like there's nowhere to push out of, because everywhere you push out, you're just gonna go into another box. So it's like sometimes I just have to tell myself, like, it is what it is. Like, okay, it's not gonna kill you. People say aren't gonna kill you. It's gonna hurt, but it's not gonna take your money away. It's not gonna do this, not gonna do that. I don't have the same attitude. Yes, I may have felt one way about something when I was younger. Now I feel different.
Sounds like a big old crybaby.
She sounds like a crybaby. Well, prayers out to you, bad baby. I hope that you beat your cancer diagnosis. I hope that you beat your cancer
I'm
diagnosis.
sorry, Portia.
So we talked about the other day how Eric Adams is ending the funding for the migrants and their food stamp cards. And
Who's doing that?
Mayor Eric Adams.
All right.
He said, no more money for y'all. Y'all
Yeah,
are
no.
done.
Portia, and didn't one of the Secretary of States or someone very high up in that state also said that they're gonna fight the sanctuary state program in New York City, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I have to look that up. I haven't seen that. I'll look that up. But so he ended the food stamp cards for the illegals up there. And of course, Trump won. And I believe that some people in New York have a message for Trump.
Concerns growing tonight among New York City's migrant community about what President-elect Trump's immigration policies could mean for them. Migrants, along with immigration advocates, gathered tonight in Foley Square, where they expressed fear over Trump's campaign promise of mass deportations. Fox 5's Kendall Green has more.
Hundreds of immigrant advocates packed into Foley Square to rally with signs and chants.
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
And a spirit of resilience against an incoming Trump administration they've had battles with years before.
While our movement experiences setbacks, we will not be silenced.
Aparicio is an immigrant from Mexico, among hundreds in the crowd. Sharing since election night, he's had worries for him and his loved ones.
It's really boring for me because when I came to this country, I was hoping to find opportunities for myself and my family. With Trump, it's going to be a little harder.
Mayor Adams earlier this week admitted the city has struggled to balance the overall rhetoric and balance its budget due to the influx of migrants.
The pressure of finding billions of dollars instead of going to...
With Trump, it's going to be harder. You shouldn't be here in the first damn place. Okay? Okay? You shouldn't
Well,
be here.
that's right. That's right, Portia. And this is what a lot of them are already going to start deporting themselves because that tip is going to get cut off.
Michael donated $5.
And it's
Great
no
show.
longer going to be there for them. So then what are they going to do? They start going back home, right? Because they don't want to get deported, right? They'd rather just go back home. Wouldn't that what you'd rather do? Rather than maybe be deported? I mean, I think
I would rather go back home before
that's
having
what
to
I'd
face
do.
something like getting deported, because that could be a very, rough process. Especially let's say you're in a house, and it's like 100 people living in there, and so they have ICE officers, and they're busting down the door, breaking out the windows and they're trying to come in there and they're arresting you all and y'all are fighting back and all this. It's just like you guys can just leave on your own. That's what I would do. I would leave on my own and then try to get back in the right way.
Yeah.
Because, otherwise it might be, pretty harsh for you. But I just listening to these people talk like we owe them something. We don't owe you nothing. We don't owe you nothing.
I know. Look at them out there, Portia. Like, I know it's disgusting, really. Like, I mean, especially if I was a Black American, like looking at these people, like, what? My ancestors come from slaves picking cotton on this land and shit, and now you're here demanding food stamps? I don't think so.
It looks like Miss Helen tested positive for COVID. I hope you get well soon, Miss Helen. Get well soon. Hey, Trees. Trees says Adams really didn't want them. He was fighting with the governor, Kathy Hochul, over it. That's why charges were brought against Mayor Adams, and many New Yorkers voted for Trump. Let's
wonder how many New Yorkers voted for Trump.
We'll take a look at that after the video.
Those needs that everyday New Yorkers needed.
Yet the administration addressed the fears many immigrants expressed ahead of Thursday's demonstration.
I want to reassure people they do not need to self-deport. They do not need to hide, go in the shadows, and that they can continue to use our city services.
Members of the New York Immigration Coalition gathered to stand up for immigrants amid imminent threats posed by Trump's second presidency.
We are here today to reaffirm our commitment to protect immigrants.
Making note of Trump's expressed efforts to implement the largest mass deportation in the country's history, ousting an estimated 11 million people.
We will not stand by as Trump's deportation agenda threatening our community.
Shit.
We will be there for them.
Now, part of their efforts to empower those who came out, they offered pamphlets outlining individuals' rights in case they're approached by ICE agents. That's the latest from Foley Square. Kendall Grain, Fox 5 News.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Hey, Portia, I love when the raghead ran out there and said, "What'd she say?" Anyway, that was so funny. Like demanding, like we're gonna give her food stamps or something. What's that all about again, Portia? I'm sorry, I'm a little fucked up. We got the House and the Senate and the executive. What we gonna do with it, Portia? Looking at Maine, Portia. You there?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now,
Oh gosh,
Portia.
I didn't know I was on mute. Sorry. Okay, so I was saying that New York, you have Donald Trump got 3,443,683 votes.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
Kamala got 55% and Donald Trump got 44%. So
Damn, in New York City or New York altogether?
New York altogether. And then taking a
Oh
closer
wow.
look at the city, you have Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Albany, and New York. The blue areas, the blue cities in the state, and of course the majority of the state of New York is actually red, just like everywhere else for the most part.
Except for up there.
But if you take a look at Oklahoma is not playing any games. The whole state, which is incredible.
I have a lot of family in Oklahoma, Portia.
Oh, really?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the issue of the people, they're protesting and they're getting all upset and everything.
Not in Oklahoma.
No, from the video that we just watched in
Oh yeah.
New York. However, it looks like Mayor Adams is up to something. And
Well,
I'm not sure.
I was thinking, Portia, like a mayor can cut off your food stamps. Only a state governor can do that. You know what I mean? Like, or unless that's like a city handout that Mayor Adams is talking about is coming to an end. What?
I'm trying to
I
read
was
the
just
chat.
wondering what specific end or like what benefit specifically is coming to an end that they're so uptight about. Is it EBT?
Yes, 12 minutes food stamps.
Well, I didn't think a mayor could cut off food stamps like that.
Yeah.
I thought only a governor could
Yeah,
do
we're
that.
supposed to do the watch party of Princess's dating show. What time does it start? What time does it start? I guess it's good that I don't have anything to do today. I'll just be here at the house talking to you guys.
I love hanging out with you, Portia. I know I'm kind of boring.
You're not boring. Thank you for talking to me and hanging out with me, 12th man. You don't have to be here. None of you have to be here, but you all are. And I appreciate you for being here.
We love you so much.
Yeah, so I'm seeing what you're saying, Gary, and yeah, we'll set it up and we'll all be here to watch the show. Unless you guys just do it behind the scenes, but we'll all be here for that. Me and Princess talked about it the other night.
Portia, can I ask you something?
Yes.
Did you see that video you were playing with Mayor Adams? Someone said something about self-deportation, and they're like, they'll start to, they'll just start to self-migrate south if their benefits get cut.
Well, he was telling them he said, don't do self-deportation and don't hide and stuff like that. That's what he was saying.
Well, that's what they should do, right? Self-deport after their benefits are cut.
I mean, yeah, that's what we just, they should, but he's telling them not to. So whatever happens with that, I'm not sure.
What are they gonna do when their food stamps are cut, or when they
would have to find other methods, for food, like get
electricity gets cut at the Roosevelt Hotel? What then?
Well, they're not kicking them out of Roosevelt Hotel. They just cut the food stamps, and they still have food at the hotel. The only reason why they gave them food stamps in the first place is because they were complaining about the food, and they said they didn't like it. So they gave them food stamps. They gave them food stamps so they can go to the stores and buy the food that they like.
Oh, jeez. And then John was showing them three meals a day being rolled up right there.
Mm-hmm.
3 hot and a hotel.
Streamlabs doesn't keep up with the comments on YouTube. Like, so you'll see the comments faster on YouTube, and it takes them a bit to show up on Streamlabs. That's interesting.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them to keep up with, but normally when I'm on panel, Portia, I just ignore the comment.
Yeah, I know it's sometimes it just depends on what it is, but sometimes people are saying things that I might need to know.
Yeah.
So I pay attention for that. But let's get into this video about.
Well, you're the admin. You're the administrator. So you got to pay attention to everything.
Yeah, that is true. So we watched that video about them, complaining because they're, afraid or worried because Trump is president. Well, it looks like New York City is going to be busing migrants back to Texas because Trump won. So let's look at this.
New York City sending 4,500 migrants back to Texas, offering free one-way plane and bus tickets to other states. So Abbott sends migrants to New York, then New York spends all this money, millions, to send them back to Texas. The Big Apple has spent more than...
So Texas has sent around 30,000 people to New York on buses, and it looks like New York is now trying to send them back. In fact, asylum seekers here can not only get a free plane or bus ticket anywhere in the world, after their shelter stays expire, they're forced to reapply for housing at a location where these are handed out, revealing that even though New York is America's largest sanctuary city, our leaders don't want people staying here for some reason.
Governor Greg Abbott might have thought that he had the last laugh when he bussed tens of thousands of migrants from his state to New York City. But the Big Apple's mayor, Eric Adams, might have one-upped him. Adams is sending 4,500 arrivals back to the Lone Star State.
Adams is also returning migrants to Illinois, Florida, and Colorado. Abbott's office blasted Adams' move, saying, quote, hypocritical Mayor Adams said busing migrants is morally bankrupt.
I voted for Trump because of the economy.
Much like the trend nationally,
I voted.
Quote, hypocritical Mayor Adams said.
Okay, it says hypocritical Mayor Adams said busing migrants is morally bankrupt, while Harris called transporting migrants political theater, and they're doing the same thing themselves. Look at that. Same thing.
Busing migrants is morally bankrupt.
I voted for Trump because of the economy.
Much like the trend nationally, many New York voters this year were driven by the economy and immigration, especially after Texas Governor Greg Abbott started busing migrants here 2 years ago.
Throughout his campaign, President-elect Donald Trump promised sweeping changes to what he painted as an out-of-control immigration system. And now, with his presidency secured, immigration advocates in New York City say they're bracing for what's to come.
Suddenly, it's not a sanctuary city all of a sudden, as they want to send the people back to Texas.
So, as New York continues to tout its sanctuary city status, it's secretly doing everything possible to help people leave. But what nobody's talking about is that this is just the latest example of how the asylum crisis has failed to bring about any meaningful improvements in the lives of asylum seekers. Because although over 200,000 have come to New York after our city offered them the American dream and a place to stay, the place to stay kicks them out after 1 or 2 months before most asylum seekers have had time to get jobs or plug into the local economy. Something we were all told wasn't going to happen here, as our leaders bragged about how our city had thousands of jobs just waiting to be filled by people getting off buses right here at the bus terminal. But if you visit any of the city's 200 asylum shelters, you'll see that asylum seekers are facing just as much poverty and joblessness here in America as they were in their home countries. And honestly, it's really sad to see thousands of able-bodied people who were lied to with no way to better their lives by working and living independently. And whether or not you are for or against the asylum crisis, it should be pretty obvious that in order to get so many people to travel to a place which has no opportunity for them, you've got to tell them something that's not true. And observers say that's what's happened in New York, as thousands of people were allowed to move into our shelter system believing in a future that doesn't exist, only to be moved out of it a few months after they get here because the shelter system is full, and new people who believe there's a future here for them also need to stay there for 1 or 2 months as well. Which brings us to the real reason why New York has this bus program. Once people figure out that this is not some magical land of opportunity, they're faced with the reality that staying here isn't gonna help them. Something our leaders have known would happen all along, yet because of New York's proud progressive values, admitting our policies just waste money while failing to help people isn't on the table. And as you're about to see, while New York is quietly helping people leave, it's also doubling down on sanctuary city policies it already has proof aren't working. As a knee-jerk reaction to President Trump's re-election, which most people here thought wasn't gonna happen.
Take off the mask and look at your smile.
She may be.
So here we are at the Port Authority bus terminal, where around 4,500 asylum seekers have gotten tickets back to Texas, some on the very buses they arrived on. And the irony here is that New York, the sanctuary city, is proving that it's not able to help people, even though that's what it claims its purpose is. But what it can do is set people up for failure while still being able to claim, hey, we're progressive, we still have a right to shelter, we're still a sanctuary city, we're still able to help you. Which might help the non-asylum seekers that run this place feel good about themselves, but basically makes New York a sanctuary city in name only.
New York City sending 4,500 migrants back to Texas, offering free one-way plane and bus tickets to other states. So Abbott sends migrants to New York, then New York spends all this money, millions, to send them back to Texas. The Big Apple has spent more than 6
So it's important to understand the overarching principle behind both of these bus programs. Everybody that got on a bus
I just think, I think it's hilarious.
It's like, you know, so y'all send them to us. Now we're going to send them back to you, but we're a sanctuary. So before we keep going in this video, I want to pause to show a clip from the press conference with Mayor Eric Adams. And I'm just curious to know, those of you in the chat, and of course you up on the panel with me, 12th man, if y'all notice anything about what he says, if anything stands out to you.
I want to congratulate President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and wish them all the best as they work to promote the interests of the American people. As mayor of America's largest city, our main team will work with the incoming administration for the good of all New Yorkers. We also intend to protect our immigrant communities, and we will work with the new administration and Congress to develop a realistic and compassionate national strategy for our immigration system. This includes pushing Congress to provide expedited authorization for asylum seekers who desire to work, and they are already here.
No way.
To those immigrants who are living here pursuing the American dream, as so many generations did before you, New York City stands with you. Our city will also continue to offer care, resources, and legal help to those who need it. Regardless of immigration status, we will be here for you. New York City will always remain a city of immigrants and a beacon of liberty around the globe.
Now,
I thought he said a lot, but
so he
like
says, basically, thanks, Trump. Congratulations, Trump and JD Vance. We're going to be working together with you, but we're still a sanctuary city. We're still, caring for our immigrants. We're still going to offer resources. But he didn't mention the fact that he's shipping them out of there. He didn't say none of that, but he just still wants you to know. It's one of those things where it's like, make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. But I guess listen, I don't know. It's so hard for me to make sense out of nonsense, but here you are actively telling us that you're going to work with Trump. Trump is actually telling the world, don't come here because we finna deport y'all. Y'all finna get up out of here. And then you go ahead and say, oh no, we're still a sanctuary city. We're still a city of immigrants. We're still going to be doing this. It's just like, listen, either you're working with Trump to get them out of there, or you're just going to leave them there and deal with the crisis.
Well, Portia, they're not going to be getting any more FEMA money or anything like that. So they're going to get, where are they going to get all the money to feed these people and house them and provide them electricity and all these wonderful things?
It's ridiculous. But this video here, we'll get back to this because this is my first time watching him, and I'm liking his content. I'm liking his style here.
From Texas to come to New York did so willingly, but they probably wouldn't have done so willingly had they known that things would turn out different and that they'd just be getting on another bus to go back to Texas willingly after a couple of months. And people are just trying to go to a place where they think they're going to have the best opportunity for themselves and their families. That's why they came to New York in the first place, and now that's why they're leaving New York in the second place. But that's not supposed to be how any of this worked out, because we've had over 200,000 people come to New York, which had its sanctuary city doors wide open and looked like it was going to be a place where people could start chasing after the American dream, which they were allowed to believe was going to happen when they got off buses and moved into our shelter system. But underneath the veneer of care that this city was putting forth was a big lie about opportunities that awaited people here, like jobs and a better future that just haven't existed ever. And now people have to leave and try to go find it somewhere else. And they're doing it with the city's help. But look at this, asylum seekers weren't the only ones who believed there was something good here waiting for them. As of October, there still should be 18,000 jobs out there for people who might live in shelters at the moment. But if those jobs are really out there and available to asylum seekers, it would be great for those companies or those businesses to start hiring, because we've got people living in tents outside of the shelters they've been evicted from because they've got nowhere else to go. And certainly a job from one of the 400 employers identified by the local government here would really help them pay rent and get off the streets. And certainly a job that someone could work at and provide for themselves would negate the ticket program New York City has to help people get on buses and leave town. Unless, of course, the job market here isn't as rosy as people are being told it is, and these jobs either aren't available or the positions have already been filled. And if the job market were as great for asylum seekers as we're being told, we probably wouldn't see the effects of mass unemployment at every single shelter in town, which proves that there is an opportunity here for them, and they were told that there was.
And it goes back to politics again. Now New York has seen that they can't handle the situation because not only just the amount of people, but also economically as well. So I can tell you for a fact that in Texas, we're going to continue busing them to these sanctuary cities because, again, these are sanctuary cities. They did welcome immigrants from day one. So
all of this opportunity that people were led to believe was here turned out to be a big lie. And this is evident in the city's own reporting. Remember, over 200,000.
And, speaking of Texas, we're not a sanctuary state, and we don't want them. We don't want them, so we sent them where they're wanted. So, don't be a sanctuary city. Sounds like a you problem. And that's unfortunate. But when you send them back down here, they are going across the border. They won't be here long. Yeah, they're going to get bused straight to the border, and they're going to Mexico. Okay? Governor Abbott has already said it. It's already started. And it is so many of them. I'm talking like fleeing their countries right now. And we'll get into that after this video. That are at the southern border here in Texas right now as we speak. And they're trying to get in, and it's not happening. It's not happening. So I guess all of these other places that are having issues with illegals, if you want to get rid of them, send them to Texas, because we're going to get rid of them for real. So now that you all have felt what Texans have felt for forever, just bust them out of here. Just bust them back to Texas, because they going back across that border for sure. But don't be a hypocrite now. But they can't help themselves. They can't help themselves, 12th man. They can't help themselves. Tree said something about
well, our people come first. Fuck those motherfuckers.
Tree says he has no control over what the governor made him do. It's a very complicated issue. And thank you for saying that, because whenever you think about New York, you don't even think about the governor when you're not from New York. It just seems like Mayor Adams is New York. And then she also says, where is she? New York is an essential state.
I'm not.
Where I live, we don't take people in.
I wish we had Juan up here a little bit, because I'm not sure a mayor can cut off food stamps like that. I think that has to be an act of the governor.
Yeah, well, I'll look that up. Spicy Peach says the Arizona people voted. The cops and deputies are now also ICE and Border Patrol. Let's see. Tree says it's just certain cities and those laws excuse me, let me start over. It's just certain cities and those laws have been there, but we're never exploited like this. Oh, thank you, Spicy Peach. I'm trying. I wasn't expecting to be here. However, I am. I was going to start a show up today that I've been waiting to do, but I'm just going to push it back again. Clara says, never understood the migrant busing controversy. If sanctuary cities want them, then they shouldn't bitch when they get them. Clarice, that just makes too much sense, doesn't it? Just makes too much sense. Tree says you can't blame the New Yorkers. We have no control at this point, and it sucks. My thing is, I look at it like I feel bad for the people in New York that don't want this. I feel bad for the people in New York that vote against this. But for the people that do vote for it and they want it, like those protesters that we saw, it's like, hey, that's what you voted for. That's what you voted for. Momo says, Momo says, people say we can't deport that many people, but the Patriot Act era produced a robust surveillance state that can track many things, and everybody has opted into the smartphone surveillance system. So we can definitely deport all of them.
Well, Trump says he can enact that 1798 law to disorganize criminal alien groups in our country and disperse them by any means necessary. Basically, we can use the military to get rid of these motherfuckers if we have to.
Well, Mavit says we
I'm
gave
gonna have
them
to
our
look
phones.
that.
We know exactly where they are.
I wonder if there's a video on YouTube about the 1798 criminal alien law.
I'll look it up and see. I have a few things to look up that you've asked for, so let me look those up while we watch some more of this.
Asylum seekers have come here. We've got tens of thousands of jobs available, but only 2,000 people, according to this article, have actually been connected with employment. And although some asylum seekers have to wait a month and others have to wait 6 months to get work authorization, this crisis is 2 years old at this point, and only 2,000 people have been connected with jobs. That's not a system that's working out in anybody's favor. And if someone moves into one of our asylum shelters and they can only stay for 1 or 2 months, but they're unable to get a job and unable to start providing for themselves, and then they have to move out, what other option do they have other than to live in a tent outside of that shelter, as some people are doing, or to get on a bus and try to make it somewhere else? Well, obviously most people are leaving, and it looks like 47,000 one-way tickets have been purchased in total since this program started. And 40,000 one-way tickets means that 22% of the 212,000 asylum seekers who've come here have been paid to leave in some capacity. And what that means is the asylum programs we have to care for people in New York aren't as helpful as we may have thought.
Political strategists say, much like the trend nationally, many New York voters this year were driven by the economy and immigration, especially after Texas Governor Greg Abbott started busing migrants here 2 years ago.
If you have Democrats in charge of the state, Democrats in charge of the city, and Democrats in charge of the country, if you're not happy, you kind of go to the Republicans.
Now, as you're about to see our...
All right, so we're going to pause here for a moment to just give some context to some of the things that 12th Man has mentioned. And for those of you that are not aware of the Alien and Sedition Act of 1798. So we're going to get into that, just to give us some history and some context about Trump mentioning enacting this. So give me 1 second. Okay, there we go.
Is there a video on that, really, Portia?
Yeah, we're about to watch it.
Today on Daily Dose, the Alien and Sedition Acts. In 1794, when Federalist President George Washington signed a proclamation of neutrality during a war between England and France, the Jay Treaty would improve relations with England while angering the French. When James Monroe and 2 other diplomats sailed to France to negotiate for peace, French politicians known as XYZ demanded a bribe before negotiations could begin, which infuriated the young American Republic to no end. By the time John Adams was sworn in as the second U.S. president in 1796, France had seized more than 300 American ships, leading many to believe or insist that war with France was imminent and unavoidable. Amid mounting fears of enemy spies infiltrating American society, the majority Federalist Party, who supported a strong central government, prevailed over the minority Republican or Jeffersonian Party in passing 4 new laws, which collectively became known as the Alien and Sedition Acts. Since many recent immigrants and new citizens favored the Republicans, and their insistence that power remain with the individual states, Congress passed the Naturalization Act, which increased residency requirements for U.S. citizenship from 5 years to 14. The Alien Enemies Act went on to permit the government to arrest and deport all male citizens of enemy nations in the event of war, while the Alien Friends Act allowed the president to deport any non-citizen suspected of plotting against the government, even if the country was not at war. The Sedition Act, on the other hand, took direct aim at anyone who spoke ill against President Adams or the Federalist-dominated government, effectively muzzling dissent from the Republican side of the aisle. While Republican lawmakers complained that the Sedition Act violated the First Amendment freedom of speech clause in the Constitution, the Federalists pushed the bill through Congress, which was signed into law by Adams on July 14, 1798, with an expiration date set for March 3, 1801, which was the last day of his term in office. By the law's expiration, U.S. federal courts prosecuted no less than 26 individuals under the Sedition Act, nearly all of them editors of Republican newspapers who opposed the Adams administration. The prosecutions fueled fierce debate over the definition and meaning of a free press, as well as the rights that should be afforded to political opposition parties in the United States. In the end, widespread anger over the Alien and Sedition Acts fueled Jefferson's victory over Adams in the bitterly contested presidential election of 1800, while their passage would go down in history as one of the biggest mistakes of the Adams presidency. By 1802, all of the Alien and Sedition Acts had either expired or been repealed, save for the Alien Enemies Act, which was amended by Congress in 1918 to include women. And there you have it, the Alien and Sedition Acts. Today on the Daily Dose, get your nerd on with the...
So there, toward the end there, it included women, Portia?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. So I'm not really sure. Now here's like a left view of this, and this might have Trump saying it. Let's see. This is from Now This, and this is a very woke channel. So I don't know if I'm not. I don't want to say I don't know. I'm pretty sure the words will be chopped and screwed, and we won't get the full context. But maybe he says that here, which you were referencing, 12 Men.
I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil.
The act Trump's talking about here is notorious for its role in Japanese internment. It was used to forcibly detain and incarcerate 120,000 Japanese Americans in concentration camps without any due process during World War II. And Trump wants to use it again, this time to detain and deport undocumented immigrants. It could lead to the unjust detention of lawful immigrants and even their U.S.-born children. The 226-year-old Alien Enemies Act of 1798 grants presidents the power to order natives and citizens of an enemy nation to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed. All the president has to do is say the word to make it happen, but it's only ever been invoked 3 times. The act is specifically meant for wartime, but it can also be used during an invasion by a foreign government, neither of which are happening right now. But that's why Trump is painting immigrants coming to the U.S. as foreign invaders, to lay the groundwork to invoke this law. Critics of the law are calling on Congress to repeal it, arguing that it's dangerous and could be abused by an authoritarian president. Legal experts question whether it can be applied during peacetime, but there's no guarantee the courts, especially a conservative Supreme Court, would rule against Trump if he ever tried to use it.
Okay.
Donald Trump.
Okay. All right. So I feel like I get it now, and I understand what he's saying. So Trump has labeled the criminals, the drug dealers, the cartels, the murderers, the rapists, he has said that they're like an act of war because they've brought, like the war on drugs, if you will, all of the fentanyl.
They're running a criminal operation within our country.
They're running a criminal operation within our country, and it has destroyed, killed, I think the number, like over 500,000 people with fentanyl and all of that. So he's deemed the illegals that are doing the bad things as a criminal operation that is essentially a threat to the United States of America. So him saying that he would invoke that the Alien Act, I believe it applies there for the criminal organizations. So it makes sense to me in that way. So if that's what, if that is what
Right.
he's going to use to do
Where
it,
it
so I don't see
worries
anything
me
wrong
a
with it.
little bit is where the founders kind of went after the media originally with that act.
Say that one more
And
time,
to where the founders went after the media. If you go back and look at that, they kind of went after the media with that act too, and I don't agree with that. I don't
Well,
think our media should ever be targeted, regardless of how stupid their views are, one way or the other.
well, yeah, I mean, like freedom of speech, but the Alien Act, I think that it is very permissible in this case. The all-seeing guy says, and it's an invasion, and that's correct. It is an invasion. And then also, all-seeing says if they've attained legal permanent citizenship, they have nothing to worry about. So that's another
Right.
thing that I don't appreciate, especially like watching all of these videos and reactions from these people losing their minds because they're continuing to lie. Once you have been naturalized as a United States citizen, you are a United States citizen. So
That's right.
people
Once
that
you
are
have your green
naturalized,
card,
you have nothing to worry about. You came here, you
yeah,
did
if
it the
you
right
have a
way.
green card or
Yeah.
whatever, you're good. Then all you have to do once you have a green card is behave for 5 years, and then you're a naturalized citizen. Just like that. It's not hard.
Nate says the thing is though, illegal aliens ain't American, therefore they do not have American rights. And you are also correct. But they come over here like they can. I noticed that John put in the chat about Trump announcing full concealed carry reciprocity to where you can carry your gun to any state in America. And if you have a concealed carry license, it will stand in any state that you go to, which is pretty awesome. I saw that this morning and I was like, oh God, there are so many states that I don't go to because I can't bring my gun. So if I can't bring my gun, then I don't want to go. Now,
Yeah.
now, for those of you that are like me, that like to stay strapped 24/7, no matter
Yes,
where you
ma'am.
are, you can go ahead and bring your firearm with you. You can bring it with you. There you go.
I don't need a firearm when I can get a girlfriend like Portia. She'll carry it for me.
I would like both, like in a relationship, both of you should have them. Both of you should have them, but I always
I'm
have
just
mine.
teasing you, Portia.
That is the truth. John says one of the reasons Adam wanted that bill to pass was it would also have to end the slave trade in America. Adams was also a staunch abolitionist. Thank you for that, John. So let's get back into this video with a little bit of context, or get like a little history lesson there. So let's get back into it.
Progressive leaders, they're not paying attention to how ineffective these policies are, and they're actually about to double down on them, in spite of the fact that they aren't working, and in spite of the fact that voters, in greater numbers than ever before, are voicing their opposition to them. And even though many people are starting to figure out that the asylum crisis isn't helping anybody, our leaders aren't of that mindset. Because here in New York, you've got an electorate that does not like Donald Trump. Remember, he lost this state, and what that means is the politicians that we have here, it's going to be their mandate to resist whatever his plans are for New York City and for immigration as a whole for this country. And although this might not be true of every district in New York State, some of which recently voted red for the first time. In New York City itself, especially places like Brooklyn that voted 80% in favor of Vice President Harris, the mandate still holds. But as you're about to see, when progressive policies aren't working, admitting that they don't work isn't part of the equation. Instead, the reason they failed is because they weren't progressive enough, or we didn't have enough of them, or we ran out of money. Which is why New York City is about to do more of the things that aren't helping asylum seekers at all, but are in fact making their lives even tougher.
GoDaddy Aero can get my business online in minutes with AI. Let's see. Ooh, I like that logo. Let me just change this.
So the longer the asylum crisis continues, the more apparent it becomes that progressive sanctuary cities do absolutely nothing to help those who want to become law-abiding permanent residents. Yet after the election, New York City's leaders have already announced their plans to fight tooth and nail against every immigration policy President Trump tries to enact once he takes office, which means New York is going to become even more of a sanctuary city than it is right now.
President-elect Donald Trump promised sweeping changes to what he painted as an out-of-control immigration system. And now with his presidency secured, immigration advocates in New York City say they're bracing for what's to come.
We're going to fight it. We're as prepared, if not more prepared than the first time around. We fought him not just in the streets.
I'm sorry, I don't want to single out this one particular person, but what is this idea? What are people fighting against? What does New York City think it can do to control U.S. immigration policy? If anything, the asylum crisis proves that New York has no control over federal immigration policy. Because for the last 2 years, the asylum crisis has absolutely exploded here. And it's not benefiting the lives of people who fled poverty thinking they'd come here and experience heaven on earth. That has not happened at all. But what has happened is the prolonging of poverty, the prolonging of suffering and joblessness. And this all happened before Trump was even president and didn't look like he had a chance to ever get back in the White House. And if anything, the last 2 years have been a great opportunity for sanctuary cities in this country to prove how great they are and how much they can help people, but they haven't proved that. But they have proved they can harbor dangerous gang members and wanted fugitives from federal immigration authorities who are trying to keep people safe. We'll get to that too, but people shouldn't need free tickets to get on a bus like this if there's something here that benefits them. With this crisis not directly benefiting the very people it's named after, you've got to wonder who's actually in favor of this. Obviously, it's politicians that now see themselves as the resistance to a president that hasn't even taken office yet. It benefits the bus companies who now get to make more money transporting some of the very same people back to Texas where they got paid to bring them here. And sadly, it also benefits people who aren't allowed to legally reside in the country and are on some sort of federal wanted list. And those people are not the asylum seekers. Asylum seekers, they can reside anywhere in the country they want because they're here while they wait for a court date in the future. If you don't have an asylum court date, or if you have been ordered to leave the country, you've only got one choice, and that's to come to a sanctuary city. And who does that? Well, we know the gang members are doing it. They've been caught living in some of our shelters right here in New York, using them as a base to commit crime all over our city. Yet because we're a sanctuary city, there's nothing that can be done to remove the criminal element from places that are supposed to help people. And this small number of people is doing great damage to our city, and they're causing great harm to asylum seekers who they are here to exploit. And sanctuary city status allows these folks to hide here while living relatively normal lives compared to being fugitives in other parts of the country. Here, your immigration status doesn't matter. And the scary thing about this gang is the way that they operate is through human exploitation. And how is allowing them to live in shelters where you have families and little kids who are trying to start a new life a good idea for anybody? It's not. Yet by promising to resist and fight against Trump by putting forth policies that ultimately only benefit criminals, our leaders aren't creating a safe space for immigrants in any way, but they are creating a safe space for some very unsafe people.
Trump has promised mass deportations using the National Guard to round up immigrants and bringing back policies he put in place during his first term. Mayor Eric Adams has repeatedly pressed the current administration for federal assistance as the city's resources struggled to keep up with the wave of asylum seekers arriving in the city.
So this whole asylum crisis, it's a manufactured mess. And what does the city do? Well, they allow the mess to continue, and then they beg the federal government for money to solve it. Now, Mayor Adams is bound by the law. He has to carry out right to shelter whether he likes it or not. And to do it, he's gonna need massive amounts of money. And the hope when this whole crisis started is that that money would come from the federal government, but it never did. But even though New York didn't receive the massive amounts of money needed to house the entire world, which is what's gonna happen when you have sanctuary city status and a right to shelter, they still had to go through that, which did keep people, especially families with little kids, from having to live on the streets. Yes, right to shelter did accomplish that, and nobody wants to see families on the streets. But because we're not a law and order state, and because we're a sanctuary city, having families live in a shelter system that is also populated with gang members who are trying to recruit new members and find people who they can exploit, that's not a good situation either, and that's the situation we're now dealing with, and that we're now saying we're going to do everything in our power here in New York to maintain. And what's crazy is that New York City's shelters wouldn't be like this if we were not a sanctuary city. If we had a right to shelter and we still housed asylum seekers, the situation in those shelters would look very different if police were actually allowed inside, but they're not allowed in. Police can't patrol these places, but the gang members who live in them can, and they are. And these gangs are fueled by two things, which the asylum crisis here in its current state gives them: lawlessness and poverty. They've been exploiting the poor in their own countries, which is why those folks fled. And now those folks have to flee again, many of them on the very same buses that brought them here. This system is not working, yet it's going to continue in the future as a symbol of resistance and as a symbol of New York City's progressive values. Is that what's going on here? Is that why this system that's not helping anybody is going to continue? Or is there another reason? Do you think that this is part of the resistance against an incoming president who says he wants to make sweeping changes to U.S. immigration law? Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'll see you in the next video.
Would you let a child smoke a cigarette?
Well, that was great. Let me see.
Deport thyself.
Portia 3 like for one looks like this. Oh, the peaches. Thank you, Peach.
Spicy peas.
So
I'd say they need to deport themselves and send themselves back, Portia.
So there's migrants abandoned caravan to the U.S. after Donald Trump wins. And, you know, I think that that's a great idea that they've done that. It seems like a smart thing to do. Now, of course, we have Mayor Eric Adams out of New York sending these people back down to Texas, but I believe that he's doing that because he's probably going to do it little by little, 4,500 at a time, just to send them back to Texas because he already knows what's going down in Texas right now and that these people are getting up out of here. So, but let's see about the caravan of people, because, you know, a ton of people were at the border trying to get in before the election, and now some people are leaving because Trump's going to be president.
I heard it disbanded. That caravan coming in, it's disbanded. It's no longer coming in, Portia.
Yeah, let's look and see.
And now shifting focus to the southern border with Mexico, where hundreds of migrants are abandoning their journey towards the United States. The caravan, which began earlier this week with around 3,000 migrants, has now dwindled to just half after Donald Trump won re-election.
We wanted to get to the United States. Now that Trump won, we do not know what to do. May it be God's will, since we are taking this course, that we have to arrive, even if it is to knock on the door, to see if they open it for us. I don't know what to do anymore, because we left a very terrible regime. Returning to Venezuela is like being shot in the head.
Donald Trump doesn't like Latinos. Donald Trump said he was going to remove all Latinos from the United States, a massive deportation. So now it's going to be harder to get in. There are going to be new laws, new regulations, new rules, and now it's going to
No
be harder
shit.
for us Latinos to get there.
In his winning speech, the president-elect reiterated his commitment to seal the borders, insisting that only legal immigration would be allowed. The president-elect's plan could further impose limitations on Biden-era programs like humanitarian parole and temporary protected status that temporarily allow some migrants to remain in the United States.
We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason.
For migrants who use social media platforms like Telegram to track the U.S. immigration policies, the election outcome has dampened their hopes severely. Several expressed frustration, with some saying that had there been a woman president like Claudia Sheinbaum, their lives would take a different trajectory.
I wanted them to elect a woman in the United States elections just as we did here. That way they would have seen eye to eye, because Mr. Trump
Go back
is
to
arbitrary,
Mexico,
misogynist,
bitch.
racist.
Fuck out of here.
Now, throughout the campaign, Donald Trump vowed to complete his border wall and deport millions of illegal immigrants. He's even promised to hire an additional 10,000 Border Patrol agents and impose tougher restrictions on asylum.
So in order to meet the goal of hiring 10,000 new agents, we need the agents. We need them badly. And keeping our incredible veteran agents on the force. Don't leave us.
A post-election YouGov survey shows that Donald Trump has the support of 53% of Americans on immigration matters, compared to just 45% for Vice President Kamala Harris. As of now, the reality for migrants remains uncertain as they weigh their next steps, with many deciding to give up on their chances of crossing into the United States.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage, live from the White House. America is Trump country again. He will be the 47th president of the United States of America. They're live from the White House, soon to be the new residence of Donald Trump. It was also here that Donald Trump brokered the Abraham Accords. So the voters have a legitimate question in their minds. If those presidents could do it, why not Joe Biden? The Arab voters want to punish the Democrats for supporting Israel. Joe Biden's shadow looms large over this election, and Kamala Harris may end up paying the price. This Trump hat says, President Trump, save America. But this hat is made in China. And this is the Chinese interference that Americans must be investigating. But off late, Donald Trump and the Republicans have made some gains. And the biggest reason for that is illegal immigration. This is more than just a march, they say. This is a demand for accountability. The excitement, the tension is palpable. You can see the security presence. You can see the number of police cars, government buildings like these again fenced up. We are at Harvard University, the alma mater of Kamala Harris. As the night progressed, numbers came in thick and fast, and Donald Trump was soon declared the winner. It's being called a historic comeback. Another American presidency will begin. In Donald Trump's case, his second one.
Go home. Go home.
Yeah, no more FEMA benefits for you. You're cut off. Get a bus pass through Texas. You're going home.
You know, just get on up out of here. You know, it's necessary, and you know, we are looking forward to your departure. I do hope that you enjoyed your stay. I hope that you got whatever it was that you were looking for. I hope that, you guys are ready to go. You should start packing your bags now. And
Portia, darling.
Yes, well.
Do you think they will end up deporting themselves, a lot of them?
No, I think some will and some won't. I think it'll be 50-50.
Well, if 50% deport themselves, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, yeah, I just feel like whenever you have like the video that we saw earlier, whenever you have like these state officials telling them don't self-deport, of course you'll have to deal with that, but on the other end of that, there's some people that'll just go ahead and go, or they'll hide, or they'll self-deport, or they'll wait to get deported. But I fully believe that the mass deportation is going to take place. I have full faith that it's going down.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna start at the top with the cartels. I think Trump is gonna enact that 1798 act, and he's gonna dismantle the cartels, and we're gonna see something like this country's never seen before. And it's gonna be a total crackdown, I think, and better be ready for war. I mean, because they're not playing either. I mean, even Trump said in a lot of his rallies, like, these guys got military style weapons and shit, even better in our military. So, I mean, but it's time to crack down on them, and the time is now, and they're not gonna like it when the Trump administration cracks down on their ass. I promise you that, Portia. And that's my Trump impersonation.
They're not supposed to like it. So, oh well. Let's see. So the group of migrants make way to U.S. before Trump takes office. So here's another look at that. So we've talked about how some of them have turned around and how it's dispersed, but just to get a look at what is going on and what we're going to see a whole lot of over the next days, weeks, months, up until Trump becomes president, is caravans. So
tonight, hundreds of miles south of the border in Mexico, a caravan of migrants chanting, "We are not criminals," is rushing to make it to the U.S.-Mexico border before the Trump administration is sworn in. Many carrying their belongings in plastic bags and on their backs, and already starting to voice their fears about not being able to cross into the United States come January. I think it will be much more complicated now, says this man who's traveling from Venezuela. Now we are thinking about finding a way to get through before Trump takes the presidency. DHS officials telling NBC News that they have not yet seen a surge in migrants heading to the United States, but that they want CBP and ICE officials to be prepared.
One of the first calls I'm going to make is to Mexico. You stop letting people come in through our border.
Trump now vowing to deport millions of undocumented migrants, saying his plan has, quote,
pause here for a moment. Claire says it's going to be an ugly process in places in New York City and other sanctuary cities. They will fight back. And Claire, that is going to be the thing, the news coverage that we're going to see, because it is a lot of them and in a lot of these cities is going to be more illegals than there are officers, and they will fight back. And all of these young men, of fighting age, I believe they will fight back, and it's going to turn into something absolutely insane. So I believe having the assistance of the National Guard involved in all of that. I have a few friends that
no, Portia, If he enacts that 1798 Act, it'll be the military. It'll no longer be just a National Guard. Like if they want to start a fucking war or something.
Oh,
I'm
sorry, guys.
over
Thank y'all for
being.
typing that in the chat because for some reason on this Streamlabs, I don't hear anything. At first, I heard a lady talking saying someone is in the back, but now I haven't heard anything. So I am sorry about that, and I thank y'all for letting me know that. Hello, Sam, I am, and Mayo. Hey, Mayo.
How y'all
Hey,
doing?
Sam, I am.
Good, good. How are y'all?
Good. Enjoying the change.
What change?
Oh, hearing liberals cry again.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, I'm not gonna stop. I love it. I'm probably gonna end this stream over here and start up another one on StreamYards. Because I put together a montage. Instead of trying to go through these different videos to find the clips, but they just get better and better every day. They get better and better every day.
Isn't it wonderful?
It is. It feels so good. You know, it's like a early Christmas present, birthday present. It's like the 4th of July came early, and you guys are just not gonna stop. And it's so funny because they continuously go on and on and on, and it's just like, gosh, y'all know that conservatives are eating this up, right?
Oh yeah.
But hey,
and I'm just waiting for them to start flying out of the country.
Yeah. You know what they say? I'm leaving. I'm moving to Canada. Okay, whatever.
When's Beyonce and
the
all
illegals
them?
are going up there next. So
When's Beyonce and all them leaving Portugal?
Oh, Beyonce ain't going nowhere.
She ain't good. Damn it.
Hey, Sam. Are you there, Sam? I am. Maybe his audio isn't.
it might be an issue with Streamlabs. This is a little different.
Yeah. Oh, so he might have to come back. It looks like he dropped off. So hopefully he'll come back up. We'll finish this.
Yeah.
And all. Oh, now I heard the lady. There you go. So I think
He's trying to come back, but I could barely hear him, Portia.
Oh, Daniel, you're here. You missed the story about the monkeys earlier.
Yes.
All of the monkeys that escaped.
Yeah, infected escaped monkeys were not on my apocalypse bingo card for 2024, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We're talking about escape of the migrants right now.
Yeah. So let's get back into this video.
No price tag. He's also threatening to impose a tariff of 25% on Mexican imports unless Mexico's government curbs what he describes as an onslaught of immigration. Those promises now creating uncertainty and anxiety among migrants making the taxing journey. This caravan, which set off with nearly 3,000 people on Election Day, has dwindled to just about half of its original size, according to Reuters. This man from Venezuela saying now that Trump has won, he doesn't know what to do, but returning to Venezuela for him is like being shot in the head. Migrants in Mexican border cities waiting for legal entry through the CBP-1 program now also worried their plans might be upended. Some, like this woman, are anxious that the appointments they've waited months for under the CBP-1 program could be canceled.
Él inició la conversación felicitándome
On Friday, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum saying she had a, quote, very friendly phone call with Trump in which they congratulated each other's presidential wins and said there will be time in the future to discuss the border issue.
Steinbaum
Time
doesn't sound like
that
an
many
American
migrants
name, does it?
now
Or a Mexican
fear
name.
is running out for them.
Okay, Ellison Barber joins us now in studio. So, Ellison, going back to that CBP One app that you mentioned, this is something the Biden administration set up. Has the Trump administration or the Trump team said anything yet about what they're going to do with that?
So it's interesting because they obviously spend so much time talking about their plans as it relates to the U.S.-Mexico border. But in terms of comments about CBP One in particular, really not a lot of detailed comments from Donald Trump himself. However, back in mid-September, we did find where he mentioned CBP One in a post on X and Truth Social. He said in part this, quote, "We will stop all migrant flights, end all illegal entries, terminate the Kamala phone app for smuggling illegals," put in parentheses there, CBP One app. And then he went on to list a couple of other things. So he talked about it.
And that can be kind of chaotic because people are in the queue already in some
Right. People are in the queue. And what he hasn't said, which is what's making so many people panic, he's made this comment saying, I would terminate that app, but hasn't said when that would happen, hasn't said how or how it would fit into his broader immigration policies moving forward. And that's part of why so many people are like, we don't know what's going to happen next, but you said you might get rid of this. Even if it was in that one post, it's leading to a lot of additional questions.
And I'm sure we'll learn in January as soon as he takes office. Ellison, we thank you for the.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the.
Yeah, unless you got a work visa or something, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and then earlier they were saying in New York that they're not even working. They said that these people. They said that they're not even working.
Yeah.
They're working doing something. And plus, they're getting all that federal funding. So they got money.
Not anymore, they ain't. Hence the big announcement today by Mayor, what's his name, Fortune?
Mayor Eric Adams.
Yeah, no more food stamps for you. You know what? That FEMA money getting cut off. That's why. No more federal aid for you, New York City. Now you figure it out.
Hey, Portia.
Yes.
Have you heard what he said about free speech and the internet?
No, what Trump said?
Yes.
No, what did it? Let's see.
Do you have X?
No, I don't, but I can pull it up.
Okay. Go to
What did he say?
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s X page.
Okay.
Is there a way to share a link in here?
Yes, you can post it in the back.
Okay.
The private chat.
Okay. Let me figure this out here. There we go.
Yeah, just hit the more button and then you can put something in the back there.
Yeah.
Hey, Virgo, I see you.
Oh, Virgo's in the chat. Hey, Virgo.
Get up here, Virgo. I miss you so much, sweetie.
Let's see here. So let's see what Trump said.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately.
Yeah!
Here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis- or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they
You're
are
fired.
the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health,
You're
Human
fired.
Services, the FBI, the DOJ.
Get
no
the
matter who they
hell
are.
out of
Second, I will
here.
order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism, while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year cooling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data. Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose. The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America. If we don't have free...
Okay, so before anybody speaks on what we just heard, I think that this calls for...
Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Hold up. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
And Portia has left us, apparently.
That was an AI Trump, wasn't it? That wasn't a real Trump.
It's a little suspicious. It seems like the first portion of that was all things that the current First Amendment covers. The interesting things were the Digital Bill of Rights, which I think we need, and the Section 230 information, which actually has strong support on both sides of the aisle. These platforms, even the one we're
I don't know.
What happened?
There we go. It looks like it just reset and took us all down and brought us back up.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Like I was saying, first part of that, and it may be AI, but the first part of it was all stuff that's covered by the First Amendment. The federal government and anyone receiving federal funds cannot in any way restrict a private citizen's speech. Now, the second part was really interesting. This is Section 230, which has broad support on both sides of the aisle. Basically, it says that YouTube, Facebook, and the rest cannot be sued for the content that is on their site. And the removal of that, as the AI or Mr. Trump indeed says, will make them liable for that. Currently, they're only liable for music copyright. That's why if you play some music, within 3 seconds, you get that copyright strike. And then the Digital Bill of Rights, very exciting information. I think that's a long time coming. So holding these Silicon Valley companies to account, Section 230 was enacted so that in the infancy of the internet, companies could grow and they wouldn't have to worry about being sued for the content. They were trying to get people used to using it, figure it out. That time is come and gone. You know, Facebook, Twitter, all these companies, they're almost like a utility. They're so ubiquitous in our society now. So that Digital Bill of Rights, very exciting. And I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah, and that came off of RFK's official X page.
Mm-hmm.
So it is most likely his words, Trump's words, and his policy.
Yeah, gosh. I mean, that is something that everybody can get behind. I don't care what you think about Trump, because that has impacted people on the left and the right being silenced for saying things. Yeah. And that's not what our country is for. I mean, it is quite literally the First Amendment, and they silence you no matter what. I mean, John, he was talking, we were talking about this last week because we got one of our videos taken down for misinformation, and we were talking about the National Gun Crime page.
Yeah, the gun memorial. The gun memorial.
Yes, the gun memorial, and we got that taken down for misinformation. And it's just like, what is misinformation? There's news articles, there's police reports, all of this stuff is factual. It's what is going on? Why are y'all doing this?
Well, it's worse than that. I work with Google and Facebook, Meta, every day. And they have algorithms that, frankly, aren't very good. They see a certain word, a certain phrase, and they just, boom, shut you down. You appeal. They might in 2 weeks go, oh, our bad. Well, guess what? The election's over now. I don't need you now. I need you 2 weeks ago. Facebook has, what is it? 3 or 4 billion people on it. You know how many people that they have reviewing, actual humans, not the algorithms, reviewing all the posts on it? 300. That ain't gonna cut it, you know.
No.
Yeah, everybody can get behind that. It's just, it's simple, you know. I mean, wow, that was great seeing that. Thanks for sharing that with us, Mayo.
Yeah, but awesome. You'll notice right now the left is complaining that they want these like Twitter and social media controlled now that they don't have the only keys to the kingdom.
No, they've always wanted it controlled. That isn't anything new.
But they've never spoken out about it before because they had control of it.
Oh yes, they've been very outspoken about it
recently. Yeah, ever since Elon bought Twitter.
Yeah, more or less since then.
One of the most exciting things about the Digital Bill of Rights, for me personally, is if you're shadow banned or throttled, they got to tell you why, and you get to appeal. Countless people, it's very, persuasive, prominent social media users, man, they're shadow banned or throttled. I have a friend. She kind of a friend, internet friend. I don't know what the hell that is, but I have an internet friend. She won the first season of America's Top Model. She has 1 million Facebook followers. When she goes live on Facebook, she might get 200 viewers. Now that doesn't make sense.
No.
So she's throttled, and she's throttled for expressing thoughts like we're expressing right here.
Yeah, that's that issue, but then there's also, people getting their channels deleted. And whenever we were going through this last week on the stream, it's so vague, their reasoning and their responses as to why.
Yeah.
People get their whole channels just taken down. And someone can say, well, it's just social media, but we're talking about, these are people's livelihoods. Like, this is what they do for work. Now we get up and we go to work. We're not big enough for that at the Urban Landlord yet. But the thing is people that have like 8 million subscribers, 5 million subscribers, even 100,000, 50,000, just getting their content taken down and removed and not being allowed on the platform because they said some things that YouTube didn't like.
Well,
and then they call it misinformation.
Somebody who saw your post didn't like and reported to YouTube.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And free speech doesn't mean popular speech. It means all speech. And so that algorithm is set to, if you get a certain number of reports or basically complaints, they don't examine, what, the why, wherefore, nothing. They go 14 reports, you're done.
Yep.
And it's like, well, this is a controversial issue. That's part of free speech too.
No, wait a minute. It took you 14 times to behave? What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I don't think I'm drinking enough. So that's the deal. Is that
like I've had the same YouTube channel since 2009, and no problems, right? Except I used a bad word one time.
What was the word? Don't tell us here. Send it to me privately. So the anyway.
No,
I've never.
Portia, remember what it was?
I've never been blocked or banned.
Remember what I called the carp fish, Portia?
Oh yeah. The N-word fish. Go ahead, Tom, please.
Oh, I think I was done. It's just these. I've never been blocked, banned.
No, go ahead.
I
have several times,
and
I've lost my entire.
You never ate a carp?
10-year Facebook page for nothing.
Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry, Mayo. Can you repeat that?
I said I lost a 10-year Facebook page for nothing.
Yeah.
10 years? Damn.
It is. I had this comment on the screen from Black Manta. He says, I wonder if Tommy Sotomayor will get his YouTube channels back. You know, Black Manta, y'all know how much I love Tommy Sotomayor. That would be golden. That would be golden. It really would.
It's not like there's not a button to where you cannot see content from these people if you don't want to.
Like Rumble has been a gift because you get it all on Rumble. You know,
well,
no holds barred over there.
Yeah, Rumble, BitChute, all kinds of platforms, but none of them.
Speaking of Sotomayor, you know the Democrats were calling for her to step down too because she's got type 1 diabetes, and look how long they let Ruth Bader Ginsburg up there with like cancer upon cancer upon cancer. I mean, really? I mean, I really liked Sonia for a Democrat. I thought Sonia Sotomayor has been a very good judicial justice over the years. I mean,
12th man, we were talking about a content creator named Tommy Sotomayor, not the Supreme Court justice.
Okay. I didn't mean to go off into that. Sorry, Portia.
You're fine. Go ahead. I don't know if it was Tom or Mayo.
It's just this should be very interesting, and I can't wait to see the pushback on it from the left.
Yeah, I know. And the thing is it's like, what is there to push back on about that? You know what I mean?
No, it protects everyone.
It's for everybody.
But once again, we're going to see, and they're going to prove to us they don't want to protect everyone.
Well, the reason that this is popular on both this dissolution of Section 230, I think number one is popular on both sides of the aisle because all of Congress is tired of the level of power that all these companies have. But the right has centered on issues of free speech. You can't ban me. And the left has centered on sort of, I don't want to say personal protection, but individual people saying, hey, this has happened to me. I don't know what's happened. Am I banned? Am I blocked? And so I think the right wants to make sure that the word gets out there. That's the number one thing to them. And the left is kind of involved with the operation of these companies and how they penalize the individuals and things of that nature. They're kind of the same thing, but they come at it from different angles. It's I think this should happen, and I think it will happen.
Yeah, it definitely needs to, especially the unedited moderation.
Yeah,
of content that's pushed to people. If you choose, you should be able to choose if you want certain content pushed to you. Because still on X today, even though I don't follow one left politician, talking head, nothing, I still get that content pushed to me every day on Twitter. And it makes no sense. I don't visit their pages. I don't read their words, nothing.
Have you guys ever seen a film? It's part documentary, part sort of movie. It's called The Social Dilemma. If not,
It came out a couple years ago, didn't it? Quite a few years ago.
Yeah, it came out in 2020. And it's the best explanation I've ever seen to the average person about how these companies target you and how they target you to keep responding. So in your case, Mayo, they may be showing you that because there are some people that follow the things that you follow, that when they see the other side, they get actually more excited and maybe a little enraged by the other side's point of view. And that makes them interact. So you as a person, your interaction with any social media channel actually has a dollar value on it.
Oh, yeah.
And so when companies try to reach you with a Google search, with a Facebook ad, that's what that's worth. That's the money that they're spending. And they don't want to spend that money unless they have all the data. And they're very good at this. They figured out how to trigger people, how to get people to respond intellectually, emotionally, and they are attempting to manipulate you at all times when you're on the social media. Make no mistake about it.
Oh yeah, but then they trigger you to react. But when you do, they downgrade your comment.
Yeah.
At the same time and mediate your comment.
And that's,
I mean, to the point on Facebook, news organizations and a school system in Maine were caught changing words in people's posts.
Yeah. I mean, they figured out, hey, if we downgrade or get rid of this many people, we're changing the formulation of our audience to our benefit. Everything they do.
I check you later on, Portia. I'm bouncing. Have a good night,
See you
y'all.
later, 12th man.
All right. Have a good one.
Just like to point out that bouncing and getting rolled are two different things. So yeah, they're going to do everything. People say, what are you complaining about Facebook? What Twitter? They're free. They're free. They are not free. If I want your information right now, I have to pay a company probably $50 a person just to get your email address, one of your handles. Now, from that metadata, I can extrapolate it to figure out exactly who you are, but that's worth money. And Facebook is taking your data and they're selling it to people. So are the Google folks. So are the Twitter folks. So
and you agreed to it.
Yes, you signed up in your
I accept.
Yep.
And didn't read through the 35 pages of small print.
Yeah, totally. You agreed to it. It's like I see these sovereign citizen videos, and when you accept a license for a car, you give away a ton of your rights. If you're out on the street, argue all you want. If you're in a car, man, you can't do the same things that you can do elsewhere. You can do some of them, but you've accepted that license. You've been licensed to drive. It's like getting a license to sell alcohol. The state has said, if you do these things, we'll let you drive. And part of that is, well, the most common probably example is, are you going to take a breathalyzer? No. Okay. You're convicted of drunk driving. Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's an agreement you're told, when you get the license.
Yeah. And that you just played was the most exciting thing I think I've seen in the last 2 years. I've been screaming for Section 230 because there are people who have been defamed, run out of town because Facebook will just it's allowed someone to keep defaming them, libeling them, slandering them. And they will say, well, this doesn't violate our community standards. Well, the person that's doing it, I likely can't sue. They may be judgment proof. They may be a guy in a basement or somewhere in Alaska. drinking a lot. But Facebook has money. And so that's why when the Napster ruling came in that said you cannot distribute copyrighted music, Section 230 doesn't cover music. I can play 3 seconds of the Beverly Hillbillies opening song, and I'm going to get a copyright strike. Boom. Before I even get off the air, because they don't want to be liable for it. If you do the same thing with the rest of the content, they're going to monitor it effectively. They're going to adjudicate it effectively. If you put some of this digital bill of rights on top of that, now we're not the lapdog. They're starting to become the lapdog.
And I think if I own a copy of the music, I should be able to republish it on my content. If I bought a copy of the music, I should be able to make cuts and clips for that because I own it.
You can.
I'm not renting it.
Under fair use, you are allowed to play, redistribute, etc. But there's a number of criteria. And I would suggest that anyone with a stream puts the fair use notice at the bottom of every post they make.
But YouTube blows by that all the time.
Yeah, they
but
do
you
what
should
they
be able
want
to
with
take
that.
them to task for that.
Well, actually, there's those people that show like movie reaction videos. That's covered under fair use. The thing is, to be fair use, there's like probably 2 big prongs of fair use. The first one is that the content you are reusing must be transformative. In other words, you have to either stop it or if it's a picture, you have to flip it, you have to change it, you have to transform it in some way. One of those ways is stopping it and commenting on it. Now, using clips and things for sampling and stuff for music's been done for a long time under that law. The second thing, though, is it's the totality or percentage of that work that you're using. So a movie reaction person, he's not going to use the whole movie. He's going to take half of it or a third of it or whatever he needs to get the ball across the plate. Copyright law has been loosened recently. I think everything published before 1928 is currently, you can use it forever, whatever you want. But the owners of that music and stuff, the creators of it, are going to complain really, really a lot if people can just buy one copy, because conceivably one copy of their work could be sold and then just distributed for free across the world. Suddenly we don't have people making new music, making new movies and all of that. But I don't know. There's also you can join a site like a Live 365. There's another one where by joining that, all of your music is licensed. And on that platform, you can do anything you want with it. The license for ASCAP and BMI, I think, is $700 a year. And under that, you can play any of the music you want. You don't ever have to worry.
Yeah.
Another component with this Trump talking about free speech. I don't know if y'all saw what LeBron James posted on Twitter about his endorsement of Kamala and how he put those different clips together to tell a story, basically making it seem like Trump is the leader of the KKK and he wants to kill all the black people.
Yeah.
That doesn't get banned. You show that.
Well, they also need to I think lighten public officials with defamation coverage, because right now, because they're public, public personas, they don't have the same protections as you and I for defamation, for anti-defamation.
That's very true.
Now, I can see reasonable, Trump appears to be an authoritarian. It's just like all the news use allegedly before someone's convicted of a crime. So-and-so was allegedly, picked up for this shooting. That seems to be the big watchword now for the media.
Yeah, that's so that the news organization doesn't get
sued. Yeah.
And I speak from personal experience there.
But you can say whatever you want about the president of the United States. Twitter can ban him, but still platform Ayatollah Khomeini.
Yeah.
And ISIS.
Yeah.
On
And
Twitter.
it's all about their business. You know, it's all, how can we make more money? How can we make more money? How can we make more money?
It looks like LeBron deleted that post.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me, because his lawyer probably said, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I think Bronny did
a lot of that footage is copyrighted also.
Bronny did it just to prove he was good enough.
Because he got a lot of backlash for that. Now I know they said that he deleted it off his Instagram, but it was still up on his Twitter, but it's not anymore. I mean, I understand maybe he deleted it because Trump won, but some people in the chat haven't saw it. I know we do have it on one of our videos. I just have to find it.
Honestly, right? If you actually believe that, since Trump got elected, wouldn't you have doubled down on it? I haven't heard any of these people call him a fascist, the mustache man, saying he was going to end democracy.
I never saw this picture before.
I did, but just when I took it.
It says Kamala supporter LeBron James famously said there's no party like a Diddy party. I have never seen this before.
Really? You never saw that? That's when I knew he'd been turned.
No, I've never.
System. Yeah. And that was put out on his Instagram.
That's insane.
They've done this to every black celebrity in the beginning of time. Dressed him up as a woman.
That's crazy. Wow. Wow. I'm kind of shocked about that one.
Why? He runs in the same crowd as these freaks. Goes to the same parties, events.
I just never seen LeBron as that person.
Well,
he is that person. Look at him.
I mean,
all them pictures.
Next time a millennial tries to tell me LeBron's better than Jordan, first thing I'm doing is showing him that picture and arguments over it.
Wow.
You don't see Larry Bird dressed like that.
I have never seen that before. Hold on, let me.
I can't believe you've never seen that before.
I have never seen that before.
You're shocked.
Yeah, I really am. I just LeBron James has just never come off like the Dwayne Wade to me. I've never gotten that vibe before, but
you've never seen him take a soccer dive on the baseball court or on the basketball court?
Come on, man.
And then cry like a little bitch?
I mean, a soccer dive, do you?
It's just this is so unbecoming of LeBron James to me. I don't agree with his politics. He's an incredible athlete. However, it's just this is a lot. I have never seen this before.
You get video taken of you at a Diddy party, and they can make you do anything.
And to be honest, Larry Bird can't wear something form-fitting like that. That's not gonna. Nobody wants to see that.
No, he'd look like a chicken in a maid's dress. To be honest, and his skin's way too white. You wouldn't be able to tell the skirt from his thighs. I mean, him especially. And the whitest man in the world was Kevin McHale.
Yeah,
he even looked white next to Larry Bird.
Yeah. Well, they say in Space Jam, Larry isn't white; he's clear. But yeah, Portia, I've never seen that picture either.
I mean, I'm looking in the chat, and some people are saying that they saw it and whatnot, and it's like, huh? Oh, Universal says this photo is AI generated. He's
Oh.
saying that it's not real.
I don't think it is.
Oh, let me look closer. Oh, and I'm sending it to some of my friends too, and they're saying it's AI. Okay.
Oh yeah, the hand that's not holding the phone looks almost, man, it looks almost like is that a woman's hand?
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank goodness. Whew. Because
Oh, okay.
because it's just like this is just LeBron. He's a lot of things, but like this.
Oh yeah, you can see that hand down the bottom.
This ain't LeBron. I'm just like, yeah, I just because it's like to me, like LeBron James, his kids aren't playing with Dwayne Wade's kids. Like Dwayne Wade, he has a daughter, and LeBron does too. But I am most certain that LeBron ain't gonna have his kids over there hanging out and kicking it with it. It's just like, Dwayne Wade is weird.
Dwayne Wade's daughter has a penis.
Oh no, I'm talking about gosh, what is her name? The baby that he had with Gabrielle Union.
Oh. Okay.
The real daughter, the real little girl.
Oh, okay.
LeBron's got enough problems trying to convince everybody Bronny can play. He doesn't need no French maid right now.
Let me see if I can actually find that. I should have screen recorded it, but I know that we did play it quite a bit on one of our shows. But y'all know we stream 24 hours, and
yeah, it's kind of hard, kind of difficult.
But I think that I named it after LeBron. Well, until I do find that, I wanted to show this is a video of it says my parents and I are split between Trump and Harris. And this seems to be something like an intimate conversation between a family. I don't know who this black guy is, but
that looks like Michael Che from this small angle that I have.
I just I'm curious to see, since they allowed them into their home for this, how this conversation goes. Now, we've been watching some reaction videos from liberals crying, which we will definitely be doing that here in a moment. But a lot of families have split, over this. And this was well before this most recent election. But, couples have broken up. People have gotten divorced. Friendships, years and years of friendships have, failed. I was telling you guys last week on Sunday, whenever I managed to finagle my way into that phone call with the Black women for Kamala, I was a part of a group chat, about 25 of us in there, and they kicked me out the group chat. And I thought that was crazy. So, but I still have their numbers individually. So, of course, whenever Trump won, I sent them the Kamala You're Fired and dance party with Beyonce. I sent it to all of them. They did not text me back, but nonetheless, I think that many of us have experienced that for some strange reason.
Joy Reid on Friday told her viewers that if people voted against your interest, you shouldn't associate them with them. Family, friends, everybody.
Joy Reid?
Yes.
Oh, I want to see that. I haven't seen that.
I'll find it for you. That's almost, that's almost Soviet Russia. It's vote the way I vote or you're an outcast. It's just silly.
It's Fish says, I just got here, but if it's LeBron in a skirt, I don't think it's real. Yeah, Fish, that's the moment that I was having. I'm like, it ain't no way. But let's see what's going on with this family here.
When was the insurrection?
They had plenty of protests after that.
Yes, they did.
Protests are different from
Protests are different than an insurrection.
Yeah.
No one broke into government buildings.
We disagree on that.
With more young adults living at home with their parents, the political divide between generations is more obvious than ever. And according to an NBC News Gen Z poll, more than half of Gen Zers have different political views than at least one of their parents, with about a third saying they differ from both parents. We went to the battleground state of Georgia to see what this looks like for actual families.
I'm curious, have those conversations ever gotten tense?
Oh, those conversations get tense all the time. We'll get into it, and then, of course, here in the middle of the night, Mom just yelling downstairs, "Why don't you be quiet?"
22-year-old David Dilly lives with his parents Lyle and Brandy and his two brothers. This will be his second time voting for former President Donald Trump, while his parents...
I plan to vote for Harris.
Me as well. We've debated on how we feel about vaccines. We've debated, border crossings. And there's areas we kind of agreed on the middle, okay? But we usually end up disagreeing at the end of the day.
When you learned that your son wanted to vote for Trump, he voted for Trump in 2020, how did that land for you?
I was a little surprised. I would never place a vote for Trump. The way he represented a member of the news media, our oldest son has cerebral palsy. And so to see him be like, that's okay, I'm still gonna vote, that hit me a little hard.
Has that changed the relationship at all?
No. I mean, he's not Donald Trump, he's my son.
I don't mind saying, yes, I will be voting for Trump, but it's not so much because I like him as a person. It's just some of the ideas and policies will help my life. My life will be better due to them, and my family's life will be better due to them. So I just wish he was not so much a jerk sometimes, that's all.
A lot of the arguments are part of me trying to iterate that there's human sides to all of this and try not to take that out of the conversation. And when he doesn't accept that, to me, that is a little disappointing.
It's like, where did I go wrong? What did I do? What did I miss a step in, raising him?
David and Darius Shockley are also from the Savannah area, but politics play out differently for them, with Darius on the far left and his dad David on the right.
Can you describe your son's political ideology from what you understand?
How do I say this? It makes no sense. I don't agree with half the stuff he says, but at the same time, I'll listen to him say it.
I tend to instigate a little bit some conversations about politics whenever I read something on the news. I like to bring up with my parents and ask them about them.
Darius, how will you feel if Kamala wins? How will you feel if Trump wins?
Kamala, relieved, hopeful. Trump, devastated. I can't even think of a word because there's no way I can describe the pain that I will feel.
Hearing how emotional your son gets when he talks about the possibility of Trump winning, does that affect you at all?
Yeah, it's a little disturbing. It's just a little disturbing that it would be that upsetting to him. That's how it is now. My mother and father did not agree politically. 53 years they spent together, and it was no problem. They just canceled each other's vote out, but they did go vote.
Both families say the country has gotten too divided when it comes to politics.
What advice would you give to people who still live with their parents, but they have very drastic, different political preferences?
Just get over it. Your family's not going to agree 100%. You will never agree. If you hope in this life you will find somebody you agree with 100%, you'll be searching for your entire dang life.
That's up for you. Amen.
Amen.
Just a scoop of that.
What are you all united on?
Your family. I don't care who you're voting for. If you're a good person, you can sit at my table.
We invite people over and we don't discuss ideologies. We want to love them for them and not worry about politics. We'll deal with that later.
I guess I was raised up to believe that as long as you think that what you are doing is right and you stand behind what you're doing, we're behind you.
Well, that was nice and friendly.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. It's nice to see that some families are managing to get along in spite of, the nonsense.
Yeah.
What is this?
The number one deciding factor over what political party that you will choose is what were your parents. Now, that's not absolute, but that is the number one.
Yeah, and then it's just the nation has become extremely divided, and of course, not just like I said before, friends, families, relationships, and I think Mayo, you mentioned Joy Reid said something. Let me try to see.
I put it in the back, and because she reiterated it at the end of her show. But this was the conversation where she was talking to a Yale psychology professor about it.
It's not for me.
Or you're a woman, knowing that, this man was calling people the B word. JD Vance.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, this is already Mayo. This is already starting off bad. Y'all know how I am.
Hey, at least somebody finally told her not to copy Donald Trump's hairstyle anymore.
Jesus Christ. She said someone calling women the B words. Did Kamala Harris not have Beyonce, Cardi B, Glorilla, Sexy Red, Meg Thee Stallion, Kelly Rowland, and all these other celebrities up there that have called women the B word in their songs?
Yeah. Called themselves the B word.
Call themselves that.
Look at the call out at the bottom.
Crisis calls from LGBTQ plus youth spiked 700% after election day. That's another problem. 700%. Most kids aren't gay. Okay, so
that means they got 7 calls.
No, but what it shows is an obvious disconnect in that community with reality.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Statistically, you just go, why is this everywhere?
Because they've been told that Donald Trump will put them in camps.
Yeah.
And force them to be little boys and little girls again.
I've talked about this before on the show, but as a teacher, it is so interesting being alive in a time like this and actually seeing this stuff real time every day at work and on the weekends whenever we have games and cheer practice. Watching this phenomenon between the kids and how kids today are so weak and fragile. They actually have a job. This is a job, and I can't think of the title of the job right now, but some kids have people that come to the school that sit in class with them. So they're nervous. They're
support animals.
Right. But it's an emotional support adult. And they walk them to all the classes. Whenever they go to the restroom, they wait outside. They're always with them all day long. And then also they do have emotional support animals, but they're stuffed animals. So some of these kids cannot focus if they don't have that little beanie baby or teddy bear or whatever it is sitting on their desk. Of course, they have like the flickers and stuff like that for stress relief. They have all of this stuff. And it's just like, these kids aren't even going through anything. What the hell? You're a kid. Now, some of them really are going through some stuff, so I don't want to leave them out. But the blankets, the teddy bears, and this is all the way in high school, too.
The animal costumes.
It's like, come on now. What are we doing? Like in my class, I'm sorry, you got to take that off your desk. I need everything off your desk. The only thing I should see on your desk is your journal and something to write with. And that something to write with is not a pen because you are in math, so you need a pencil. And the next thing, if anything else at all is on your desk, it's going to be a pencil sharpener because you're not going to be getting up to sharpen your pencil to interrupt me once I begin this lesson. Do we understand? But everything is on the ground. If I see something on your desk, I'm taking it. That's me. That's my classroom. But other teachers, they let them have it. I ain't doing that.
Or you don't let them keep playing their Nintendo Switch in class, and you take it and you get pummeled by a 6'8" 16-year-old fifth grader in Florida.
I went to Utah for 3 years and taught up in the remote mountains, and all the other teachers, and even though that was the school district policy, no cell phones, we had these big hanging racks with pockets in them for all the students to put their cell phones in that were numbered, and none of the other teachers made use of it. And I did. I'm like, hey, I need your phone in there. Oh, I'm sorry. You thought this was the debate team. It's not. Everything you do in here, I will grade you for, including conduct. Please put your phone where it belongs, or you will get and I think they call it a U. There's three grade, or you'll get a U from me. I'm telling you right now. And that was something, in a very Mormon community that they didn't want. But kids want structure. Kids want boundaries. They really do. Some people think they don't. But reasonable structure and boundaries, they want that. They want to know what they need to do. They want to know the expectations. And if you set them for them, they will generally comply. I used to tell people, there isn't a 14-year-old on the earth that can sweat me. And these parents that are like, I just can't get him to do this. I just can't get him to do that. Does he have a cell phone? Yeah. Who pays for it? I do. Stop. Does he have a computer with Wi-Fi? Yeah. Block him. Does he watch television? Yeah, that's over. Anyway, enough of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the same thing for me in my classroom. Now, I have the buckets, so they have to drop the phone in the bucket, but I'm tough on my kids because someone has to be. There's a handful of us that are, but some teachers, they're too afraid and they care too much about whether the kid likes them or not. But I love whenever you just said that kids like structure. They crave it. They want it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't worry about, hurting their feelings and whatnot. Like, even whenever I have to raise my voice, and they know I hate to do that. I really do not like raising my voice. But whenever I have to, they know what time it is. But if they feel it coming, they try to, get it together before I go there with them. Now, you have to think about the kids in the class that want to pay attention and want to listen, and they get irritated about the class clown or the person that's disrupting lesson. Kids, they want you to get onto them. They want you to give them that structure. They really do. And, if you're afraid of it and you have that fear, just how they say, I think it's with a horse, they can tell if you're nervous.
Yeah.
So kids are the same way. And so for all of the new teachers that we ever get, whenever we get first year teachers, it's just like, you bet not let them kids think for a moment that this is your first day, your first year, or anything. Don't let them, because the moment that they realize that, you're done. These kids will run all over you, and I just don't have time for that. But as it pertains to this that's on the screen here, the LGBTQ, one thing that I can say that I also don't do as a teacher is when this whole tranny, my first school district, I actually quit because of a situation like that. But at my current school, I don't do none of the tranny stuff, so whatever it is that you're doing, that's fine. But I'm not calling you by a different name. I'm not calling you by preferred pronouns. I'm calling you what you are. And most importantly, I'm calling you the name that your parents gave you. Your mom carried you for 9 months, and your parents spent that time to name you. And that is the most valuable currency that you have. And I'm not about to let you do whatever you want outside of the face of your parents without their knowledge. So if you want me to call you something else, we're going to call your parents, and we're going to sit down and have a meeting and talk about that. Up until then, it's not happening. But of course, the kids, they don't want their parents to know. And so that's where we get to shut it all down. And so I teach middle school and high school. So I have several students, all girls, because girls are the ones that are impacted by this the most that I've seen. From the seventh grade.
Why. Yeah.
Right. So they were in the 7th grade. They went on this whole, thing of being tranny and wanting to be a boy. And we wear uniforms at our school. The girls they have to wear skirts, but they would wear pants under their skirts and things like that, and all of this. They're in high school now. And I've had so many of them. And I tell y'all, I love it every single time it happens. They come to me, they talk to me and sit down, and they tell me, thank you for never calling me the name that I wanted to be called and calling me the name that I was given. Thank you for never calling me him or he. You're the only one that always did that constantly. And Miss Portia, I don't want to be a boy. I want to be a girl. And I don't like girls. And there's a guy that I met, and I think we're going to start dating. And I just want to say thank you for that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like, just give them some time. They're going to get over it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get over it.
I certainly. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's obvious of which group it would be. And that's girls going through puberty.
Exactly.
I've never known one girl who went through puberty that was comfortable with herself. And now they have a way to get out of it by claiming this trans stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I circumvented, and I also taught middle school and high school, and I referred to all the young men as Mr., and all the young ladies were Miss. I didn't call them by their first name. It's Miss Johnson, Mr. Jones. And you treat them like what you want them to aspire to. And when they see you're serious as a heart attack, man, it's actually kind of, unnerving. It's like, oh, it's working. I had to deal with the principal because I didn't want a lot of these kids will try to string you out in class with questions and, oh, why do I have to do this? And well, and she didn't have to do it. Well, she's getting straight A's. You're far from that. So I had to deal with the principal. I would say, Mr. Van Dyke, could you go up to the front office and talk to Mr. Peterson, who was the principal? I need you. He's got something for you there. And if you could just bring that back to class for me. Of course, they're thrilled. I get to get out of class and go down the hallway and wave at people in the classrooms. Well, what they have waiting for him in the principal's office is an ass chewing, because he knows if I've sent someone, Mr. Gully said to come here, you have something for me. Well, the thing that was there for him was some instruction. And so then he comes back to class and then there's no problem. But then the next time you say I have something there, the kid goes, yeah, he doesn't really have anything for you to bring back. And I said, well, you're wrong. I want you to go to the principal's office, pick up a better attitude and bring it back here to class. That's what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
See, like I remember when I went to school, they first came out with those handheld video games, the ColecoVision stuff, right? Yes, and I'm dating myself, but they were immediately banned from school. Anything that interfered with school was immediately banned from the premises, up to and including. Remember those little digital pets you had to feed?
Yeah, those were
and all that. Immediately banned from schools. And then cell phones came into play. And nobody said a word. Now, 15 years later, they're trying to ban them in the schools here in Wichita, and they're getting kickback from it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not banning them completely. They're just, you have to put it here,
right,
and it has to be shut off during class. And people, including parents, are up in arms about it. And it's crazy.
It's like
if it interferes with the education, banning it shouldn't be a problem.
It's like you're taking their soul. I mean, I'm older than you are, and I could throw this phone in a lake. I mean, it's like, when did people deserve 24-hour day access to me? But they're raised in a certain way, and probably their parents were too, that this is my umbilical cord to the universe. And boy, if I'm out without it for a second, it's the end of the world.
How can I live if I can't push every feeling I have every second of the day out to the world?
All right, and then two, parents get upset about that too, because we have a no cell phone policy at my school. So obviously you can bring it, but middle school kids, they have to keep them in their lockers. Elementary school kids, they have to turn them into the office. And high school kids, they have to turn them in to their teachers. So they check in, like if you have a bucket or like the phone slots, whatever that looks like. But they cannot have their phones. And if they get caught with their phones, that's a $250 fee that their parents have to pay.
I'd be interested in knowing, Portia, if you've experienced this or if I'm just imagining things. These kids that live on the phones, they don't look you in the eye. They do not have a loud and resounding articulate voice. They have vocal fry, all of them. So they're not looking at you and they're, my mom said I wouldn't be here tomorrow because we're going to Salt Lake. If they shake your hand, it's the biggest fish grip you're ever going to get. It's like all their interpersonal skills have gone through the phone, and therefore they're not really interpersonal skills.
Are you asking if I agree?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you've experienced that.
Oh, yeah, of course. Now, all of them, no, but a lot of them, yeah. Some kids, they're so into their phone and talking, or texting, whatever on their phone, they don't even interact with their peers. They'll be sitting next to each other at lunch, texting each other instead of talking to each other. And they're sitting right next to each other.
And it's important to remember, there's some great kids out there. I mean, just
absolutely
fabulous. But there's a lot of them that are just slaves to that phone. And a lot of the teachers I know that roll over, they're not afraid of students. They're afraid of the parents going to the school board or the principal. And when that happens, when in my day, the school and the school district would back the teacher like Grant took Richmond. Nowadays, they'll hang that teacher.
You're fighting the administration on this one now.
Yeah, they'll hang a teacher out to dry in a heartbeat.
Yep. I used to travel internationally before smartphones. And I made so many contacts and networks in airports. Because you'd go in an airport, you're stuck for 6 hours waiting on your next flight, and you wind up talking to people. And you would meet the most interesting people.
Mm-hmm.
Now everybody's just staring at their phones. Nobody says a word to each other. Even in an airport bar, everybody's just drinking and looking at their phones.
Yeah, I love getting to hear half of the conversation of the guy next to me. That's always great for 45 minutes.
Yeah, with who's still got the Bluetooth headset.
Yeah, tell Bill Wednesday's no good. Yeah, what I do is I start having the other half of the conversation for the amusement of everyone at the gate. Yeah, Wednesday's no good for me either. Perfect.
It's so funny because, here down south, for the adults anyway, you could just be in the grocery store, you could just be pumping gas, and folks would just start talking. So how are you? It's nice out there, nice outside. Yeah, it's really nice. We got some rain coming. Yeah, you just having casual conversations and, just interacting with, humans. The kids are missing a whole lot of that. And I don't really like it, but we can only have hope.
The worst thing, I don't know the worst thing, Mayo may know this, but it's deeply ingrained, probably in granite, in the Guy code that when you're at a urinal standing up, you do not speak to another man for any reason. Not if he's on fire, not if you're on fire, nothing. Well, in the days of the Bluetooth, and it's coming back with the ear pods, I'm standing there doing what I need to do, and all of a sudden the guy walks up and it's, hey, how's it going? Fine. Yeah. Gonna go see the Pistons later. Well, good for you. Dude, don't talk to me. And he turns to me and points at his ear thing. He's not talking to me. He's having a conversation with somebody else.
Yeah. While his dick's in his hand.
Yeah.
That's another no-go.
Yeah, that's another no-go to the max.
Wow.
Yeah. You don't do that. That's not.
Now, Portia, you're sworn to the secrecies of Guy Code on those two items. So
Y'all, that's a, you know what? I think let's play this clip of Joy Reid and this woman.
How do you interact with people who voted for this, right? If you are an LGBTQ person and someone in your family voted essentially against your rights, or you're a woman knowing that, this man was calling people the B word. JD Vance was literally calling Kamala Harris the trash and said, we're going to take out the trash. I know a lot of Black women were incredibly triggered by that. And if you then meet somebody and they voted for the people who called you trash, or if you're Puerto Rican, and someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually talked to, adults as well as advising parents for children. I mean, I think, I don't think that you should force children. I don't think you should force adults to be around people just because they're your family. I think there's a level of, need to establish boundaries. And if you feel like you need to establish boundaries with people, whether they're your family or not, I think you should very much be entitled to do so. And I think it may be essential for your mental health.
That is, we just had an election and everything. I don't know if y'all heard about it. And there was a massive red wave, and the country is quite literally telling you that they are tired of this sort of thing. And whenever we talk about coming together as a country, here you are on a national platform encouraging people to separate themselves from their family because of this election, and you're promoting it as if it is a good thing.
Well, what she says is offensive to me because a person's vote is sacred. You have no say over it. And to walk up to somebody, I got a problem with the way you voted. It's that I can't, there's 50,000 really insulting things I'm running through my head right now to say back from that. It's like, I got a problem with your haircut. I got a problem with your blouse. I got why do I get to assert my feelings on your vote? You got one, I got one. I'm not going to tell you what to do with yours. That's your business. It's too far. It's not even a political discussion. It's a feelings discussion. Yeah. And that's just, I got a problem with the way you voted. Now, I don't have a problem telling somebody, hey, man, that's going to kind of kill the industry I work in. I don't mind having that discussion before the election, but after the election, I played sports, soccer, and game's over. You just tip your cap and say, you beat us.
Shake hands and go back to the locker room.
Yeah, it's the way it goes.
Yeah. I noticed she did tip herself off though, because I guarantee she's a DEI consultant of some sort. Because she actually said, tell someone that they've interfered with your livelihood.
Yeah.
So she's worried about her job.
Your livelihood is like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. You voted against my livelihood, which is DEI. I guarantee that's her livelihood.
Well, people vote against livelihoods all day. When's the last time you bought an 8-track tape? I mean, it's the world does that. The market does that. Yes, in a lot of cases, politics do affect various things, but nobody has
Biden voted against car manufacturers.
Yeah.
And the workers who build the cars, because he voted in, he mandated electric vehicles.
Yeah. It's a sore loser's argument is what it is.
That is utterly insane to me. I'm just, these going back to Trump with the First Amendment and all of that. Like, I totally get that. I understand that. But whenever we're talking about like this sort of thing, like they can get online and on national platforms and say whatever they want. It doesn't matter. And they always say freedom of speech isn't free of consequences, that whole little thing that they go into. But I mean, that you are literally directly telling people, hey, yeah, so F your family. Don't worry about them. They don't matter.
Well, worse yet, how are we gonna get this thing together if you don't talk to the other side? It's never going to happen then. I have friends on both sides of the aisle, and I kind of excise their political opinions from who I value them to be as a person. Whenever possible, I'll try to, put my 2 cents in. But I remember when it was distasteful to talk about politics or religion with someone unless it was expressly consented to. And my family, I'm not going to start cutting them loose because their beliefs are different than mine. They're entitled to them. And if you have that attitude, it's different if there's someone who is a politician that's actually, doing things that impact the country. But people, no, you just kind of got to have to say, hey, you know what? Agree to disagree. Give me some potato salad.
Yeah. And Portia, I put another interesting one from a Black conservative perspective in the back. And look at the reaction of these students to Trump and compare it to the BLM movement and what was going on in the schools and the walkouts and all that. And this is the first one's at a school in Beverly Hills. The second story he covers is a Black boy basically taking on his entire classroom on the Trump versus Kamala argument and owning the girls in the class and the teacher.
Okay, we'll pull that up and just I want to show you guys this. I was talking about this earlier about this guy getting assaulted by a tranny because he had on a Trump hat and shirt. So take a look at this.
You love Trump? What? You love Trump? Yeah, why? Stay away from me. Stay away from me. Piece of shit.
Yeah, Mace. That's what they do. Weirdo. Look at him running. So Scuff Jim Carrey, they call him Scuff Jim Carrey because he looks like Jim Carrey but more messed up, all scuffed up. Rape! Look, so he's yelling that he got raped.
Get the fuck, get away from me! I'm gonna beat you with this battery. Get it.
Look, the trans person's still there, so that's a man in a dress right there. It's hard to tell. That's a man in a dress, mad at him because he's wearing a Trump shirt and hat, I believe.
Stop attacking me, fucking weirdo! Stop attacking me, fucking weirdo! Ow! Why are they doing that? You love Trump? What? You love Trump? Yeah, why?
So when I saw that, I was like, it's one thing to record it, just for people like us to watch and react to it. But there's another thing to get whooped by a tranny. I would have had to put that phone down and we have to throw hands. There's no other way. There's no other way.
I was thinking, I wonder if Portia is thinking the same thing I'm thinking. What if that happens in Dallas?
Oh yeah, you're getting smoked. You're getting smoked. Yeah.
We just laugh. We don't even have to talk about it. It's just
there was another guy, a homeless guy, who stabbed another homeless guy because, as he put it, because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden told him that Trump voters were trash, and that's why he stabbed him.
Oh wow.
I mean, I can write that off on crazy homeless annex, but they wouldn't have that grace for us.
No, they absolutely wouldn't. Black Manta says, did he yell grape? Yes, the tranny yelled grape. Is that not insane? And he's attacking this man. And I'm like, dude, you're just gonna let him like hit your phone. I mean, we could see some movement in the phone, but it's like, put the phone down, handle that really quick. Because like Tom said, if this was in Dallas, it's game on. You came after me, you hit me. I'm afraid for my life right now. Well, I don't know if you're gonna kill me. I don't know.
I think
you gotta go down. You gotta go down.
I don't think there'd be anything left in the clip.
Oh no. No, I'm shooting until it clicks and I'm reloading.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm telling you, extendo, you got to have your extendo mag, unleash, reload. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. Absolutely not. And oh my gosh, just a man getting beat up by a man in a dress is crazy to me.
But I don't know where that was, but I guarantee you it's a place where that homeless person or the gentleman that's confused, he knew probably there wouldn't be a gun. In Dallas, even when I'm driving down in the North Dallas Tollway, I'm like, man, everybody that's in it, don't be starting anything on the road because everybody's packing. An armed society is a polite society.
Yeah. It's just, you don't see a lot of this stuff. We see these stories coming out of these other states, and for states that are, great, like Texas, in Florida, Oklahoma, Arizona, shout out to all of you gun-toting states. We see these stories, and it's just like, man, I've personally never witnessed anything like that before in person. I've never seen that, and that's unfortunate where you are, because this is not, we're not doing any of that. Don't walk up on me. Don't do that. There was this story, thinking of it, that came out of Dallas, and we are going to watch this video, Mayo. I'm going to see if I can find it really quick. It's a couple in Dallas, and some kids were trying to rob them, like steal their car. And both the husband and the wife was 9 months pregnant.
Yep.
They got out and they let off.
Yeah.
On those kids.
Yeah.
Couple in Dallas. Let me see.
Well, we need to stop excusing predators because of their age.
Right.
Because a young wolf will take you down just as fast as an old one.
Mm-hmm. Want to act like an adult? We'll treat you like an adult.
Man,
in Dallas, we call it effed up and found out.
Yeah. And you can actually see the difference in interactions between people in these states. Like I guarantee that was Washington, that was Seattle. I damn near guarantee it. Seattle or Los Angeles. That incident.
Yeah.
Because they know they're covered. They know when the cops pull up, it'll be the normal guy who will be assumed the aggressor every time.
Well, imagine that all these things, because this is not the first example of Trump supporters being targeted this way. There was a college out in California that some guys were wearing MAGA garb, and the whole school, we need a safe space. Why are they in the library? Oh my God. What if it was a Dallas Cowboys, or if it was a New England Patriots jersey and you did that? You'd be in jail. But because it's a political announce.
Here's a quick one. I'm still trying to find the other one, but as an example of like our local state news, whenever people try to take your things in Texas.
These cops are arranging a lunch at Whataburger with the guy who defended himself. Figure out where that's at.
You see, he found him. He like, hey, somebody's gonna have to learn a lesson. Okay,
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna. Hey, hood conservative.
I was the digital advertising manager for a company called Firearms Legal Protection. So what that is a prepaid legal service that this gentleman who defended himself could really use, because it covers you unlimited, civil or criminal, if you use a gun or any other legal weapon in the defense of yourself or others. Now, I'm not saying it would happen in Dallas, but in other towns it would. The prosecutor might charge that guy, and it's never going to happen in Dallas that way. But the families very frequently of the criminal will sue you for killing him. Mm-hmm. And the average person, even if you're innocent and prosecutor charges you, it's $5 or $10 grand to get through that, And same is true of if the family sues you, and that's happened. It almost always happens to police or someone that shoots someone that commits robbery. The family of the person, whether they're dead or alive, they're going to sue you for coming into your place. They may be armed, they may have a club, they may have hit you, they may have injured you, and you defend yourself, and the family sues.
See, here in Kansas, built into our legislation for self-defense, we actually have legal protection from civil suits if it is a good defensive shoot.
That's awesome.
The families cannot come out, and that's the way. But that's the way they need to. They need to take that model and put it to the rest of the states.
Yeah.
So, because you shouldn't have to carry legal insurance.
Yeah.
Because you used your.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Yeah. What do you think of Trump offered to? He plans to make Second Amendment reciprocity. I think is the term for it. Concealed carry reciprocity, something like that. Because gun rights aren't transferable. You get your gun permit from your state.
You do,
but you can't travel with it unless you have certain states make agreements.
Yeah, there's certain states that getting, because some people say my state has concealed carry, I don't need a license. Well, if you want to think that, fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you do get the license, for instance, here in Texas, we have a very strong license. We have reciprocity with, I think, 40 or more states. Utah, Arizona, these are states that have huge reciprocity currently. But man, making it nationwide, I think that's awesome.
It should be.
Did you say Texas has permitless carry?
We have concealed carry. It's called constitutional carry in many states, and we're not the only state that has it. Indiana has it. I believe Oklahoma has it for residents of Oklahoma. A bunch of states have it now. It's currently half, I believe, of the states in the union have constitutional carry, and there's
it's permitless carry is another name for it.
Right. Okay. Because I needed clarification on that, just in case I wound up in court one day. No, I've heard of such thing, but I didn't know they were actually doing that. Because it seems pretty straightforward. If it's legal, then why do I need to go through all these hoops to own it?
Yeah. There's been an increase in the last 5 to 7 years. A whole bunch of states have jumped on board with that. So Texas put it into effect, I want to say, the summer before last.
Yeah, so you can just go and get yourself a gun. They'll do their little light background check, and you sign a few papers, and you're out of there.
Woke up this morning, got yourself a gun.
Oh yeah. Go to the gun show. Gun shows are huge here in Texas. I don't care which one you go to; they're always packed. to the brim, and you're buying, trading, selling, whatever.
Yeah. 29 states have permitless carry currently.
Shout out to those states. I was going to play this for you guys really quick of Trump saying so. So let's see here for those of you in the chat that are unaware. Yes.
There's a number of other benefits to getting a license, one of which is you've already been cleared for the FBI background check. So once you have that license to conceal carry from the state rather than just the permitless, you can go into a gun shop and they're not going to do the back. You can get it that day.
Yeah.
You've already
no
been
background check, no waiting period.
Yeah. There's a few others. There's certain rules having to do with hospitals, schools, things of that nature that you can carry. Businesses where the less than 51% of the business's income is derived by alcohol sales, you're allowed to carry in there unless it's posted. There's other benefits that you do not get with just constitutional carry.
Including the benefit, which is the most important part, is the legalities of the state you're in as far as defensive shootings go. That is the most important part about concealed carry training, I think.
Yeah. And the fact that generally, I mean, cops think everybody that they stop is armed. They're trained to think that way. And perhaps it's smart. And when there is so much permitless carry, because now, whereas before to conceal carry, you would have to have had a license. Now that it's permitless, criminals are more apt to carry, but they always were, and you're not going to stop them. When a cop sees, when you get stopped and you say, officer, I need to tell you right off the bat, because that's part of having, whatever they call it in your state. Here in Texas, they changed the name of it recently, but it's license to carry. The first thing you have to tell them is you have to reveal the fact that you have a permit and that there is a firearm in the vehicle. Now, that might put some people in, high alert in some places, but generally that's when a police officer says, okay, this person's told me right off the bat, and they've gone through the training, they've gone through the background check. Legal gun owners commit like 0.001% of the crime in this country. So that's going to help you there too.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into this Black Chicago high school student, school's teacher, and girls crying over Trump. This should be interesting.
Sound portion.
Yeah, I saw that one clip earlier. That was in California with the MAGA kids. I think they shut that little rally down too.
Oh yeah, it's interesting how they're not allowed to freely assemble as students, right? And peaceably assemble.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. I noticed this. The left, the tolerant left, they are the bullies that they swear we are on the right. It's like, we actually stopped bullying you guys, and this is the thanks we get. We're going to bring bullying back now. Apparently, bullying never went out of style.
No, it just went political.
Well, how many conservative? I'm getting an echo. How many conservative commentators have been shouted off, protested off college campuses? College campuses receive federal funding, therefore there can be no censorship of speech on those campuses, and they kick them off without even a thought. Safety reasons, fire ordinance. Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, and it's allowed by the administration of the school.
Sure, they're behind it.
They allow the students to get violent.
Yeah, they're thrilled.
Yeah, we're still not getting the sound, Portia. I don't know why.
Y'all can't hear the sound?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me share it again. I just thought that would only happen on StreamYard, but it looks like it happens over here too. Let's see.
Trying to throttle this content.
Let's see. Here we go.
After a group of pro-Trump students celebrated on campus.
Can y'all hear it now?
Yes, beautiful.
Okay, great.
This TikTok video showing the group of mostly boys with Trump flags and MAGA hats. School leaders say they kept an eye on things and stepped in when things got out of hand. School leaders say they are now restricting students from gathering in order to keep all students safe. They say students can still express themselves in an orderly manner.
Wait, one person at a time. He's taking away women's health care. What do you have to say about that? I said besides that. What do you mean besides that? There is no besides. Besides that, what else? What else? What else? I mean, that's the only thing y'all worried about, yo. Getting abortions, don't have sex. Next question.
If a transgender man says that they are a man, they should be respected. And they should be able to have that health care.
No, I'm talking about, I said besides, we talked about the abortion already. Can we talk about anything else that y'all don't agree with?
Immigrants?
On the Project 25.
Immigrants?
Keep, them immigrants don't need to be over here. We need our money and job.
All right, guys. So one of the things I said I would be very, very, very proud of following the 2024 election in which Trump wins is if young men came out and voted for Trump in droves. The reverse of 2022 happening where you had a bunch of young women come out and vote Democrat. I wanted young men to come out and to vote Republican, to vote Trump in 2024. And that is what happened. Okay. A lot of men, I believe it was 56% of men, young men, came out and voted for Trump versus 40% of young men voting for Trump in 2020. Okay. So Trump made huge gains among young men. You're now seeing more young men openly supporting Trump, openly supporting the Republican Party, openly supporting the America First movement. And this is something I love to see, right? This is probably the part about the election that I am the most proud of, okay? It's young men showing up, doing what young men should be doing when their country, our country, is in trouble, right? Taking the country back, okay? Taking the country back, okay? And that is what young men did. And it was always up to young men to save this country. And that's how it should be, and that's how it will be in the future, right? So with that being said, that brings me to a young man here who is on TikTok. I believe his name is Myron. I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like he's a Chicago high school student, and he is a Trump supporter. And he is the...
Hey, man, what's up?
Do you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
This is the third time that has happened. Like where it'll just shut down, pop back up, kick everybody off to include myself. That's pretty crazy. I don't know why it does that. That's weird. But yes, conservative, we can hear you. Let me make sure.
They're not out of office till the 20th, so
let's see.
Trying to shut her.
Okay, sorry, y'all. Let me rewind it a couple of seconds. I don't know why Streamlabs does that. This is the third time it's done that, but let's get back into it.
Versus everybody in this class, okay? Because everybody in this class seems to be influenced by left-wing liberal media propaganda. And this guy clearly is not, right? He's clearly the most educated person in this class. And I just found him pushing back against the left-wing liberal media nonsense and the fear-mongering following Trump's victory to be something worth sharing. And it is a great sign that our movement is reaching young men and influencing young men in positive ways. And this is something I just love to see, right? So without further ado, let's get into it.
Even like you. What right is he taking away from women? He don't like your race. He will spit on you. He don't even what right is he taking away from women? He don't like y'all. He don't like none of us. He doesn't like Mexicans. He don't even like his own race. What right is he taking away from women? Y'all still not answering my question. We answered that. You're dumb. For like 5 minutes. What was the answer? We answered it. Y'all brought up education once I asked that question. Because y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all just go on Twitter, look at what they say, and just run with it. Aaron, you go on Twitter. I watched the debate. I heard everything. Y'all thought he was taking away abortions. He can't even do that.
Facts. Trump, as president, can't take away abortions, right? They're not going to ban abortions, but, you know, this is what they talk about, okay? They talk about so-called women's health care and how Trump is taking away women's health care, and that's just simply not happening, right? So this young man is more educated on that issue than these young women are. You're going to see that throughout this conversation.
Myron, what debate did you watch? He's so stupid. Yes, please look at the Chromebook. So I want to see what right he's taking. Let me search it up. What right? Let's see what right he's taking away from women. Look at what he's saying. Let's see what right he's taking away from women. Let's watch it. Okay, let's see what he's giving you when he is president. No, what right is he taking away from women? Let's see what he's doing for you. Because they said that last time. The rights and abortion was over. And y'all also said Project 25. He also said publicly he's not going to do no Project 25. He's a liar. Do you believe him? He said, y'all only want Kamala Harris.
Your body, my choice. That's what Nick.
Why do you need an abortion? Why do you care about abortion? You're in high school. It doesn't matter. You're in high school.
Women get pregnant. Women our ages get pregnant.
Is you getting pregnant? Is you getting pregnant? Did you get pregnant once?
I shouldn't have to fear that though.
It's because she's a Jezebel scholar. It's because she's a Jezebel. Okay.
I mean, he low key did call her a hoe. He like, why are you in high school worried about the abortion? What are you doing?
You know, it's because she's a whore. Okay, and she is in high school and she's worried about getting pregnant, and she doesn't see anything wrong with that.
And then look, she crying. I'd asked her, "You pregnant right now? Why are you crying? What is it? Why are you so upset? You kind of hormonal."
I mean,
I give her some ice cream and lobster, and she eats it, and we all know.
This is interesting seeing kids talk about this, because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, the kids, they do not care. They do not talk about politics.
No. Listen, I've been like red pilling my children little by little since COVID. And my son in particular, because, it's easier for me to talk to the boy. But my son is in a school where there's like a bunch of liberals and stuff. And I mean, I think it's like I said, it's mostly Asian and white in his school. But it's a liberal school in Brooklyn or whatever. And he said he just has to keep his mouth shut when they're in class crying about Trump, because he's like laughing to himself and everybody's all bitter. But he's like, if I open my mouth, they all gonna jump on me. So I'm gonna just sit here and be quiet. He got to be happy, but he got to contain his joy. Like, see, that's that bullshit.
That's interesting. My kids, they don't talk about politics at all. Like, they don't care. Something so detached. So it's interesting to see the children this way. What about you, Mayo and Tom? What do y'all think so far?
Well, I agree with you that most students, I think, aren't as politically active. My students, was it before the 2020 election, they had a free period. It was day before a vacation, and therefore the girls got out colored chalk and drew a huge Trump logo on the board. And principal came in, saw it, started to erase it. And I said, hey, man, that other board over there is any Biden people. They can go to work on it. We're not stopping anything in here. So he finally left it. But I was surprised they were that way. But this kid, he obviously has the courage of his convictions, and that's pretty cool to see in a young man that age.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it sounds like he knows his stuff, so he's not just talking out the side of his neck here. He's actually giving it to him. But let's get back in it.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't really have to know much. I mean, because he's 16, right? How much do we expect him to know, really? But you don't need to know much. They're just nuts. They're obviously emotionally entrapped. They have no logic to their arguments, and so like he's gonna win as long as he understands a couple of basic things. And these people are crazy.
Well, yeah, of course. Number one, always remember that most of these people are crazy. But number two, I mean, even the fact that this kid said he said that he's not going to do away with abortions, and you can still get them, just not in every state. Even it's just like, oh, okay, so I guess he knows something, And then the comment that he made about the immigrants, he said, "Man, no, people don't need to be over here."
Well, and but I always hate this when say, no, we don't have a problem with immigrants. We have a problem with illegal immigrants. We accept more people into this country every year than all the nations of the world combined. So don't talk to me about we're, anti this, anti that. There's a procedure. You follow it, you're in. I'm sorry that you killed 3 people and robbed a bank in your home country. You can't be a citizen here now. But if you follow the rules, we take more people than anybody if they follow the rules and go through the process.
And it's not just like there are criminals coming over here, because this is the liberal trap, right? The world is a miserable place. Life sucks for just about everybody. And I don't need you to come over here because your life sucks over there. I don't care. No matter how bad your life sucks wherever you come from, you don't have the right to just show up here, nor should I be compelled to give a goddamn about you. Everywhere sucks, bro. Even America has problems. We don't need to be adding to our problems because you got problems. No, that's not how problems work.
Well, you come here and you want it to be like there. It's like, what the hell? You couldn't fix your place. Because if you really wanted all the things we have, you could have it. Just fix your own place. Don't bring all your failures here and expect us to assimilate to them. The Prime Minister of Russia one time said, it's a great speech. He said, look, if you want to come here, we welcome you. But there's certain things about being Australian that are baked into the country. And no, we will not sublimate those things for your culture or for your country where you came from. Sorry, not going to happen.
And then not only that,
Roosevelt said something like that too.
Not only that, why do we have to pay you anything? So not only do you get to come and just breathe the air of American freedom, and yes, I'm stingy with my freedom air, but not only do you get to come and breathe our air, I got to buy you donuts and hot dogs and shit too. Got to buy your kid Jordans and shit. No, bro, we give these people so much. And what do you get in return? I mean, this should be a deal. And it's like all we get in return is a bill.
Yeah, the hospitals. I heard someone when I was downtown, Hispanic descent, said, I got to go get my free baby tomorrow. Free baby. No, they're going to go to the hospital. Hospital can't turn them away. They're going to get their child delivered. They're going to get all the care, and then they're going to skip on the bill. So it's, it's just crazy. We had a town here. I don't know if Portia remembers this, called Farmers Branch. And they made a town ordinance that you could not rent property there, an apartment, unless you could prove you were an American citizen. And oh boy, you'd have thought they outlawed breathing. It was like, well, what's so bad about that? You got to prove that you have a right to be here. Does that business not have its right to say we want only people legally allowed in this country to be renting from us?
Well, if you can't
answerable and identifiable by our laws.
Yeah.
If you can't get voter ID, of course you can't get residential ID.
Yeah.
Because that's all that really is. We want to make sure you are who you say you are before we rent you this property. Same thing with voting. We want to make sure you are who you say you are. But, you know, one idea should apply across the board. And that's kind of what's happening here. It's like, well, since we can't have voter ID, we can't have all the other common sense issues too.
Yeah.
Someone is saying that, I don't know if it's you, Tom, or you, Mayo, but Jay Rillo thinks that you're from Timcast, the one that claims he's a lead singer. He says he recognizes your voice from Timcast.
Somebody thinks my voice is related to singing.
Well, I don't know. So
that's going to be some major ear damage for a lot of people.
I was going to say like AM radio singing though. I don't know.
Yeah. So Timcast, he has his IRL podcast. There's a guy on there that sounds like you, I guess. And that's what Jay Rillo is saying.
That poor guy.
Oh, okay. So it's not you.
And no. But I was on AM radio for longer than some of you have been alive.
Why am I so right about these obscure things? This is so weird.
News Radio 1080 KRLD. There you go. That's 295.
Are you
no, seriously, you have a radio voice, though. I can hear it in your presentation. It's just like a sort of syntax.
Portia, are you a good public reader?
What did you say?
Are you a good public reader, speaker?
Sure, I think so.
Can you read this out loud, please?
Okay, so in the first place, we should insist that if the immigrant who comes here in good faith becomes an American and assimilates himself to us, he shall be treated on an exact equality with everyone else. For it is an outrage to discriminate against any such man because of creed or birthplace or origin. But this is predicated upon the person's becoming in every facet an American and nothing but an American. There can be no divided allegiance here. Any man who says he is an American, but something else also, isn't an American at all. We have room for but one flag, the American flag. We have room for but one language here, and that is the English language. And we have room for but one sole loyalty, and that is loyalty to the American people. Shout out to Theodore Roosevelt.
Uncle Teddy. You know, it's been a while since I've accepted this, but I really do think most of us have just been lied to about America's racist past. Not that, you know, everything was cool, but I think it's overblown to the point of like ridiculousness. I don't know that America was really the uber racist place that the school teachers want us to believe. Because, you know, most of this lesson planning comes from communists who kind of hate America anyway. It's like, if the people who hate your house are the people who teach you about your house, they're going to tell you that your house is awful.
Yep. And I hear in the same breath on The View that America is also the greatest country in the world and the most racist country in the world at the same time. Now, how is that?
Well, you really have to study like the communists and their dialectic and their ideological like chain of thought. But basically, it's the greatest place in the world because we haven't killed the communists yet. That's why. If we actually let them, I mean, if we actually stopped them, then they wouldn't play great. But because they get to exist and subvert the country, then it's great, right? But also it's racist. That's why you should give them money and power so they can fight the racism and make it even greater.
Yeah.
Can I read?
They are the ones that use demographics and politics and identity politics. They're the masters of it. It's literally the Marxist ideal. Separate, dominate.
Can I read this quote by John Howard, who used to be the Prime Minister of Australia? I mean, I know he's Australian, but I think it's appropriate. I'm not going to do it in the Australian accent. I'll go ahead and make it American.
Crikey.
Crikey. We've got one Sheila on the program right now. We're going to put a shrimp on the barbie. Anyway, I am tired of this nation worrying about whether we are offending some individual or their culture. Since the terrorist attacks on Bali, I don't know if you remember those, but they were really bad. We've experienced a surge in patriotism by the majority of Australians. This culture has been developed over 2 centuries of struggles, trials, and victories by millions of men and women who have sought freedom. We speak mainly English, not Spanish, Lebanese, Arabic, Chinese, Japanese, Russian, or any other language. Therefore, if you wish to become part of our society, learn the language. Most Australians believe in God. This is not some Christian white right-wing political push, but a fact, because Christian men and women on Christian principles founded this nation, and this is clearly documented. It is certainly appropriate to display it on the walls of our schools. If God offends you, then I suggest you consider another part of the world as your new home, because God is part of our culture. We will accept your beliefs, and we will not question why. All we ask is that you accept ours and live in harmony and peaceful enjoyment with us. This is our country, our land, and our lifestyle, and we will allow you every opportunity to enjoy all this. But once you are done complaining, whining, and griping about our flag, our pledge, our Christian beliefs, our way of life, I highly encourage you to take advantage of one other great Australian freedom, the right to leave. If you aren't happy here, then leave. We did not force you to come here. You asked to be here. So accept the country that accepted you. And
I bet they canceled that guy.
They did. They did. And he was
'Cause I can tell that had to be, yeah, that had to be an old speech. Because from what I can hear, Australia is almost beyond the pale. They're like Canada with kangaroos and alligators and shit.
That was incredible. That was amazing.
I
Wow.
have that speech is.
Can you post the link to that in the back so I can?
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow.
You see it here with the Muslims.
Totally.
You know, we constantly have to literally. Where is it? What city is now broadcasting morning prayer?
It's probably Dearborn. It's one of those Midwest, Michigan, Minnesota cities. Is it Dearborn? It's Dearborn, Michigan, right?
Yeah. But I can't put I can't put the 10 Commandments on the wall of the school.
Dearborn, Michigan has the second largest Chaldean population in the world and is extremely Muslim.
What is Chaldean? Is that like Iraqi or something?
It's a I think
Isn't that where Abraham was running from? Like, you don't even hear that word unless you're reading the Bible.
Yeah,
or you read history. Yeah.
The reason I know where it is that I worked for a company that made special calendars for Chaldean shop owners and stuff to sell in their convenience marts. Because I knew nothing about it, but Chaldeans are like, it used to be Mesopotamia, but now it's Iraq where they're at.
All right, let's watch some more of this video.
I think it's weird. And on a level suicidal. God, I got it.
So we'll be ending the show in about 30 minutes. There's going to be a watch party for the Princess for his dating show, and I guess a few of our girls from over here are going to be over there. So y'all be sure to come back and check that out. In the meantime, we will keep going with this video. Oh, Conservative, you can go ahead and say what you were about to say.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say about that major Iraqi population thing. You know, it's a really weird thing, especially in the grand scheme of like military history, that we invade a place, conquer the place, and then move a bunch of their guys over here. That seems so backwards.
Yeah, same thing with Afghanistan. It's crazy.
I feel like we should start doing war the old way. Like, it's mine now.
Well, yeah, we should have always been imperialistic. We get accused of it anyway.
I mean, seriously, and I don't even want like a global empire. I would stop at like Venezuela or something. I don't want all of South America, but like still, like the idea though, all jokes aside, the idea of like we go to war so things can be just a little bit different than the way they were before. Like, no, listen, if we hate each other enough to launch missiles and whatnot, especially in the modern world, like we're launching tanks. I love the meme. Only in the modern army can a guy with a high school degree fire like an $80,000 rocket at a guy who owns a goat. Like, this is really what's going on. And we're going to go to these goofy extremes. Like, I want to keep this shit after we win.
Well, we should. We pay for everything after we leave. We give them millions and millions and millions and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars we leave.
Yeah, that's how you know war is a racket, bro. We spend millions of dollars bombing the shit out of you, and then we give you millions of dollars to, quote, rebuild. Bro, it's so fake.
Well, if I
saw
say
American troops in Afghanistan guarding Chinese mining interests.
Sure. If your country is giving other countries money, you're paying too much in taxes. That's all I gotta say.
Yep. That sounds like a Jeff Foxworthy joke, but it's real.
Well, I'm gonna be a redneck, but
we're a very powerful nation. We shouldn't have to buy friends.
Yeah.
Let's watch some more. I want to. Hold on, wait. It's an echo. Okay, let's go.
Are you even you're finally a virgin? I'm worried about the wrong things, yo. Abortion is number one of y'all list. We got wars. People trying to have war with us, and y'all worried about abortion. Yo, is they slow? Y'all worried about abortion. Y'all not even having sex. Like, look at y'all.
It don't matter if we was.
Wow. I love this young man. I really do. I love this. It warms my heart. He's right. But this is what the liberal media and the Democrat Party, this is how they've influenced young women to think that abortion is a fundamental right for them, and it's not, right? It's simply not, okay? The best thing for these young women to do if they don't want to have to deal with that issue is simply to not engage in the activities that lead to young women getting pregnant, right? It's really that simple, okay? So if you don't do that, then again, it's not that big of an issue. Now, again, there are exceptions and there are unfortunate circumstances that happen to women. But again, that is few and far between in regards to why women get abortions, right? Those reasons are at the bottom of the list, okay, in regards to why women are getting abortions. A vast majority of abortions are elective. So for all these young women out here, right, that are worried about their so-called health care and abortion, hey, just don't engage in these risky activities that lead you to getting pregnant. You shouldn't be engaging them in the first place, especially as a teenager. Then you ain't got to worry about it, right? It's not that big of a deal.
Let's focus on the antebellum era during the Civil War, the origins of the Civil War.
Yeah, let's focus on that. People don't want to talk about how Trump is a good president. What's wrong with voters like Trump?
We could, just listen, that we could still be friends after the election. I said, no, we can't.
You stop being friends with us because they voted for Trump? Teacher.
Wow. He's saying you can still be respectful and that you can still have mutual terms with that person despite others having different sides to other.
He just said his friends, those that he hang with, and correct me if I'm wrong. You said they asked you if you still gonna be cool after this. Right or wrong. So what are you talking about, ma'am?
No, Dad. Again, let's not single anybody out, Myron.
No, because he said that's not what you said. I'm like, what are you talking about?
She said anything.
Everybody entitled to their own opinion.
Right. So why would you cut somebody off because they voted for Trump?
He didn't say. Well, he can do what he wants.
You can't dominate the discussion.
I never said you could.
If you want to have some input, so the dialogue, then you have to do so in a respectful manner and to be tolerant of each other's views. Now, just because I think I expected that our country citizens were more decent.
Wow.
Because they voted for Trump, they're not?
Yes.
What?
Oh my God.
Wow.
It's a messed up person.
Wow. Wow. This is the type of left-wing propaganda being pushed in class, guys. Right? You hear this teacher, it sounds like the teacher is basically trying to say that people who voted for Trump are not decent people. Right? I think he also suggested that it's okay to end your friendships with somebody just because they voted for Trump. Now, this is something I only see on the left. I've never seen somebody on the right say, hey, you know what? You shouldn't be friends with somebody because they voted for Kamala Harris or they supported Joe Biden. I've never seen that, right? I've never heard that at all. But this is something that is coming up quite a bit on the left, where they're basically telling liberals that, hey, your family members that voted for Trump, yeah, disown them. Your friends that voted for Trump, don't be friends with them anymore.
Challenge with the idea of how do you interact with people who you know voted for this, right? If you are an LGBTQ person and you know someone in your family voted essentially against your rights, or you're a woman knowing that, this man was calling people the B word. J.D. Vance was literally calling Kamala Harris the trash and said, we're going to take out the trash. I know a lot of Black women were incredibly triggered by that. And if you then meet somebody and you know they voted for the people who called you trash, or if you're Puerto Rican, and you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going to a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually...
Wow. That is the source of hate and division in this country, guys. That's where it's coming from, guys. It's not coming from Trump. It's coming from the liberal media. It's coming from Democrats. It's coming from the left. They're literally saying on national television, disown your family members if they voted for Trump. Don't be around them. Put politics above your family. Put politics above blood. That's how much of a cult the Democrat Party has become. Right? That's cult-like behavior. Okay? That's what they're encouraging.
Wait. Our citizens not decent because they voted for Trump.
You have your views, and I have mine. I'm entitled to mine.
But that's why you cut.
Uh-oh.
The lovely, tolerant left.
Yeah. He's a teacher. That's the difference. You have your views and I have mine. You're a teacher.
Well, that's literally the government.
Yeah.
In this situation, he is the government representative.
Sure. And he's teaching that kid that, if you voted for who I didn't vote for, you're not decent. That's and then the other chick, she's so anti-family, it's not even funny.
And
we got to start suing the school districts, man. Even if you don't make any money, we start dragging them.
Well, the first thing we need to do to dismantle this is end the teachers' unions and retake over the schools. The concept of
can we just sue the teachers union? They got all the money.
Oh, we should. I think every parent who had to keep a kid home during COVID should sue the teachers union.
Well, and we need to,
because it wasn't for safety of the students. That's been proven. That it was on request of the teachers unions that Biden keep the schools closed.
Didn't the teachers in Chicago go on strike during that time to make sure that the schools didn't reopen?
I think they tried.
There's a number of cities, Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Too. I feel sorry for that kid having to go all Allen Iverson at the start of it.
You know what? I would love to see Elon Musk take that young gentleman and fund him to go to a private school for the rest of his time in school.
But he was all abortion. We talking about abortion? Abortion.
Yeah.
It was the whole practice speech, only with abortion.
I mean, but I guarantee those girls are hearing that from their mothers and their aunties and their grandmas and their sisters, and just parroting that shit because they're not at home looking this stuff up. That young gentleman has done some research.
Yeah.
He's not just listening to talking heads and other people. He's looked into a lot of this stuff.
Well, this says part 8, so maybe this is the last part of this. Let's see.
So if I have friends that tell me that, oh, MAGA, 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 I can't be friends with them.
Because he voted for Trump.
Exactly.
What?
You don't get it.
Some people can't have their own opinion. Trump is a good president. Some of y'all are blindsided by what y'all hear on the internet.
Facts. Shout out to that young man, because it seems as if he has more common sense and decency than the teacher, right? The teacher is sitting here trying to tell these students that it's okay to disown your family members and to end friendships over politics, over supporting Trump. That's crazy. We should not have teachers in this country pushing that type of overt political propaganda in school. Now, maybe this is a political science class. I don't know. That's why they're talking about the election. I don't mind the kids giving their opinions and talking about the election, okay? However, the teacher in that situation should probably be neutral. He should probably not stick his opinions into conversation, especially in the way that this teacher did, in the sense that he's just overtly Trump deranged and clearly trying to influence these kids to agree with his liberal ideology and his Trump derangement, right? Which is probably part of the reason why a lot of these kids seem to be so influenced by the left-wing propaganda is because their teacher is literally pushing it in class, right? So for this Trump-supporting young man to stand up the way that he did required a whole lot of bravery, right? Because clearly he is the minority in that classroom. And I also think that this high school should investigate this teacher and figure out if it's appropriate for that teacher to be overtly political the way that he currently is in class, right? I mean, that's something that I don't think should be acceptable in our public schools, this type of overt liberal propaganda coming from teachers, right? Where they're quite literally trying to tell students how to think, right? Telling students that, hey, yeah, you shouldn't be friends with Trump supporters. Okay, disown your family members that support Trump, right? This type of stuff that's being pushed from the left. No, we can't have that in school, right? And that's part of the problem that.
All right, yeah. So, I mean, I don't believe that teachers should put themselves, in that position at all. I don't agree with that. But if it is a political science teacher, of course, I understand in that way. But
it shouldn't.
They talk about politics.
But he literally told that young gentleman that he was not a decent person.
Yeah.
And he should not be parroting his personal feelings to the students.
Right. So just teach the subject, and leave it at that.
I've started to realize that 90 some odd Black Democrat voting rate is not because Black people go through a logical process to become Democrats. It's something more like what you just saw right there. That's why they have the Democrat vote so much.
When I was a student, I would have lost all respect for that teacher. Completely.
If I was a student, I wouldn't have had any idea what sexual proclivity that gentleman had. I would know nothing about his politics because that stuff was kept out of the classroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom, that's buck breaking. No, that's exactly the process. It's a political buck breaking.
Yeah.
That's why I was talking to my son about this thing. I'm like, listen, man, just keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, do what you got to do to win. You'll be out of school soon enough.
But that's the sad part, right? Especially in college, where these kids cannot express their actual views. That's a problem. Well, they'll get a lower grade if they do.
Bro, and this is like a high school. They're teenagers.
Oh, I know.
So, college is even worse, bro. This should definitely not happen at the high school level.
College is where you're supposed to flesh all this stuff out in an open forum, not be indoctrinated into one side.
Well, the whole thing's changed so radically. When I was in college, back in the 40s, 80s, college campuses were seen as the place where anyone could come, authors, scholars, media, whoever, and speak and be heard, no matter how popular or unpopular they were.
Yep.
It was, that was what it was for. It was for the battlefield of ideas and discourse. Now, oh God, I mean, comedians don't go to college campuses anymore. They're like, it's not worth it. Can't say anything. You're going to get booed off stage. Forget Ben Shapiro. That guy can't give a speech on a college campus ever.
Yeah.
No, and see, now it's you learn things as you get older, and I realize that the reason why colleges were touted as this open place of free exchange in ideas is because it was basically the communists who were allowed to have a openness and ideas, right? Remember, all that openness they were talking about, they weren't bringing Christians on campus to, preach the gospel. It was homosexuality and it was diversity and stuff. So that openness was a weapon to gain power. And now that the openness has gained them the power they seek, they're no longer open. This is classic communist subversion.
Yeah. And they're almost done with their list of things to do.
Well, we are going to go ahead and take the final words from everybody. We're about to end over here because we got another show starting up in about 2 minutes. So any final words? We'll start with Mayo.
No, I'm pretty good. Thanks everybody for listening to our drivel.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, Tom, any final words?
No, just thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to be here, and I hope no one was close to passing out for all the hot air.
Oh my goodness, no, it has been amazing. Thank y'all. Hood Servative, any final words?
Yeah, I want to do a shameless plug if you don't mind. I noticed somebody put the link to my channel in your chat. I really appreciate that. Tomorrow at around, let's say 2:30ish, I want to do a live stream about, here's my working title. The Black Woman is God, spelled G-A-W-D. The Black Woman is God and we all failed her. Because I'm noticing a lot of Black women on the internet saying shit like, I'm done. I'm not going to protest with y'all no more. I'm not marching with y'all no more. And a lot of stuff like that. Apparently this election has really kicked Black women in the feces. And we're going to talk about that. And so, shameless plug, please subscribe to my channel and tune in tomorrow around 2 o'clock Eastern time, The Hood Servative. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to everybody that hit the panel today, for all of you that have been here with us during the show today. We've had really great numbers. Shout out to you guys. We're here 24 hours for the most part. Sometimes we might take a break, but overall, it's pretty much 24 hours. So I thank y'all so much for being here, and we will be back we will be back like we never left, because we never do. Love y'all. See y'all on the next one.